Chapter 18. Something was wrong. Suspicion nagged at Mike throughout the evening. It wasn't just the under-the-table offer from the news producer, nor was it just the hidden cache of papers he'd found in Sandra's attic. There was something off-kilter and incomplete, but at this point it was all so nebulous he couldn't put his finger on the cause. Should he dig deeper or leave it alone? Tell Sandra? Tell her what? That he'd seen something he wasn't supposed to see? Warn her that the media was poking around? And why the hell should he care? He glanced at the TV, a tiny black and white set bolted up under a shelf on the boat. The news was ending, with Courtney Proctor staring earnestly out at her audience. "Finally," she said, "an update on a local tragedy. Today is the one-year anniversary of the death of local politician Victor Winslow, a rising star." Swearing under his breath, Mike grabbed his cell phone, dialed Sandra's number, and got an incessant busy signal. Maybe she was online or had the phone off the hook. He pictured her alone in the house at the edge of nowhere, reading or going over the restoration plans, maybe picking her next battle with him. But he knew she wasn't doing any of those things because he knew about anniversaries. They turned an ordinary day into a dark monument of memories. The thought of Sandra alone bothered him more than it should have. He wasn't her keeper. He'd never told her about his old friendship with her late husband. If he did so now, it would be awkward as hell. She didn't need to know about that, he told himself. It didn't matter. He didn't owe her a thing except to fix up her house. He was too emotionally bankrupt to do anything else for her. Sifting through the papers on his desk, he found the perfect excuse to go to her. The County Historical Society had verified and cataloged her original house plans, and the place would qualify for a plaque and listing. He didn't really think about what to do next. He just acted, got in his truck, and drove to Blue Moon Beach. The night was black and empty, bitterly cold. He didn't pass anyone on the road. He'd just check on her, he told himself, make sure she was okay. If she questioned him, he'd say he thought she'd want to know about the historical designation. Leaving his truck running, he knocked at the front door and waited, but heard only the deep bass beat of the stereo. He knocked again and waited, knowing she probably wouldn't hear him. Grumbling, he killed the engine of his truck and knocked a third time. An Eric Clapton song played loud enough to rattle the old windows. He recognized the tune, Forever Man. It had been a favorite of Victor's years ago. After knocking a few more times, he used the key she'd given him and stepped inside. "Sandra?" he called. "It's me, Mike Malloy." He passed through the vestibule, which already looked different from its former decrepit state. The walnut newel post stood straight again. The rails of the balustrade had been glued in place only today. "Sandra?" he said again, but the music was too loud. He knew she wouldn't hear. She stood in the middle of the broad front room, holding a glass of wine and swaying to the rhythm of the music. Though she was facing him, her eyes were closed, her face soft with an expression so sad he couldn't look away. He guessed she was thinking about the accident, probably missing Victor like crazy. Run away. The thought came fast, like a rush of adrenaline. He shouldn't be here, shouldn't interrupt an obviously private moment. He didn't need this solitary woman's troubles. He had enough of his own. But there was something about her. He'd noticed it right from the start. She called to him without words, drawing him toward the lonely places inside her. No matter what his brain was telling him, his heart made room for her. At a pause in the music, he spoke her name again. Her eyes flew open, and wine sloshed over the rim of the glass. Her cheeks turned a shade paler. "I didn't hear you come in." Furtively wiping the back of her wrist across her face, she hurried over to the stereo and turned the volume down. The song changed to a mournful, musical whisper. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Mike knew he should simply hand over the papers and hit the road. He also knew he wouldn't do that. He caught a whiff of the wine and glanced down at the half-empty bottle on the table. Drinking alone? he asked. "I've heard that's not too good for you." "Fine," she said. "You can join me." Having a glass of wine with a woman was such an alien concept to Mike at this point in his life that for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He didn't want to think about how long it had been since he had sat beside a woman, listening to music and drinking wine. "Thanks," he said. "I wouldn't mind a glass." She looked so amazed that he nearly laughed. "Really?" "I never saw anyone get that worked up over a beverage." "It's been a long time since someone's wanted to have a glass of wine with me."
"It's been a long time since anyone has offered," he admitted, relaxing. "The certification papers came from the Historical Society. Your house qualifies for a special designation."
"Yeah? Then I guess we have something to drink to." She went to the dining room. Glass panes rattled as she opened the ancient buffet and took out a wine glass. She poured, then handed him the glass. It felt brittle and fragile in his hand. "Have a seat," she said, indicating the old sofa facing the hearth. She touched the rim of her glass to his. "What else shall we drink to?"
"You're the one with the imagination," he said. "You decide."
"To pressure washers," she said.
"You can do better than that."
"Not lately. You try it, Malloy." Keeping her eyes on him, she took a slow sip.
"To dancing lessons."
He tasted his wine, liking it, liking the feeling of sitting beside her. The song changed, to one about losing a best friend. He pretended not to notice the words, but it was hard to ignore the slow slide of the tune through the silence. He took a gulp of wine. Sandra, however, had a head start on him. She'd downed a third of the bottle. "My parents are getting a divorce," she said, the statement seeming to come out of nowhere.
"What?"
"I said, my mom and dad are splitting up."
"Whoa."
Mike broke out in a nervous sweat. Why would she confess such a personal matter to him, of all people?
"Sorry to hear that," he said, feeling awkward.
The emotions seemed to be spilling from her in invisible waves, and he knew he couldn't be the one to catch them, contain them. He offered the only honest statement he could think of.
"I don't know what to say."
"I didn't mean to dump it on you." She turned to him on the sofa, tucking one leg beneath her.
"How long were they married?"
36 years. She swirled her wineglass, watching the liquid slip around in a circle. "Seemed like forever to me," she sighed. "I keep asking myself how long they were unhappy, how long they carried on day after day. And why didn't I know?"
"There are a lot of ways to hide unhappiness," he said.
She looked at him sharply, then said, "I know." Mike was hardly an authority on marriage, but experience taught him more than he wished he knew. He'd never been able to pinpoint the precise moment it ended for him and Angela. It was a gradual thing, growing by subtle degrees. There had been no electric shock of horror and betrayal, only a dull sense of failure, its rusty edge roughened by the knowledge that only one of them would get the kids.
"With my ex-wife," he said, "I guess I saw it coming from a mile off. But as long as neither of us said a word, we didn't have to do anything about it."
"You could have gone on indefinitely that way," she said.
"An Irish divorce, my old Granny Malloy would have called it. Two strangers living under the same roof, keeping up appearances for the sake of the neighbors and children."
Forgetting caution, he took a healthy gulp of wine.
"I was willing to do that for my kids because I knew Angela would claim custody of them."
"So you would have stayed for the kids?"
"Kevin and Mary Margaret would have preferred that," he said bluntly. "Kids always do."
She studied his face. "I don't know anything about your situation, but I do know that life is short, Malloy. You only get one shot at happiness. When you reach the place where my parents are, you don't want to look back and regret the previous 10 or 20 or 40 years. Your kids might not be able to see things that way right now, but they will. I guarantee they will." Her words brought a rare ease to his chest, something he hadn't felt in a long time.
"Either you're full of shit or full of wine," he said.
Sandra stared down into her glass. Some of the former, a little of the latter. Lifting the bottle, she refreshed his glass. So, what are you doing with your one shot? He asked. What? Your shot at happiness. With exaggerated care, she set down the bottle. Well, I suppose I'd need to start by figuring out what would make me happy. He became fascinated by the way moisture clung to her lips. He couldn't take his eyes off her mouth. What would make you happy? She stared at him for a long time, the light from the stove fire flickering in the depths of her eyes. There was a whole world in there, he thought. A secret world. When it became clear she wasn't going to answer his question, he said, I have a confession to make. I heard on the evening news that the accident happened a year ago today. And you came over to make sure I wasn't slitting my wrists. Something like that. He swirled the last of his wine in the glass. So you weren't even close to, suicide? She rescued him from having to say it. No, Malloy. I have my idiosyncrasies, but being suicidal isn't one of them. He cleared his throat. Good to know. But I thought you might be missing him. You thought right. He thought about his discovery in the attic, the hidden letters and computer disk. He didn't know how it had been for the two of them, but he did know what it was like to be in a marriage full of secrets. So you and your husband were happy. Setting aside her glass, she crossed her feet at the ankles and propped them on the coffee table, clasping her hands behind her head. Staring up at a gaping hole in the ceiling plaster where Phil had started a wiring repair, she said, Did I think I was happy? Absolutely. Did I believe we had a good life together? Hell yes. Did I love Victor? She spoke with the unsettling cadence of a cross-examination. He remembered that she had just been through an inquest. But did she love Victor? Mike was beginning to regret bringing it up, yet he knew he wouldn't move a muscle until she gave her answer. She dropped her hands to her lap, and he heard a disconcerting tremor in her voice. She cleared her throat. Did Victor love me? Can you ever know what's in another person's heart? I used to think you could. What do you think now? That I don't know a thing. You should know better than to have a serious conversation with a fiction writer who's been drinking. He set both their glasses and the now empty wine bottle at the far end of the coffee table. Then he studied her profile, the delicate lines of her features, and the way the firelight shadowed her skin with amber and turned her eyes to coffee brown. You aren't speaking fiction. Whatever. She shrugged, staring straight ahead at the glass door of the wood stove. He brushed a drifting lock of hair away from her cheek. He didn't think about it, simply did it, just to see if it felt as silky as it looked. It did. You cut your hair. She gasped softly and pulled back. Mike, shh, he said. I won't hurt you. So you say. She studied him. Intently, considering. Her skin glowed from firelight and wine. But I think it might not matter. He leaned toward her again, lifting her chin with his knuckles. Her full lips were damp with wine, parted a little. Bending, he touched his mouth to hers, just a touch. She let out a gasp of surprise, and a look of pure wonder suffused and softened her face. She leaned toward him in unstudied invitation. He sank his mouth deeper against hers, massaging her jaw with his thumb until her lips slackened and opened for him. The taste of her made him higher than any wine could have. She held herself rigid at first, but after a few seconds, the hands pressing against his chest changed to fists clutching into his shirt, drawing him closer. A sound came from deep in her throat, and he felt her yearning, an echo of his own. Her reactions had the intensity of new discovery. You'd think she'd never been kissed before. A second later, he wasn't thinking at all. He was simply holding her in his arms, kissing, tasting. She made the tension and desolate ache in his bones go away, and even if the feeling didn't last, he didn't care. It was as if the very muscles of his arms were starved for the shape and the texture and the essence of a woman. This woman. She was pliant in his embrace, her lips yielding, her mouth warm. Heat and need built inside him, shot down his spine, and he moved his hands over her shoulders to the inward curve of her waist, feeling a ripple of response from her. With a little more pressure, he might be able to maneuver her to lie down on the sofa. With a seemingly accidental brush of his fingers, he could slip his hand under her sweater, and he sensed with every nerve in his body that she wouldn't resist. Even as every impulse urged him to do it, Mike held back. He was no prince, but he knew there was something blatantly cruel about taking advantage of someone this fragile, this vulnerable, on the anniversary of the worst day of her life. Ignoring the fire inside him, he disciplined himself in a way he hadn't known he could, almost shaking with the effort. Finally, he made himself stop kissing her, pull back, get a grip. She didn't move. She sat there with her eyes shut and her mouth softly molded by his, her face tilted up, looking wistful and sexy at the same time. He wasn't sure what to do. He cleared his throat. Her eyes flew open. Almost as quickly, her cheeks flooded with color. Mike couldn't help himself. He grinned. Guess I was out of line. Probably. Should I apologize? She drew her fingertips across her lower lip as though to explore it for injuries. For what? For coming on to you. Is that what that was? Come on? She laughed. If it was, you weren't very subtle. More like a full frontal attack. She had no idea. What he'd done was mild compared to what he'd resisted doing. It was only a kiss. Are you sorry you did it? Hell no. God, yes. He wouldn't sleep at all tonight. So much for the apology. She shifted away from him on the couch, pulling her knees up to her chest and draping her arms around them. In that moment, she didn't look like anyone's widow, least of all Victor Winslow's. The tabloids were wrong. Mike knew it. This woman hadn't killed anyone. Not only do you not get an apology, he said, but I want to kiss you again. I'm not sure you should do that. There's one way to find out. She moved back another inch, her eyes large in the firelight. I've always heard it's a bad idea to get personally involved with someone you're doing business with. Yeah, it might turn complicated. In what way? She laughed, flushing. What if we get really intense and then have a falling out before you finish fixing up the place? I'd be left with a half-finished house and a broken heart, and you'd be too embarrassed or full of regrets or whatever to come back and finish the job. Mike couldn't help himself. He threw back his head and laughed, long and loud. No wonder you're a writer, he said. You think too much. I'm simply going over the possibilities of the situation. She rested her chin on her drawn-up knees and glanced at her empty glass. I think I need more wine. You want me to get you some? There's another bottle in the kitchen. He rose with care, with what he hoped was a natural, swift grace. In reality, he had an erection that didn't seem to know he wasn't 17 years old anymore. He hoped like hell she hadn't noticed. He took his time opening the bottle with a corkscrew on his Swiss Army knife. Bringing the wine back, he poured her half a glass and set down the bottle. I signed a contract guaranteeing my work. Doesn't matter what happens between the two of us. I'll get this place fixed up. She sipped her wine. Good. I feel better now. Mike didn't. She kindled a fire in him that wouldn't abate, no matter what. I won't kid you, he said. I find you attractive as hell. I can't help wanting you. Her breath caught, and a startled look lit her face. You mean it? Is it so weird, me wanting you? I have no idea. So what are we going to do about it, have an affair? The direct question startled him, so he tossed back one of his own. Do you want to? I'm not really certain. I've never had one before. Never been tempted. He wasn't sure why, but he believed her. She and Victor had run with a crowd of beautiful people, powerful people, people whose well-groomed appearances in Town and Country and Rhode Island Monthly had kept them in the public eye. Surely he wasn't the first to find her attractive, the first to want her, the first to hit on her. "Are you tempted now?" he asked. She moved her gaze over him, its frankness unsettling. "Maybe. I might be." He tried to think past the aggressive urges of his body, which refused to behave like it belonged to a responsible adult. He fought for common sense and finally found it hanging by a thread. His custody lawyer had pounded the rule into his brain. Discreet dating was fine, even expected of the newly divorced, but his feelings were anything but discreet. The most powerful objection of all came from deep inside Mike. Since the divorce, he'd gone out with women now and again, but Sandra was the first one to remind him of the things that really mattered. There was a huge hole in his life, and he wasn't ready to face that yet. He sure as hell didn't know how to fill it. "You need a friend, more than an affair," he forced himself to say. "You're alone too much of the time. It can't be good for you." She drained her wineglass and set it aside. A flash of hurt glinted in her eyes. She had learned to be distrustful. "Why the heck do you think I'm so keen on selling this house? I need to be someplace where people don't hang garlic on their doors when they see me coming, where I can go out in public and not worry about being called the Black Widow." She listened to the music for a moment, then gave a delicate shudder. "The fact is, I never had much of a social life. Victor was my first true friend." He tried to picture a life without friends. What the hell kind of existence was that? He'd grown up carelessly, surrounded by friends, never questioning their presence, but always knowing he could pick up the phone, find someone who wanted to go for a beer and shoot pool. He couldn't imagine not having that. "You know what Victor and I used to do sometimes on stormy nights?" Sandra asked. Mike didn't want to know, but he sure as hell knew what he'd do with her. "We'd count our blessings," she said, "and for each one, we'd eat an M&M. It's true. We'd sit there and run through a whole list, everything from the fact that my tulip bulbs came up to his latest endorsement from the local union. That probably sounds silly to you. I'd put it more in the category of insane. If I had a beautiful woman alone on a stormy night, the last thing on my mind would be counting anything." She laughed without humor, as though she didn't believe him. "I can't even remember what an M&M looks like." "I'll make a note to get you some. They're not that hard to come by." "It's not the M&Ms, Malloy." "I know." "Does it bother you, my talking about my husband?" "No," he lied. He knew he had to let her, tonight of all nights. We shared so much, everything from our political views to our habit of doing the crossword in the Sunday Times. We ended up having to get 2 issues of the paper so we could each have our own puzzle. He pictured her in the morning light, working the crossword. He wouldn't let her get past square one. We loved trying out new recipes and restaurants. We liked museums and concerts and playing tennis. Now that he's gone, I have all this stuff inside me. The kind of thing you share with someone, and it has no place to go. Her words moved like a slow, dark river, as though Mike wasn't even sitting there. Then she turned to him, and her eyes cleared as if she'd suddenly remembered his presence. "Does that make sense?" "Yeah, I guess." He couldn't stand museums. He thought tennis was a bad joke, and crossword puzzles? He shouldn't be here at all. He couldn't be what she needed. She tossed back the last of her wine. "I lost 2 people that night, a year ago. My husband and my best friend." Lifting her hand, she shoved a thick lock of hair back from her face. "I don't think I'm ready for an affair yet. I may never be." She gave a crooked, borderline drunk grin. "I like you too much as a person to have an affair with you." "I see," he said, pretending to understand. But he still wanted to get her in bed. Chapter 19. A late-model dollar-green Lexus spat oyster-shell gravel as it wheeled into the drive in front of the house, taking the curve a little too fast, stopping a little too abruptly. From the tasteful wood grain and leather interior of the car sprang a human dynamo, armed with a pocket digital camera, a pager and cell phone attached to her purse, and a clipboard crammed with MLS printouts. Her suit was Armani, her pumps were Prada, and her jewelry undoubtedly genuine. Sandra stood at the front door, waiting to greet the real estate agent, but the visitor didn't come to the door. Instead, she assessed the property. Pacing back and forth in front of the house, she took a couple of snapshots, made some notes into a handheld tape recorder. She walked around to the other side of the driveway to inspect the view. As she stepped out onto the front porch, Sandra wavered between admiration and aversion. She appreciated the woman's decisive demeanor, even as she was put off by her brusque nosiness. "Hi," she said. "You must be Miss Witkowski." "Sparky," the woman said, her gaze making a swift arc of the porch. "Call me Sparky, and you're Sandra Winslow. Please come in." Sandra wondered why on earth a grown woman would want to be called Sparky. "My real name's Gertrude," she explained, reading Sandra's mind. Milton Banks had recommended Miss Witkowski, who specialized in waterfront property. According to Milton, she had years of experience handling high-dollar estates. An aggressive deal-maker, Sparky had far more interest in earning a commission than she did in the notoriety of the seller, which made her a perfect match for Sandra. But today, she discovered that she didn't want to think about the real estate agent. She wanted to think about Mike Malloy, kissing her. Giving herself a mental shake, she asked, "Can I get you a cup of tea? I have coffee, too, and soft drinks. I'm fine." Sparky did a full turn around the foyer. "Trust me, I don't need coffee." She scarcely looked at Sandra, but continued her tour of the house, her darting eyes never at rest. "Here's the way I work. Let's do a quick walkthrough so I can get a feel for the place. Then I'll put together a pricing scheme and marketing plan, and we'll go from there." "Sounds reasonable." Sandra gestured around the foyer. The noise of pounding hammers and power tools echoed through the old house. "As you can see, I'm having some work done before I list it." "Good. I was going to insist on it." Sparky scribbled something on her notepad. "How much work?" "Quite a bit. The contractor says it's basically sound, but it's been neglected. It's listed as a historic building." "That's a huge plus. Huge! Just make sure you run every alteration by me." Sandra laughed briefly, but fell silent when she realized Sparky wasn't kidding. The Historical Society could dictate window sizes and paint color, but Sparky clearly knew what would sell a house. As the agent walked through the downstairs, she rattled off marching orders and opinions about color schemes and room arrangements, the strategic placement of potted plants, the hideousness of the cabbage rose drapes in the dining room, and the absolute, unadulterated perfection of the beach view to the east of the house. She dropped down to the basement, talked briefly and with startling authority to Phil about electrical matters, and then forged upstairs. On the second floor, they encountered Mike Malloy repairing a wall. The plaster was torn away to reveal ancient, dark wood lathes, aligned like the ribs of a fossil. With the sleeves of his work shirt rolled back, a dust mask covering his nose and mouth, and a hammer and chisel in his hands, he resembled a crude surgeon. When he saw them coming, he removed the mask, letting it dangle around his neck. Sparky stopped in her tracks. "Oh my God, I can't believe it. I haven't seen you in ages, Mike." Wiping his hands in a red bandana, he held it out. "Hey, Sparky. Long time no see." "So you're the one restoring this house," she said. "I think I'll increase the asking price by another 40 grand. Don't get carried away." "I always get carried away by you, Mike." She laughed and touched his arm with an easy familiarity. Watching them, Sandra felt a taut chill in her stomach. She envied their ease with one another and found their acquaintance oddly threatening. Sparky turned to her and said, He's won national awards for his restoration work, you know. He's been featured in Architectural Digest." She touched his arm again, her red lacquered nails a bright contrast against his dusty skin. "You have a great reputation in Newport, my friend." "Let's hope it holds up with the permits department." He disengaged his arm, glanced at his paint-spattered watch. "I've got to take some paperwork over there this afternoon," he said to Sandra, all business. "I'll be back in the morning, early." As tongue-tied as a blind date, she managed to nod and say, "All right. See you around, Mike," Sparky said, her stare lingering on him. "Give me a call sometime." "Will do." He headed down the stairs. "You won't, but a girl can try," Sparky called after him, then turned to Sandra. "In Newport, people pay top dollar for a house that's been renovated by Malloy and Miola Restoration." Sandra followed her into the master bedroom. Mike hadn't told her that. Not that he'd been obliged to, she reminded herself. She had been avoiding him all day, but couldn't manage to keep her mind off him. She had forced herself to keep busy, phoning her agent, then her friend Barbara, who always knew the latest publishing gossip. She phoned her father, too, checking to see how he was getting along without her mother. Fine, he'd told her. Liar, she'd thought. And then she'd thought about Mike yet again. The strength in his arms, the lock of dark hair falling over his brow, the way his jeans were faded in all the right places, the startling softness of his mouth when he kissed her. A wet, messy kiss that made her melt inside. The swift heat of her reaction had taken her by surprise, and she wondered where all that passion had come from, how long it had been bottled up, waiting for escape. She'd been embarrassingly responsive to him. After their encounter the night before, she didn't know how to act around him. Should she go on as before, pretending nothing had happened, or should she act like... So how did a woman act in front of a man who kissed her the way Mike had? How did she act when every single part of her wanted to say yes to him, except the part that knew it wasn't right? "You're lucky to get him," Sparky said over her shoulder as they went up the creaky wooden stairs to the third floor. The attic was dim and chill, thick with the smell of old timber and dust. "What?" Sandra felt a dull red stain creep into her cheeks. Was she that obvious? Of course she was. When he'd kissed her, the whole world had shifted on its axis, and she couldn't blame the wine alone. Even now, latent spasms of yearning kept bringing her back to that moment. Standing at one of the newly replaced windows, she and Sparky looked down into the yard. His old pickup truck pulled away, and despite the temperature, he drove off with one elbow sticking out the open window. "Used to be a 2-year waiting list for him when he was working in Newport," Sparky said. "He had a multi-million-dollar business." Sandra let out a long, thin breath of relief. The real estate agent was talking about getting him as a contractor. That all ended when his wife divorced him. Sparky lowered her voice. The settlement took just about everything he had. His father-in-law held the paper on the business and called in everything when Mike and Angela split up. Sparky inspected the handrail where it had been fixed with new brass bolts and nodded her approval. So he's starting over. One good thing, though. At least he's single now. "And that's a good thing?" Sandra dared to ask. She led the way past a tower of boxes. "Are you kidding? You've seen him. The man is a living, breathing love god." So it isn't just me, thought Sandra, ducking her head to hide a smile. The conversation reminded her of college dorm talk, when girlfriends bonded by comparing notes about guys. Sandra had never joined in, of course, but she could still remember the sometimes hilarious, sometimes brutal assessments women made about the men they met. "I'm not surprised he came back to Paradise," Sparky said, checking out the new dormer windows. Sandra frowned. "Back to Paradise? You mean he lived here in the past? He grew up here, didn't he tell you? Attic looks fine." Sparky turned on her heel and headed downstairs again for a closer inspection of the kitchen. She rattled off her opinion about the cabinetry and sunroom, completed her tour of the property, made a list of landscaping chores, and promised to get back with Sandra soon. Sandra didn't pay as close attention as she probably should have. She was too busy thinking about Sparky's remark that Mike Malloy had grown up here, in paradise. He wasn't obligated to tell her that, of course, but the fact that he hadn't bothered her a lot. As she walked Sparky out to her car, the real estate agent turned to her. "There's a question I like to ask all my clients," she said. "You might think it's silly, but it's important." "We are both on the same team here," Sandra said. "What can I do for you?" "I need you to do something for me. I need you to visualize your ideal buyer. Not someone who can come up with the money, but someone you'd like to see living in this place that has been your home. I'm not exactly sure why this works, and of course it doesn't always, but when the seller feels good about the buyer, the deal goes much more smoothly." "I'll feel good about anyone who makes me a decent offer. Just give it a try, okay?" "I'll think about it, but don't hold your breath. I'm sure you understand why I want to get this place sold. I don't expect to be picky about who decides to buy my house. You might be surprised. At the very least, your vision will help me with my marketing strategy. If I know you're picturing an older retired couple, I'll gear my marketing toward that. If you envision a thriving young family living here, that might slant the marketing in a different direction. See what I mean?" "I'll give it some thought." 10 potential buyers for my home. Sandra hated the idea. She was trying to detach herself from this place, yet now she was supposed to visualize who might live in the restored house. The idea of other people, strangers moving in here, created a heartache she hadn't expected. She stood on the driveway as Sparky roared away in the Lexus and watched until the car disappeared around a bend in the coastal road. But she didn't think about the tasks Sparky had assigned to her. She thought about Malloy. So he was a local boy. She already knew he was the same age Victor would have been had he lived. Filled with apprehension, she hurried inside and went back up to the attic. She hadn't looked through her boxes of belongings since she'd flung everything together and moved out of the home she shared with Victor. There weren't a lot of crates to search through. She and Victor hadn't collected much in the way of personal history together. Clicking on the overhead light, she inspected the stacked boxes containing the archives of her life with Victor. Just out of college, she'd owned a trunkload of clothes unbecoming to a congressman's wife, crates of books and manuscripts collected over the years, stacks of spiral-bound journals, a file crammed with rejection letters from magazines and book publishers. Until meeting Victor, she had led an undistinguished life, one that fit neatly into a few good-sized moving boxes. 10 years her senior, Victor had far more to show for himself and far more to hide. He'd been an overachiever, larger than life, probably since the day of his birth. How could he not be with his war hero father, now a wheelchair-bound preacher, his mother a socialite whose fortune rivaled that of the Bouviers? In a box labeled 1966 to 1982, he kept things from his childhood, lovingly collected by his mother and presented to him on the occasion of his marriage. His proud parents had marked each milestone with an appropriate gesture. His first lost tooth was enshrined in a sterling silver pillbox and engraved with the date of the blessed event. For each school year, they'd had his picture made at a professional portrait studio, eschewing the flat, cookie-cutter poses of the school photographer. There were mementos of his triumphs in swimming, wrestling, track, tennis, and golf, certificates honoring his achievements in scholarship, his Eagle Scout pin hanging from a faded ribbon. There was even a framed photo of him at 16, shaking hands with President Jimmy Carter at a Rose Garden ceremony, honoring outstanding high school students. The whole box was about Victor, she realized. No friends or schoolmates, only Victor and his achievements. Victor and his public life. The things now rightfully belonged to her in-laws, Sandra thought. She hadn't even known him then. She'd have to ask Milton about handing it over to the Winslows. Their trophy child. He had meant the world to them. As she dusted off and uncovered the past, bringing old things into the light, she was seized by a strange sense of apprehension. Something was about to be unveiled, revealed. A terrible tension strained inside her. She felt a slow boil of emotion, but tried to ignore it. Moving methodically through the labeled boxes, she forced herself to focus on her purpose, to find out if Mike Malloy had ever crossed paths with Victor. She didn't let herself think about anything else. It was too hard, even now. When she came across the box hastily scrawled with old linens, etc., she thrust it out of the way, noticing a rip in the cardboard but hoping it would hold. Finally, she came to the one she sought, labeled in Victor's neat lettering: Sports Trophies, College and High School Annuals. Opening the cardboard box, she took out a variety of odd-shaped trophies and velour shrouds, and then sorted through the books. Like all privileged New England boys, Victor had been expected to attend boarding school. She vaguely recalled something he'd once told her. He had, in fact, enrolled at the prestigious Bryce Hall School in 1978, but withdrew after only a few weeks, returning home to attend the local high school. He never talked about the incident after that. She found an annual from 1982, his senior year. A satin ribbon marked a page devoted to Victor and his achievements. Class president, Eagle Scout, varsity swimming, varsity wrestling, varsity everything. The list seemed endless. He'd led a varsity life. Flipping back from the W's to the M's, she took only seconds to find a page for Malloy. Shivers raced over her skin as she brought the annual to the window and sat down, with the late afternoon light streaming onto the pages. Michael Patrick Malloy. The simmering resentment inside her bubbled faster, higher. Why hadn't he told her? She stared at the full-color photograph on the page. What was it Sparky had called him? A living, breathing love god? It was true now and had been true 20 years ago. He looked like a young Tom Cruise, square-jawed, clean-cut, but blessed with a smoldering sensuality that made the difference between boy next door and boy most likely to break your heart. He was grinning into the camera, as if the photographer were the head cheerleader and he'd just won the state championship. He wore a leather jacket, lived in jeans, and a smile that made her heart beat faster even though she realized she was looking at a teenage boy. His high school career had not been as auspicious as Victor's, but then again, whose was? Still, Malloy posted an impressive roster of accomplishments: varsity football, swimming, membership in several clubs, community service for the Historical Preservation Society. His goals included becoming an architect. She racked her brain, trying to remember if Victor had ever mentioned Mike. He hadn't. Victor had been highly selective in speaking of the past. He told her only what he thought she should know. She read what Malloy had written at the bottom of the page in controlled, rectangular script. She recognized the penmanship from all the documents they'd pored over regarding the restoration. Hey, Vic. I don't know what to say. That won't surprise you. You were the one who had a way with words, not me. Things to remember: Scarborough Beach, the Blue Impala, Sailing Nationals, Linda Lipschitz, the old boathouse, violin music. You're the best. You'll always be the best. I wouldn't even be going off to college if it weren't for you. So stay cool and all that crap, man. Cowabunga, M.M. She slammed the book shut on the grinning, too handsome teenager. She felt like a prize idiot. She'd let him break through her aching loneliness. She'd let herself feel attracted to him, and the sting of lust had heightened her emotions, rubbing her nerve endings raw in places. She ought to be grateful to Sparky, really. The woman had given her a reason to push him away, just as she was about to trust him. Shoving the old books back into the dusty box, she stomped down the stairs. Malloy had left before she could confront him. He wouldn't be back until morning. The hell with that, she thought, hurrying to the bathroom to scrub the dust and cobwebs from her hands. This new information was burning a hole in her. She wasn't about to wait until morning. Chapter 20. So there was this talent show at the Y, right? Kevin's voice streamed loudly through the receiver. I hear you, sport. Dripping from the shower, Mike slung a towel around his waist and ducked out of the minuscule bathroom. The phone had rung before he could dry himself off, and a chill crawled over his skin. He supposed he could have offered to call Kevin back, but the kid was talking a mile a minute. And most of the stuff was really lame, like Travis Gannon doing his duck calls and Candy Proctor with this ballet dance that looked like a spaz attack. Then David Bates sits down at the piano on stage, one of those giant pianos with the curve in it.
That would be a grand piano.
Yeah, so he sits down, and he's looking kind of nervous, and then, all of a sudden, he pukes.
You're kidding.
Nope, he yarked all over the piano keys. It was way cool. Mrs. Promozic said they'd have to hire some special company to take the keyboard apart and clean it all up. It was rad.
I'll bet.
Mike talked to his kids every night, and he never knew what he'd hear out of them. He didn't like the idea that he was getting good at picturing their faces as they told him about their day. But the fact was, he could conjure up a dead-on mental image of Kevin describing his 4 layups in a basketball game, or Mary Margaret's dreamy expression as she told him about a field trip to the Breakers, or the Gilbert Stewart birthplace. Sometimes he wanted to hold them and touch them, smell their hair when they laid their heads next to his as he read to them at bedtime. Sometimes he wanted to feel their warmth so bad, he ached.
So, anything else new and exciting in your life? He asked.
Guess not. If I think of something, I'll call you back. What are you doing, Dad?
Mike stared down at his bare feet, rubbed his hand over the damp hair on his chest. Just got out of the shower. I was going to open a can of tuna and do the bookkeeping on my computer.
Boring.
No shit, thought Mike. He'd give anything to spend the evening with his family, even if it was sitting around watching TV. Each day it became clearer to him. He wasn't cut out for living alone. What's your sister up to?
Just a second, I'll put her on. Mary Margaret, pick up, he hollered without bothering to hold the receiver away from his mouth. Mike winced, hearing a clunk, then a bobble as his daughter picked up an extension. Hi, Dad.
Hi, sweetheart. Did you see the talent show too?
Yeah, it was okay until that kid threw up.
Kevin thought it was the best part.
He would. Trust me, you didn't miss anything.
I miss you, kiddo.
Me too. A smile softened her voice. I got my dress, Dad. The one for the Valentine's dance.
In the background, Kevin made a gagging noise.
Bug off, punk, Mary Margaret yelled at him.
Mike held the phone away from his ear for a second.
He heard footsteps as Mary Margaret carried the cordless phone to a more private place.
He pictured her hunkering down in her favorite nook on the upstairs landing, holding the phone in one hand and twirling a lock of hair around her finger. His shy, pretty daughter, growing up so fast. I bet it's a real nice dress, he said.
It's pale green and has these really sheer sleeves. Mom and I went to Filene's and she let me get shoes to match.
Can't wait to see it, he said. Angela had always been a world-class shopper. He was still paying off her credit card debts. He didn't doubt the dress was great. Hey, are you reading those books we got from the library?
I finished one and I'm halfway through the other. They're awesome.
Mike thought so too. He'd bought one the other day, curious about Sandra's work. The one he'd read was the story of a shy girl thrown into impossible circumstances, who was forced to be brave and strong, and who rebelled in the end. Art imitating life? He wondered.
I have to go, Dad. I promised I'd shoot baskets with Kevin and Carmine. He put floodlights in the driveway.
Great. Resentment twisted inside Mike as he pictured the 1847 carriage house blazing with lights on aluminum posts. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Love you, Dad.
Love you, honey. As he hung up, he tried to steady his nerves. Outside, the weather was kicking up, shoving at the boat. He told himself he should be getting used to the idea that some other guy lived in his house, slept with his ex-wife, played with his kids, and tucked them in each night. There were a million single dads around these days, he told himself. Guys put up with this all the time. But Mike couldn't seem to get used to it, no matter how much time passed. To keep himself company while he got dressed, Mike flicked on the small black and white TV. Courtney Proctor sat at the news desk, looking cool and competent, buffed to a plastic sheen.
Mike thought about her producer's proposition to him, turned the thing off, and flipped on the radio instead to a song by Amy Mann. A second later, he heard footsteps on the deck above. Zeke leaped into action, hurling himself at the glass saloon door. It was dark already, and the blinds were drawn. He slid open the door, feeling a rush of cold wind on his bare chest and legs. There, in the yellowish glow of the harbor lights, stood Sandra Winslow. His reaction to the sight of her was instant and unrehearsed. Holding the towel around his waist, he grinned despite the raw wind streaming in through the open door. "Hey, stranger." "You—" She paused, her mouth twisted, and then she spoke more loudly. "You can say that again." She didn't seem to notice he was practically naked, or that the dog went into a dance of joy at her feet. Without waiting to be invited, she grasped the rail and climbed aboard. She was wearing jeans. He'd always liked a woman in jeans, gloves that didn't match, and an oversized parka. "Say what again?" he asked, distracted by the shape of her thigh as she stepped into the saloon. He turned down the radio. "Stranger. I thought we were getting over the stranger stage, but apparently that was a little one-sided of me." The blustering storm slapped at the hull, and she steadied herself by clutching a handrail. Zeke gave up vying for attention and flopped down on his cushion. "You'll have to explain." The wind shivered through the main saloon. It was a terrible night, with the promise of a storm heavy in the air, the wind whistling through the halyards, and Mike hurried to slide the door shut. "Just a second. I need to put something on before I freeze. He ducked into the stateroom and yanked on a pair of gray sweats. Pulling an old URI Rams sweatshirt over his head, he went back to the saloon. She was here. Sandra was here. He couldn't get over it. What did she want? He wondered, haphazardly scrubbing his hair dry with the towel. A loud creak sounded as the boat strained at its moorings. What the hell was she doing on his boat, in his life? Neither of them was in a position to start anything. Neither wanted to feel the heat that stung the air around them each time they were together, but like the gale brewing outside, it couldn't be altered or ignored. Mike figured he'd have to ride it out, and hope it would blow over soon. "Welcome aboard the Fat Chance," he said. "How'd you find me?" "Your name and slip number are on the mailbox, and the marina gate wasn't locked." She stood in the middle of the room and looked around. Mike felt her gaze assessing the place. Business files crammed into every available shelf, navigation equipment and computer, pictures of the kids hanging crooked, Kevin's artwork and Mary Margaret's A papers adorning the little galley fridge. Though Sandra said nothing, he felt defensive. This is my life, he thought, and wondered what she was thinking, seeing it for the first time. "What can I do for you?" he asked. "Why didn't you tell me? You used to be best friends with Victor." Whoa. He hadn't been expecting that. "Sparky said something." It wasn't a question. "She didn't realize you were hiding it from me." "Shoot, Sandra. I wasn't hiding anything. The fact that I used to know Victor, that's ancient history. I didn't think it mattered." "Everything matters now. Don't pretend you don't know that." "All right. I should have said something. I don't know what, though. We knew each other as kids, but after high school we lost touch. I bet Victor never mentioned me." "No, but it's no big deal." "It was a lie. Okay, maybe a lie of omission, but why would you keep it from me?" "Because I never know what the hell you're going to do," he snapped, surprising them both with a lash of temper. "Face it, Sandy. You're not the world's most predictable person. One minute you're in my face arguing about paint color, and the next you're teaching me to dance. I didn't know if talking about Victor would make you laugh or cry." A stricken look leached the color from her face. "Sandra," he said, softening his voice, "sit down." She cast him a narrow-eyed glance, then yanked off her jacket and sat down. "So why didn't you tell me?" His reasons were many and complex, and at the moment, not a single one of them made sense. "I'm not in the habit of sharing personal information with the people who contract for my services." He ran a hand through his damp hair. Look, you don't tell your editors and publishing people about your personal life, do you? What about after we started? Whatever it was, we started. Her voice shook, and he sensed the same fury he'd seen in her the first day they'd met. Not that it matters now. Why not? I was just beginning to trust you. I'll never learn. Her words hit him like a slap to the face. A cold, hard feeling twisted in his gut as he realized her trust was important to him. Look, I never meant... At first, I never gave it much thought. In a small town, people's paths cross, and then after a while, bringing it up seemed awkward. And it raised questions for him, too, but he didn't mention that. Well, I've brought it up now. What is it you need to hear? That I'm sorry? That I should have told you my life story before fixing your house? He studied the glow of her skin in the dim light, the way her bottom lip gleamed with moisture. Outside, the storm hurled itself in from the North Atlantic. It's not like you've been a font of information about yourself, either. Her accusatory stare burned into him. Don't try that on me, Malloy. It won't work. Fine, he said. What can I tell you? We met as little kids. 3rd grade, I think. You know how friendships are. Kids just sort of fall into them, and then it becomes a habit to hang out. You did more than hang out. I read what you wrote in his senior yearbook. The two of you were best friends. Are you still in touch with your best friend from high school? She laughed without humor. What makes you think I had one? Everybody does. Right. So go on, you and Victor. He hadn't touched the memories in a long time, and in his mind they took on a peculiar glow of nostalgia. He could remember the laughter, the sea air, the racing around, the feeling that everything in the world was right. It's like I told you. We were kids. We lost touch. I came here for answers, Malloy, but you haven't told me anything yet. It's been years, Sandra. In all that time, I never saw him, never spoke to him. He didn't get in touch with me either. She pressed the palms of her hands on the table. He'd never seen a wedding ring on her delicate, ink-smudged hands, and now he wondered why. A widow in mourning wore her husband's ring for years after he was gone, didn't she? What keepsakes did Sandra cherish on empty nights? Victor's Eric Clapton recordings? I grew up here. I know most of the people in Paradise. I would have told you about Victor and me, but... He paused. To be honest, I'm a lot more interested in you. I figure that should be obvious by now. Nothing is obvious to me, she said. Ever. Watching her, he could see her anger running out of steam, and felt a deep relief at the prospect. To tell you the truth, I didn't want to bring up the fact that I once knew Victor. I thought any reminders of the past would make you sad. Is that what you thought? That your past with Victor would make me sad? You're so wrong. He was only mine for a few years. You knew him much longer than I did. She seemed to be on the verge of saying something. Her throat worked silently. Then at last she said, I wish you'd tell me more. Everything. All your memories of him, good and bad. All right, he thought. She needed this. The missing past was something he could give her, though it wasn't much. Still, he couldn't help wondering. Was it Victor she wanted to hear about, or Mike? He was an only child, and I had 3 older sisters, so we spent a lot of time together. We had a teacher who called us Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer. We grew up running all over the place, riding bikes, hanging out at the beach every summer, the sledding hill or the skating pond in winter. What was he like as a boy? He was a regular kid, I suppose. Smart, funny, good-looking. Everybody liked him. Other kids, teachers, adults. And he liked everyone, too. Turning on the bench, Mike opened a sliding side cabinet and found one of the few framed photos he'd kept when he moved out of the house. This was taken at First Beach in Newport one summer. He handed it to her across the table. We'd just won the Junior Cup. She studied the picture, its imperfect colors faded by the years. It showed the two of them aboard a small sailboat. He still remembered the heat of the sun on his face and the heady feeling of triumph surging through him as their boat cleared the final buoys. In the photo, he and Victor were shirtless, wearing matching surfer shorts Mrs. Winslow had bought for them. They stood with their skinny chests puffed out, holding the shiny trophy between them, their free arms cocked up to show off stringy biceps. Both were grinning in the way boys did, heedless of vanity, pride radiating from every inch of them. Mike was bigger, his eyes very blue in his tanned face. Victor's hair was summer gold, his lean face bright with freckles. Seeing the picture brought back a rush of sweetness Mike hadn't felt in a long, long time. The uncomplicated joys of a sunny summer afternoon, a winner's trophy, and a best friend had filled his world back then. "Malloy," Sandra said, eyeing him suspiciously. "What are you thinking?" "I guess I'm thinking about the kids in the picture. Look at us, happy as clams." "Why do people assume clams are happy? I've never understood that." "It's just an expression. We were ignorant, closed up tight. Neither of us could have known what life had in store for us, which was probably for the best. If people knew what the future held, they'd never keep going. You don't tell a kid you're headed for a lousy marriage or you're going to die before you're 40. What would be the point of knowing?" He caught her stricken expression. "Sorry, I'm rambling." She traced her thumb over the old image of Victor. "His mother has a copy of this picture. It ran in the local paper, didn't it?" "Yeah." "I didn't realize the other boy was you, though. You were both so beautiful." She handed it back to him, and her eyes were dangerously bright. "Don't cry," Mike wanted to beg her. "Tell me more about these boys," she said. "How much more?" "Tell me everything." Mike drummed his fingers on the table. "How long do you have?" She paused, then said, "All night." "I don't have any great revelations for you. We were just two kids who were friends. Pretty boring." "How can that be boring?" She smiled slightly. "What's funny?" he asked, relieved but trying not to show it. At least she didn't seem to be angry or on the verge of tears anymore. "That's pretty much what all my books are about. Two kids who are friends. Maybe that's why they don't sell too well. Boring. A good writer can make white paint interesting, but I'm no writer." She drummed her fingers on the table. "Come on, Malloy, I need this. I need to know what Victor was like. You were married to the guy. You were married too. Can you ever really say you knew your wife?" The waves heaved against the hull with a hollow thumping sound. He thought about Angela and the first time he'd brought her aboard the boat. She'd spent most of the time out on deck, working on her tan and admiring the yachts headed toward Newport's commercial wharf. Even then, there were things about her he hadn't wanted to know or acknowledge. "Maybe not," he admitted. "Things are a lot simpler for kids. Victor and I, the two of us, seemed to fit. You wouldn't think so at first. He was rich, I was poor. He made good grades, I didn't. He had someone watching his every move and planning his every step. Nobody watched what I was doing, and that was fine with me. Still, we clicked. We went on campouts, hikes, all the stuff kids do. We built forts out of driftwood and had a hideout in an old boathouse on the South Shore. We had an old dinghy we used to take on pirate raids. I bet it's still there." He wondered if Victor had told her anything about Bryce Hall. The year they'd started high school, Vic's parents sent him away to the boarding school attended by every Winslow male for the past umpteen generations. 6 weeks later, Victor had shown up at Mike's house. He'd flunked out and hitchhiked to Paradise, and was afraid to go home in defeat to his parents. With rare understanding, Mike's dad counseled Victor to go home, convince his folks that he'd be better off in public school. Victor had done just that and more. To make up for their disappointment in him, he became the best and the brightest at everything, and Bryce Hall was forgotten. But for some reason, Mike remembered it now, and decided not to bring it up with Sandra. In high school, Victor joined everything. Student council, debate team, sports, that sort of thing. "And you?" she asked, watching him with a disconcerting stare. What were you into? Girls and cars. He sent her a self-deprecating grin, but she didn't smile back. Victor was the big planner, and I was doing well if I managed to find 2 matching socks. It was almost eerie the way he figured out what he wanted to do and aimed himself at it like an arrow. He was only about 13 when he decided to go into politics. I thought he was kidding, but it turned out he was serious. From that moment on, everything he did was calculated to get him there. The classes he took, the clubs he joined, even the friends he made. Except me. I wasn't what you'd call an influential friend. He kept me around because he liked me. People called us the odd couple. Really? The jock and the brain. I don't recall that we ever bickered over anything. Well, maybe one thing. What was that? A girl. What else? She leaned forward, her eyes keen and bright. Really? Tell me about her. Linda Lipschitz, he said. Curly black hair, huge tits, and, sorry, she had a damned fine figure. We both wanted to take her to the senior prom. That was one of the few times I nearly punched him out. Why? He was the one who always had everything, and now he was going to take away the one thing I wanted. Finally a smile. A wry one, though. Did Linda Lipschitz have anything to say about this? We were 17. Do you think we cared about some girl's opinion? I can't believe you fought over a girl. Actually, we didn't have to. Everything turned out okay. We both took her. She got to be princess for a night, and we all had a great time. I talked her into sneaking away and parking with me later, but Victor forgave me. Of course he did, she said quietly. What's that supposed to mean? She hesitated. Victor was very forgiving. Odd comment, he thought, but then as little flickers of memory came back to him, he realized it was true. Yeah, the only time he got truly pissed at me was when I didn't bother applying to college. He eyed Sandra. Does any of this sound familiar to you? Does it sound like Victor? Completely. He liked to help people. He knew I wanted to go to college and knew my family couldn't afford to send me. He and his folks figured out a way for me to get a full ride at URI, and he kept after me until I went for it. The football scholarship, yeah. He drummed his fingers on the table, picking through a minefield of memories. It was my fault we lost touch. I wanted it that way. Why? Because I left school before finishing. He would have been disappointed in me. You're not the type of guy to disappoint anybody. Isn't that obvious? Chapter 21. Sandra couldn't believe she'd just blurted that out. She should have known she'd regret coming here. She should have stayed home, making lists in her journal. 10 ways to get through the day without speaking to Malloy. But here she was, an uninvited guest in the place he called home. It was a strangely intimate intrusion. She discovered what he ate, a blue bowl of bananas and tangerines on the counter. What he read, histories of architecture, novels by David Malouf and Patrick O'Brien. What he stuck on his undersized refrigerator, Kevin's drawing of a T-Rex, Mary Margaret's perfect spelling test, this month's tide chart. I should go. She got up and reached for her jacket. You should stay. He took the jacket from her and dropped it on the chair behind him. The boat listed, straining at its moorings. She staggered with the motion, lurching into him. He grabbed her shoulders, then held on with firm insistence. Since he'd kissed her, they'd been tiptoeing around the issue, trying to keep each other at arm's length while they decided where to go from here. Judging by the heat in his gaze, she suspected he'd made up his mind. She had never thought of blue as a hot color before, but when she looked up into his eyes, she saw flames. A moment ago, she'd found him hard to read. Now, watching him bracing for the storm, she had no trouble at all. With some ancient, embedded awareness, she sensed an invisible alchemy seething and bubbling between them, holding her spellbound. You should stay. What a world of meaning she heard in those 3 little words. Her whole life had been about what she should and shouldn't do, and she'd never taken the path marked shouldn't. Suddenly, she wanted to, with every cell of her body. "You impair my judgment, Malloy," she said, trying to drum up some of her old caution and timidity. "Not on purpose." He touched her in that slow, deliberate way of his, as though he couldn't not touch her. His hand slid down the side of her rib cage, settling at her waist and pulling her toward him. Outside, the storm sang through the stay wires and rigging of the boats, its voice almost human. "I can't do this," she said, almost whispering in an attempt to get the words out. She leaned back to escape the suggestive touch of his hand. "Stay with me. You're alone too much, Sandra." She shifted a nervous glance at Zeke, who slept curled on a ratty-looking cushion in the corner. "So I'll get a dog." "Not good enough." He trailed his finger down her upper arm. The light caress seemed almost casual, but she knew better. It was his way of reminding her that there was more going on here than this increasingly absurd conversation. "Malloy, shh." He gripped her shoulders and drew her against him, ignoring her caution and hesitation. Her heart raced. A part of her that lay deeper than the fear wanted him, wanted his touch, wanted... She clutched his sweatshirt. It felt old and soft against her fingers, fragrant with laundry soap and the warm smell of a man just out of the shower. She reminded herself that he was a liar. That was why she'd come here. She should push him away, leave while she could still think straight, but against her will, she stayed, anchored by his immutable strength. She was like a moored boat, able to move and shift and strain, but unable to leave. "This is not what I had in mind," she said, still trying to extricate herself from his arms, his boat, his life. His hands closed around her upper arms. His touch held the heat of frustration. "What the hell do you need, then?" Torn and shuddering with warring emotions, she couldn't answer. Everything inside her strained toward him, toward the simple promise in his eyes. "I need—" "I know." He didn't say anything else, and in a perverse way, she was grateful. Words were too easy to argue with or misunderstand. Malloy settled his mouth firmly over hers, just as she was about to play her verbal trump card and declare the game over. He slipped his arms around her, one across her upper back and one at her waist, shaping her against him, so close that she could feel everything. The wall of his chest, his searching kiss, the press of his erection. He didn't seem either self-conscious or apologetic, but then why would he? He was Malloy. His hand skimmed downward as his tongue probed delicately into her mouth, and a shock of heat shuddered through her. Thoughts spun away, unformed, unimportant. He pressed her against the table, and she arched toward him to keep her balance, clinging, her fingers digging into his biceps. He whispered something into her mouth. She didn't hear the words, but took the meaning of it deep into her heart. He robbed her of the ability to think, to object. She felt the strange power of a force stronger than reason, stronger than logic. Some ancient, long-buried call roared to life in a way she hadn't thought possible until she'd met him. It made her wild, knowing he wanted her, seeing it in his eyes. He pressed her against the edge of the table, parting her legs, fitting himself there. He drew from her a smoldering compliance, made her step out of her tentative shyness and into a state of breath-held anticipation. She felt like water, like silk, some substance that had no shape or form of its own, spilling out into storms and whirlwinds. His next kiss came with unhurried, inexorable deliberation, giving her time to anticipate the heat and the taste of him before she actually felt it. Their lips touched, the contact deepened. Then he worked his mouth over hers in a slow exploration that sent searing waves through her in long, unstoppable ripples. She felt dizzy and lost, yet there was nowhere on earth she wanted to be, and that was her surrender. She simply gave in to the tension and hunger that had been building for longer than she would admit. She moved her hands upward over his shoulders, tangling urgent fingers into the damp strands of hair that spilled over his collar. She felt free and fearless. His earthy openness invited her to explore him in any way she chose. Except she didn't quite know how. But her hands did. Her mouth did. Someone who was not Sandra slipped audacious hands under the waistband of his sweatshirt. Someone who was braver, stronger, more intuitive than Sandra pressed her palms against his flesh, drew back momentarily in astonishment when she felt his ridged stomach, his broad chest, like seasoned oak, honed smooth. Someone who was not Sandra lifted the edge of the old sweatshirt, then stepped back to pull it up and over his head. Despite his height, he was oddly graceful as his arms brushed the low ceiling of the boat's saloon. Dropping the shirt, he held her with a look that was both frankly lustful and mildly bemused. She would die if he laughed at her, but she could tell he wasn't going to laugh. The radio played a slow, soft tune, but the thud and suck of the waves drowned out the melody. The constant motion created a cadence that was wholly unique, moving this moment ahead, stripping away layer after layer of resistance, until she couldn't deny the stark truth even to herself. She wanted him, and she would not leave him tonight. She pressed her mouth against his chest right below the collarbone, inhaling his scent. Her hands slid across his shoulders and then lower, discovering the fascinating geography of his body. A sound came from him, wordless but full of meaning, and those large, steady hands took hold of her, pushed her slightly away, not in refusal, but in a silent invitation to go deeper, to do more. She understood the question in his eyes. He sensed the answer in hers. Taking her by the hand, he led her through the narrow galley to the stateroom tucked into the bow of the boat. Louvered doors flanked the threshold of the room, and a polished wooden footlocker provided a step up to the bunk. A soft, diffuse heat blew gently through small vents overhead. The wishbone-shaped bed dominated the room, sides curving like a welcoming embrace. A pair of sconces glimmered on opposite walls, creating waves of amber light and shadow over plain sheets and pillowcases, a thick tartan comforter. A jolt of reality struck her, and she faltered, glancing backward through the door. But he stood blocking the way, challenging but not threatening her. She bit her lip, watching him, gray sweatpants slung low on his hips, bare chest and ridged stomach. She finally said, speaking past a throat gone tight. I'm not sure. She kept staring. Then, overwhelmed by impulse, she dragged her fingers along the bunched muscles of his arms and downward over his ribcage. Yes, you are, he pointed out in a taut, quiet voice. As he spoke, he unbuttoned her sweater, Victor's sweater, and dropped it on the floor. If she'd been a practiced seductress, she would have made certain that she wore a demi-bra of lace and gossamer satin, in some exotic color not found in nature. And under her jeans, she'd have on a dainty thong that yielded under the pressure of the slightest touch. No such luck, considering that her purpose in coming here tonight had been to yell at him. Under the sweater and jeans, which he removed with a slow, easy caress down her hips, she wore grape-colored long johns. She tried to reassure herself. At least they were ladies' long johns, made of ribbed thermosilk, a leftover from a disastrous ski vacation to Killington with the Winslows. A pity they were purple. By the time she stepped out of the rumple of jeans on the floor, she began wishing she'd talked herself out of this. Now what's the matter? He asked, moving the flat of his hand down her back, then over her hips. He bent to nuzzle her neck, and she yielded willingly, tilting her head to one side. I didn't say anything. The unrelenting gale battered at the boat, and she braced herself against the edge of the bed. You didn't have to. I can tell by the look on your face. You think too damned much. What were you thinking just now? It was hard to keep things from him, she realized. Skiing in Vermont, she said, with the Winslows. I was the human bowling ball of the slopes. Your mind works, he said with a chuckle of affectionate amusement.
Like a mouse in a maze. Quit thinking about the Winslows. But don't think at all.
I never planned to take my clothes off in front of you, she confessed. If I had, I wouldn't have worn long underwear. He slipped his hands down each side of her, shoulders, waist, hips, and up again. He moved so slowly, yet his touch had the impact of a shattering collision. He gave the waistband a gentle tug. You look like a goddess in this, Sandy. I'm not kidding. He swirled his finger around her navel, lowered the elastic another notch. Even so, I bet you look even better out of it. The rhythm inside her echoed the frenzy of the storm. Every word, every touch, every breath sent little shocks through her. She was helpless, falling, burning out of control all at once. He didn't hurry, but there was no wasted movement as he finished undressing her, then rolled the sweatpants down his long, muscular legs. She'd always been taught that it was rude to stare, but she seemed to be breaking every possible rule tonight and gladly left that one by the wayside. Come here, he said in a rough whisper, and took her in his arms. He thrust aside the covers and they fell together, facing each other, a clash of searching hands and mouths. His eagerness flattered her, and she faltered, wondering if she could ever match his honest hunger. Now what? He asked. You're thinking again. She made a half-hearted attempt to recall advice from the endless Cosmo articles she used to read with scholarly diligence. How to drive him wild, but tame him to clean the kitchen. How to tell if he's seeing another woman. Tricks from the hooker's trade. She couldn't remember anything, and judging by the harshness of his breathing and the way his body pressed deeply, aggressively against her, it didn't seem to matter. In the frenzied collision, her hands and heart had more sense than her brain on its best day. His mouth covered her breast with frank possessiveness, and all her thoughts evaporated. The heady knowledge that he wanted her was intoxicating. Plain, uncomplicated lust had its own kind of purity. It was joyous, liberating, unself-conscious, like deep belly laughter. She didn't feel furtive or guilty as their bodies moved together in an unrehearsed dance that turned the night to pure magic. She was awash in sensation, the smell of the boat, his bed, him. Beneath her fingers, his chest thrummed with the heavy beat of his heart. Her touch drew a groan of response from him. He caressed her with an intensity that was both deeply carnal and startlingly tender. He lifted her up, entered her with a swift movement that took her breath away. A feeling of total surprise took hold. This was so new, so different. Sensation flashed. She heard the roar of the storm and the slap of the waves, felt a lash of desire that stung and burned as though the boat had caught fire. The moment swept her upward to a pinnacle of unbearable sensitivity. With an inner sense of perfect rhythm, he seemed to know when to press forward and when to retreat. He could judge by the cadence of her breathing and the thud of her heartbeat the moment need consumed her entirely. She arched upward, crying out. His arms, braced on either side of her, trembled with restraint until she came with a shuddering, overwhelming sweep of intensity. Astonished, she closed her eyes and saw colors fusing, melding, blurring before any image could form. It was the color of bliss, of surprise, of fulfillment. He wasn't far behind her, his surge powerful, her name on his lips. And then he lay, covering her, his weight a welcome burden, his breath rasping in her ear. Awash in wonder, she surrendered to the rocking motion of the boat and to his warm, fast breathing. Blinking her eyes open, she felt like Dorothy, stepping from her drab, black and white world into a fantasy land of ecstatic, wild color. "Are you a good witch?" she whispered. "Or a bad witch?" With a reluctant movement, he pushed up and off, then lay at her side, his hand trailing over her with suggestive intent. "Beg pardon?" That's what they asked Dorothy when she landed in Oz.
At least you're not thinking about a ski trip with the Winslows."
She looked him somberly in the eye. "I've gone somewhere better than that," she said. "To Oz. I've gone to Oz, and I don't ever want to leave. Dorothy was a fool, a coward. She should have stayed there forever."
"Yeah?"
His hand kept up its evocative motion, and her limbs went slack as the surges and ripples started up again, gathering strength. He followed the motion of his hand with his mouth, tongue, and teeth, bringing every nerve ending to tingling life. Before she realized what was happening, they were making love again. It was different this time. The pace was elegiac, as though they were picking themselves up, exploring each other after the initial collision. The sense of discovery yielded to an erotic bloom of awareness. They knew each other in a different way now. His heart was still uncharted territory, but his body was hers to explore. With a mysterious inborn wisdom, she caressed him, watching her hand trail over the contours of his body, which responded with gratifying ease. The leisurely heat rose again, more gradually. A sense of wonder gripped her. Could this really be happening? To her? She could see the glint of lust in his eyes and his half-smile. Noting the leap of his muscles beneath her searching hands, she felt a stunning, probably unwarranted sense of accomplishment. It was a revelation, heightening her own pleasure until she begged him for more. When he kissed her and turned her in his arms, when his hands found secret places and he whispered forbidden words in her ear, she forgot to feel bashful or awkward. A delicious tension built between them, built and crested and spilled down and over and through her in fiery trails of sensation that sweetly echoed the first shock of her initiation. Afterward, feeling raw and exposed and confused, she wept, and he held her against his bare chest, damp with her tears. He never said a word, probably knowing she couldn't explain her feelings. Perhaps she cried because the intimacy was so deep, or maybe she wept from the sheer joy of finding a hidden part of herself at last. Probably, though, she simply felt an overwhelming relief to find the warmth and familiarity of human contact again. When the powerful waves of emotion dissipated, he propped himself up on one elbow and brushed at her tears with his thumb. He bent and kissed her cheeks, and then her mouth, her throat, her breasts, lower. She clung to him and answered each touch with one of her own, each kiss with one of her own, doing things she was pretty sure Cosmo had never published. Incredibly, they were making love a third time. She had no concept of time passing. She knew only the night and the storm-driven waves, the velvety cocoon of the stateroom, and the dimly burning sconces, throwing their moving silhouette against the hull. Much later, they slept a little, but even so, she clung to him as though he were a life raft in a churning sea. Chapter 22. In the pearly pre-dawn, Mike made love to her again, in a slow, comforting manner that didn't even wake her fully until she came. She blinked up at him, and her sweetly befuddled look made him smile. "Hey, Brown Eyes," he whispered. "My God, what happened?" "It's a little late to explain the facts of life now." She shifted away from him, tucking her elbow under her cheek, touching herself where he had touched her. Last night she'd arrived with guns blazing, so to speak, but this morning she retreated into wary shyness again. "I can't believe we did that." He reached for her. "If you need further proof, I'll take your word for it." She pressed her hand to his chest, holding him back. Damn, she smelled good. Her touch felt like heaven. For days, they'd been a fire waiting to be sparked, the embers banked with a coating of ashes, dim and miserly, but ultimately responsive to the coaxing breath of desire. His need for her had been unrelenting, something he had controlled with an iron will, but when he finally made love to her, he'd been beyond ready. He kept trying to tell himself that the long absence of a woman from his life accounted for his intense, ravenous need for her, but the fact was, he had a special tenderness for her that grew and strengthened with each passing day, and he knew it wouldn't simply disappear when she sold her house and moved away. "You hungry?" he asked. "I could eat." He rifled through a drawer at the end of the bed and produced a 1-pound bag of M&Ms. "Actually, I bought these with you in mind. I was going to bring them over to the house." "Not exactly breakfast material," she pointed out. "I'll see what I can find." He slipped out of bed and pulled on his sweatpants. Sandra sat up, moving a little gingerly. It struck him then. He knew without a doubt that he was the first guy she'd slept with since Victor. Oh, man. "Are you okay?" he asked. She combed her fingers through her hair. "I guess." He nodded. She probably wanted a few minutes to herself. "Bathroom's in there. Help yourself to whatever you need. I'll go put the coffee on." He let Zeke out for his morning run and turned up the radio to listen to the weather while he fixed breakfast. The storm had passed through, but there was a high wind advisory for the rest of the day. What the hell did she eat for breakfast? He kept a supply of Pop-Tarts on hand for the kids, but what adult ate Pop-Tarts? Wheaties would have to do. Who didn't like Wheaties? As he poured the juice, he felt her presence and turned to see her standing there, wrapped in his terry cloth robe and smelling of toothpaste. The robe all but swallowed her. It had been a Father's Day gift from Kevin and Mary Margaret. The thought of his kids made him jumpy. They were so fragile right now. They needed him. All of him. Then Mike grinned. He was getting way ahead of himself, and Sandra looked damned good in his robe. "Coffee?" he asked. "Thanks." She sat down at the table. He pushed the milk and sugar toward her. She added milk, then a spoonful of sugar. Then another and another. Glancing up, she saw him looking at her. "You like it sweet," he commented. "I noticed that the first time I bought you a cup of coffee." She nodded, then quickly lowered her gaze. "I remember." "Hey." Reaching across the table, he lifted her chin. "Is this morning after bashfulness, or something wrong?" She stirred her coffee. "Last night, I came to talk about you and Victor, not, you know." "But that worked out better, you know." Damn, he felt good. He hadn't felt this good in a long time. He knocked back a glass of orange juice and poured another. She sipped her coffee from a spoon. He poured Wheaties into a bowl and offered it to her. She shook her head and perused the supplies on the counter. "Could I have a Pop-Tart?" Amazing. She liked Pop-Tarts. As he opened the package, she picked up the old photograph of him and Victor. "Do you have any others?" "I do, but don't ask me where. I think I keep this one on the boat because it's a day I want to remember." The toaster released, and he tossed the Pop-Tart from hand to hand, then onto a plate. "Thank you." She blew on the pastry to cool it. The sight of her puckered lips sparked a swift, erotic memory of the night before. Through the door to the stateroom, he could see the unmade bed. He sat down across from her to drink his coffee. She glanced down at the photograph again and touched the image of Mike. She looked as though she might cry, and he silently begged her not to. It had been hard enough last night, feeling her tears on his naked flesh. Those tears didn't have anything to do with Victor, and Mike's wordless comfort had been enough. This morning was a different story. She seemed focused on that old photograph again. "How old were you in this picture?" "I'm not sure. Maybe 12. He tried to think of a way to change the subject. Jesus, wasn't a night of great sex enough for this woman? Morning after conversation was not supposed to be about the dead husband, was it? "So, what were you up to when you were 12? She indicated the picture. "Not this." At his questioning glance, she added, "I didn't have many friends growing up." "Come on." He tried to picture her as a little girl. Big dark eyes, long dark hair, skinny legs, partial to Pop-Tarts. "Really, I didn't. And I didn't even think it was strange. I lost myself in books and hardly ever came up for air. I never had..." What you and Victor had. Don't attach some deep meaning to it. We just hung out. All through your school years. She broke the pastry into smaller pieces, not seeming to notice she was crumbling it. Can we get off the topic of school? He asked, putting the photograph aside. Fine, what about afterward? I already told you that. Didn't make it through college. He studied Sandra's face. What the hell was it with her? Something about the way she listened made him feel the need to explain himself. I was sidelined by an injury and took to partying. Angela, my ex, was a cheerleader, but she quit the squad. The truth was, she'd been sidelined too by academic probation, and eventually she'd flunked out. I left school, married her, and started getting ready for the baby to come. Oh. Sandra's eyes grew intent as she put two and two together. But he knew she couldn't begin to imagine Angela's father, with his legendary Italian temper, his old-world values shaken to the core until Mike did the right thing. So you have a grown child, Sandra concluded. He stared down at his hands. He swallowed hard, remembering something he hadn't thought about in a long time. Angela had a miscarriage. The searing irony of it still stung. They'd married for the sake of the baby. In the sad aftermath of the loss, they'd probably both entertained the private, forbidden thought that their reason for staying together no longer existed. But they stuck it out, trying hard most of the time, neither of them admitting the slow erosion of their marriage had begun even before the miscarriage. They should have listened to their hearts. But then there would have been no Mary Margaret, no Kevin. Mike stared at the galley window, which framed a view of whitecaps out in the Sound. After I quit school, we moved to Newport. Never sent a word to Victor, not even a wedding announcement. I knew he'd take my failure harder than I ever did. What failure? You settled down, had a couple of great kids. Look at all you've done. According to Sparky, your business was thriving, and you were winning national recognition for your work. I never got the degree. It's a piece of paper. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. Trust me, it's no holy grail. People with advanced degrees generally thought that way. They didn't know how many doors had been slammed shut in Mike's face because he lacked that key credential. He won admiration for starting up his own firm. No one seemed to realize he'd had no choice. He was forced to go hat in hand to his father-in-law and take out a loan. Zeke scratched at the door and Mike let him in. Anyway, he said, sitting down again, you asked about Victor, and here I am telling you all this stuff about me. I don't mind. She propped her chin in her hand, soft-eyed and dreamy. He didn't talk about the past much. He said he had a happy childhood, that his folks spoiled him rotten, and he tried not to let it show. Ronald and Winifred never had much to say to me. We've never understood her. She was the one poor choice Victor made. Mike's last conversation with the Winslows echoed in his mind. They're nuts, then, he said. You're beautiful, you're brilliant, and you have a big heart. She regarded him as if he'd spoken in a foreign tongue. Excuse me? What more could they want in a daughter-in-law? He asked. A pedigree. She spoke simply with no surprise or outrage, just stating a simple fact. Victor tried to warn me in advance before he introduced us. He said his parents were very traditional and filled with high-flown hopes for him. That's code with the Winslows. Breeding matters. He glanced at Zeke, who had flopped down on his favorite cushion to sleep off his morning run. Right. Actually, I don't think it was so much a case of liking or disliking. I simply wasn't their choice. To marry Victor. Right. So did they have somebody else in mind? Are you kidding? Ronald and Winifred? They probably started looking while Victor was a zygote. She turned her gaze to Mike. I'll bet you know who she is. Know who? The woman they wanted Victor to marry. Who is she? Courtney Proctor. The local news hound. Blonde, driven, and ambitious. Yeah? Makes sense, I guess. She was this incredible debutante, attended Brown the same time Victor did. Her parents are friends of the Winslows. Victor took Courtney out a few times. Even after he married me, Winifred made a point of keeping a few photos around, showing them dressed in their formals, the happy couple ready to step out. But for once, maybe for the first time, he rebelled. Was that before or after he met you? She laughed. What? You'd actually believe he'd throw her over for me? Yes. Dream on. She seemed stubbornly incredulous that anyone might find her attractive. He dumped Courtney long before he found me. How did you meet? That's private, she said quickly, guardedly. Mike leaned back against the hull, crossing his arms over his chest. You're some piece of work, lady, he said. I don't know what you mean. Mike was pissed, and he couldn't quite figure out why. Maybe after last night, he wanted her to trust him more. She'd slept with him, but she was still holding back, and it bugged the hell out of him. You came barging in here, demanding to know why I kept something from you. So I tell you all this stuff I've never told anybody, and you can't even explain how you met your husband? He leveled his gaze at her, and she stared implacably back. Listen, maybe last night was a mistake. You're the client, I'm the contractor. Maybe we'd better keep it that way. You think? Don't go, he thought. Stay and talk to me. But he wanted the choice to be hers. To his relief, she made no move to get up. She studied Mike for a long time, her gaze invasive, discomfiting. Then she drank her orange juice. He changed my life. It was the last thing Mike had expected to hear. I don't get it. It's true. In a way. She splayed her hands on the table, her throat working in that strained way he'd noticed before. To explain this, I have to go way back. You see, when I was little, I used to stutter. He hid his surprise and swiftly reviewed the concept. Sure enough, he could recall a couple of times she'd stumbled over words, hesitated. But didn't everyone do that? I understand lots of kids stutter at some time or other, he said. Not like I did. We're talking every word, serious disability. My parents hired every sort of speech pathologist and child psychologist they could find. My dad worked overtime to pay for it all, and my mom drilled and sang and did everything she could think of. It had a pretty powerful impact on my life. He tried to imagine the teasing she'd endured as a kid, the frustration of having so much to say and no way to say it. No wonder she was a writer. Anyway, she went on, I was writing books no one wanted to publish. No agent in the business wanted to represent me, and the best job offer I'd had was as an office assistant at the trawl works in Narragansett. My speech therapist had me going to a support group. I met Victor there. He was doing volunteer work. That didn't surprise him. Community service was Victor's middle name. I could talk to him. Really talk. It's such a gift to find someone who listens, who doesn't try to finish my sentences, prod me and put words in my mouth. I don't know why he took such an interest in me, but he did. I worked on his election campaign, wrote him a couple of speeches. She studied his expression. I think he liked my loyalty, my quietness. Trust me, he liked more than that. The oversized robe gave him a view of her cleavage, and Mike couldn't help staring at it. She frowned as she clutched the robe tighter. You don't know anything about us. Then tell me. He refilled their coffee cups. He invited me to the county fair. He had some official function that evening. We had our first fight over a carnival ride. The boat listed in the churning waters. He wanted to go on the Ferris wheel, and I didn't. Victor practically forced me to go, even though he could tell I was terrified. Maybe that's why my memory of that day is so sharp. It was summer, and the air felt heavy and sticky with the smells of diesel exhaust and cotton candy. The Ferris wheel was the most popular ride of the night, and I was hoping it would be too crowded and Victor would change his mind. But it was one of those moments when the universe conspires against you, and all the planets line up and launch you like a stone from a slingshot. The crowd parted. Suddenly there was no line, and I stood at the gate with a cardboard ticket in my hand while Victor pushed me up the ramp. A faraway look of remembrance diffused her gaze. I even remember the attendant, Greasy blonde hair, a muscle shirt over a dark tan. I was terrified to go on the ride, but even more terrified to make a scene. I think Victor always knew that about me. I'd rather die than make a scene. A haunted smile touched her lips. So I waited until we were airborne, and I let him have it. I was so angry I didn't even stutter, and Victor just sat there beside me listening. I don't remember how many times we took that ride, how many tickets he handed the attendant. We just kept going around and around, and I talked like I'd never talked to anyone before. It was like... She paused, flashed a grin. Like now, sort of. At one point, we got stuck at the top. That's when he asked me to marry him. She folded her arms on the table. Pretty romantic, isn't it? Her voice was flat. He wondered what had soured the memory for her. And he made it happen, didn't he? In a big way. We announced our engagement at the Providence Plantation Founders Ball 3 weeks later. Victor did everything in a big way. Yeah, she said, holding his gaze with hers. Even die. Chapter 23. In the wake of her confession, Sandra wasn't sure what to say next. Waves struck the hull of the old trawler, thumping into the silence. The last words she'd spoken seemed to hang in the air, then dissipate like smoke on the wind. Maybe she'd said too much. People seldom wanted the unvarnished truth, even when they asked for it. Malloy made an unlikely confidant, sitting there with his hair mussed and his eyes as clear as the sky after a storm, his hand covering hers. She tried to read his expression, a combination of incomprehension and regret that he'd broached the topic in the first place. Yet after last night, she wanted to open up to him. "Why do I feel like a waitress who just brought you a dish you didn't order?" she asked, pulling her hand away. Leaning back, he absently scratched his bare chest. The gesture, so alien, so male, drew her attention. "I guess I was expecting something lighter, cuter. Every couple has a fun story about the way they met. Getting their underwear tangled at the laundromat, falling in love in geometry class. With Victor and me, there was nothing fun about it. He helped me with a serious disability. 6 months later, I was saying I do in front of 500 wedding guests. Actually, what I said was, yes, I do, because I felt the stutter coming on." She shook her head. "I can't believe I told you that. I've never told anyone that story." "Why not? It's a good story. Sounds like the two of you were a perfect match." He was right, but not in the way he meant. Victor had needed her as much as she'd needed him. She hadn't realized it until the very end. He'd needed her unquestioning loyalty, her naivete, her circumspection. Malloy recaptured her hand. "I figured talking about it might make you feel better, but you look as though you—" He broke off, but she filled in the blank. "Lost my best friend?" She'd thought so, but everything had changed the night of the accident. She questioned everything she thought she knew. What did she mourn? The life she used to share with Victor, or Victor himself? "So, he was the love of your life," Malloy said, misreading the look on her face. Why would you say that?" He hesitated, then said, "Because you can't move on. It's been a year since he died, and I get the sense that 5 years from now you'll still be dwelling on this." That stung. "Why do you care?" "You know why." Standing up, he came around to her side of the table and pulled her up off the bench into his arms. "Maybe I'm trying to figure out if there's room for someone else." He settled his mouth over hers and walked her backward through the galley, lifting her over the threshold to the bed. He tasted of oranges, and Sandra didn't think of resisting. His passion for her was utterly intoxicating, and she wasn't about to deny him. For the first time in her life, she understood what it meant to be insatiable. Much later, when Sandra awakened, she discerned a golden thread of light around the forward hatch. Lord, What time was it? Malloy was still there, asleep in the heavy, guiltless manner of a child, or a man with a clear conscience. She hardly dared to breathe. What had she done? All her life she'd tried to please everyone, even if it meant shortchanging herself in the process and relegating her adventurous nature to fictional characters. This was life. Malloy was all too real, as vital and powerful as a storm at sea. Last night, she threw the rules out the window. She'd been a stranger to herself. The boat had all but burst into flames. Cradling her chin in her hand, she studied him. She had thought he was ordinary, a simple working man, but that wasn't quite right. He was filled with an infinite variety of complexities she was only beginning to discover. The handyman. He fixed broken things. In that way, he was exactly what she needed, someone to come into her life and bring her out into the world. Until now, she hadn't realized she'd been stuck in her own head, out of touch with her senses, for so long. When he made love to her, she stopped thinking. In his arms, she learned to explore sensation, instinct. It was not always comfortable, and sometimes it felt risky, but last night had been deeply fascinating in a way she hadn't anticipated. She listened to the waves and the wind, watched the play of light through the hatch, inhaled the subtle, erotic scent of their lovemaking. Everything was heightened by the physical intimacy they'd shared. Even after exchanging their personal baggage, they were still attracted to each other. But now what? Apprehension coiled inside her. He was becoming dangerously important to her. Deeper commitments were impossible, even though her heart yearned for them. She couldn't let that happen, especially not now. She had to stay the course she'd charted for herself, and Malloy had to deal with the issues of his broken family. But Sandra knew their physical intimacy was going to make it harder for her to keep her secrets. She'd probably said far too much to him over breakfast. She made an involuntary sound, trying to stave off another wave of tearful emotion. He opened his eyes, and his smile broke as slowly as the sunrise. They didn't kiss, didn't speak, didn't even bother with foreplay this time, but simply and wordlessly joined and spent themselves, all in the space of moments. It wasn't nearly long enough. She came, but she wanted more, and gave a little grumble of protest as he moved away with a grin of sleepy satisfaction. He grabbed a water bottle from the shelf, took a swig, and offered it to her. She dutifully took a sip. "That wasn't what I had in mind, Malloy." He laughed. "Lady, you need an off switch." She lay back against the bank of pillows, savoring the gentle rocking motion of the boat. How had she lived so long without this? Lust and ecstasy had been foreign concepts to her, things that didn't exist except as vague abstractions. She always assumed passion was something unreachable, something that might happen in a fairy tale or a country western song, an ideal, not something that could actually happen to a person like her. Now she knew the tenderness, the intimacy, the heat and energy, and her entire world had changed. "You have the strangest look on your face," he said. She took a hasty swig of water. "Do I? I came here last night to make a stand, and I wound up flat on my back without an argument." He rested his hand easily on the sheet covering her breast. "I wasn't expecting it either. Hoping, though." He rubbed her suggestively. "Still am." An involuntary response shuddered through her. She wasn't sure Victor was as important as he'd seemed when she'd stormed onto the boat last night. "I think my circuits are overloading." She tucked the sheet under her arms. "What time is it, anyway?" "Doesn't matter. It's Saturday." His hand stilled, and she felt his attention fixing on her. "You were a virgin when you married Victor." Sandra froze. "Why would you say a thing like that?" "An educated guess." Humiliation burned through her. So he'd sensed her inexperience, her ineptitude. She'd thought from his responses to her that for once she was getting it right, but apparently not. How did you know? He shrugged, laid an idle hand on her knee beneath the covers. You never struck me as the party animal of Rhode Island. So I led a sheltered life, she said. So sue me. You'll have to take a number. He pulled back, eyebrows raised. That wasn't a criticism. Christ, just the opposite. I don't know what you mean. He pushed a hand through his thick hair. I'm not like you, Sandy. Not good with words, so I'll probably say this wrong. Last night, you were a revelation. There's something incredibly sexy about total honesty. Had she been honest? In a way, she thought. Her body, the things she had felt, couldn't lie. Oh, she said. The corner of his mouth slid upward in a half grin. Now you're thinking too hard again. Say what you feel. Quit trying to analyze everything. All right. I never really knew sex could be like this. His hand slipped upward from her knee, sending ripples along her nerve endings. She gasped, forgot what she was thinking. Again. You and Victor weren't very physical, he remarked. It wasn't a question, rather a statement. Discomfited, Sandra shifted away. You have no way to judge that. I'm not judging you. Simply trying to get to know you. Suppose I did the same to you. She drew her knees up to her chest. Suppose I went poking into your past with your ex-wife. He spread his arms and the sheet slipped below his waist, but he didn't seem to notice. Be my guest, I've got nothing to hide. Do you? She knew without asking that sex had not been the problem between Mike and Angela. How could it have been when he had that intent way of concentrating on pleasure, pushing everything else in the world away? You blush a lot, he said, studying her. I like that. She didn't know how to respond, so she fell silent, sifting through the past. She and Victor had shared the same bed. They danced together, walked hand in hand through the wet brick streets of Providence, gazed at each other across the linen-covered tables of exclusive restaurants, went on vacation together, spent holidays together. With no basis for comparison, she used to think that was the essence of marriage. In one stormy night, Malloy had shown her a new world, a world filled with wonders she hadn't seen before, sensations she hadn't felt before. He touched her shoulder, drew her around to face him, a question in his eyes. She cleared her throat. Victor and I, that is, we weren't. Our marriage was not centered on the bedroom. Was there another woman? She recoiled from that, pushing him away. Not everyone is a sex maniac. She wanted to hide from his probing stare. He had been best friends with her husband for 10 years, maybe more. He'd watched Victor grow from a boy into a man, had shared confidences only best friends ever share. Maybe he knew. Maybe he'd known all along. Answer me, Malloy. What are you asking? I thought I knew, he said, still looking at her oddly. Did I ask the wrong question? Should I have asked if you're okay? He smiled, and she was amazed that a man with beard, stubble, and rumpled hair could look so charming. After last night, he added, I know the answer to that. So I wondered if Victor, I don't know, if there was some kind of problem with his performance. The irony of it struck her. His performance. He'd been a consummate performer. As a new bride, she used to study self-help books that promised she could heat up her marriage by becoming the aggressor in the relationship. But each time she had tried to initiate lovemaking with Victor, he'd fallen back on the classic excuses. He was tired. He felt nauseous from overeating. He had a migraine. He stayed up so late at night that she often ended up falling asleep with the light still on and a book on her chest. Most mornings he left the bed before she awakened. The one time she'd encouraged him to see a doctor had been one of only 2 times he ever lost his temper with her. She used to worry that she wasn't glamorous enough, sophisticated enough, sexy enough. Sure, other men came on to her occasionally. Her social life with Victor placed her in the public eye, and she'd endured her share of propositions. Of course, she had never once been tempted. When Victor had chosen her to be his wife, he had chosen wisely and well. Not because she was such a great catch, but because she had the one quality he needed above all others. She would never, ever breach his trust. Not even after he was dead. Chapter 24. The new floodlights looked like shit, Mike observed as he got out of the car in front of his house. Or not his house, what the hell should he call it? Ex-house? Step-house? Ordinarily, the sad implications of the term would bother him, but he had other things to think about these days. A lot of other things. He paused to check his reflection in the dark-tinted car window. For the father and daughter dance, he'd borrowed the Carmichael's Cutlass Supreme. His hair was too damned long. He couldn't recall the last time he'd been to the barber. But the 15-year-old tux still fit, and Mike had even managed to dig up a pair of cufflinks, the ones he'd worn at his wedding. He hoped Mary Margaret wouldn't notice the bow tie was a clip-on. The only guy Mike knew who actually tied them had been Victor Winslow, an expert at it by the age of 10. Victor again. These days, he was never far from Mike's mind, not just because Victor had been married to Sandy, but because something kept bugging Mike. Something about the way Victor had died. He had a nagging feeling that something was missing from the accounts of that night, despite the persistence of the WRIQ news team. Mike had read and reread the reports. He'd even studied transcripts of the medical examiner's inquest, filed on the internet under public records. Something didn't add up. He kept trying to think of a way to question Sandy, but he didn't want to push. Despite their new intimacy, certain boundaries stayed intact. She was touchy as an alley cat when it came to Vic. Mike would probably be better off if he left things alone, but he was quickly finding out that he couldn't leave her alone for a lot of reasons. Running a finger around the stiff edge of his collar, he walked to the front door. Kevin's army of action figures posed at the edge of the walkway or crouched in tunnels dug in the flower beds, and the sight of them gave Mike a sharp pang. He missed the little stuff like this, seeing his son lost in a fantasy world, going about the serious business of play. He rang the bell, noticing a new no solicitors sign by the door. Just a sec. Angela's heels clicked on the wood floor, and then the door opened. She was in the midst of putting on an earring and held her head cocked to one side, her bright blonde hair falling over her shoulder. Hey, Ange. Mike stepped inside. She dropped the earring, and it pinged across the floor toward his feet. They both stooped to retrieve it, inadvertently bumping shoulders. Sorry. Mike straightened up, handing her the little gold loop. Here you go. After a second, he realized she was staring at him. Her full lips were parted slightly, and her eyes were wide. He realized she hadn't seen him in a tux in years. Thanks, Mike, she said at last. Is my best girl ready? She cast a glance at the stairs. Almost. He shifted from one foot to the other. He'd lived in this house for more than 15 years, yet each time he came here, he barely recognized the place. Angela was always changing the decor. The house smelled different, too. Not bad, just different. His ex-house, ex-wife, ex-life. Where's Kevin? He was driving Mary Margaret nuts all afternoon, so I had Carmine take him over to the restaurant. He likes doing his homework in the break room. She handed him a red paper heart from the hall table. He made you a Valentine. Mike unfolded it, and a smile tugged at his mouth. In careful lettering, his son had written, Dad, happy VD. Showing it to Angela, he said, It's a keeper. I'll say. She laughed and shook her head. She was such a knockout, he thought. Always had been. So, he said, I'll have her home by 9. Good. It's a school night. She gave a dry laugh. What am I saying? You know that. She's really excited about going to a dance. Mike, She's growing up so fast." Angela looked up at him with such familiar, soft-eyed longing that for a moment he lost his bearings, forgot where he was. X house, he reminded himself. Rattled, he took a step back, spreading his arms. "How do I look?" She eyed him from head to toe. "Not bad for a townie, but your tie's crooked." She stepped forward, putting her hands up to adjust it. Her nearness surrounded him, swallowed him up. He knew her with an intimacy wrought by years, knew every inch of her body, her perfume, the sound of her breathing. It was something that didn't go away when the divorce decree was delivered. Her fingers trembled as she fixed his tie, and he realized she was probably thinking the same thing he was. He could see the pain and defeat in her eyes. When she finished the tie, she didn't step back, but rested the palms of her hands against him, as though absorbing his heat through them. A faint sigh slipped from her. "Sometimes I wish... God, Mike," she whispered, then stopped as tears filled her eyes. He clenched his jaw, bracing himself, then said, "And I wanted so much for us." She tucked her fingers beneath his lapels and slid her hands downward, polished fingernails glittering. "I know, Michael." Her voice broke. "Why didn't we make it?" "You know exactly why," he said. "But you're the mother of my children, and for their sake, I won't drag you down that path." Angela's face turned pale, then hard. A footstep sounded on the stairs, and he looked up to see Mary Margaret on the shadowy landing, watching them. Jesus, how long had she been there? He and Angela stepped apart. "My tie okay now?" he asked. "Perfect," she said, blinking, swallowing. "Ready, princess?" he asked. Mary Margaret hesitated, then came slowly down the stairs. As she stepped into the light of the foyer, Mike's heart seized with emotion. She looked incredible in a pretty green dress, her hair done, a glaze of pink lipstick on her mouth, her eyes shining. His little girl wasn't so little anymore. "Sorry, ma'am," he said, forcing a grin. "I was just looking for my daughter." She giggled. "Lame, Dad." "You look absolutely beautiful," Angela said, holding the door for them. "Have a wonderful time, and spit out your bubble gum before you get on the dance floor, young lady." Mike cocked out his arm. Mary Margaret didn't see it at first, so he nudged her with his elbow. She giggled again, then tucked her hand in and walked with him to the car. She chattered like a magpie all the way to the Y, and Mike kept sneaking glances at her. Gone were the round baby cheeks, the chubby, dimpled hands. What a bundle of contradictions she was, blowing bubbles through her lipstick while admiring a fresh manicure. He parked, and she forgot to wait for him to get the door for her. She spat her gum on the ground, then practically bounced with nervous excitement as they went inside to a candlelit room filled with giggling girls and their fathers, who'd skipped dinner to take them dancing and raise funds for the Y. Most of the men were busy helping themselves to little triangular sandwiches with the crusts trimmed off, heart-shaped cookies, and paper cups of punch that turned everyone's teeth red. Paper hearts hung from the ceiling, and a mirrored ball spun like the slow blink of a lighthouse beam, casting diamonds across the milling crowd. A few brave pairs of dads and daughters were dancing to Georgia on My Mind. Mike and Mary Margaret stood at the edge of the room for a minute, looking around. "That's Allie Monroe," she said, indicating a girl with curly hair. "She just got braces, and the one dancing right by the DJ is Candy Proctor. Her dad's related to that TV news lady." "He's bald, isn't he?" Mary Margaret's face glowed, and she grabbed Mike's hand. "And everybody's checking you out. You're the bomb, Dad." "You might change your mind after you see my dancing." "We don't have to dance if you don't want to." The music changed to My Girl. Perfect. "Are you kidding?" he asked. "Come on, gorgeous. We're dancing." Leading her out to the floor, he forced himself to remember the steps Sandy had taught him. Forward, left, back, right, forward. He hoped like hell he wouldn't blow it. He didn't blow it. He and Mary Margaret danced as though they were old hands, never missing a beat. The way she looked up at him with such wonder in her eyes made him feel 10 feet tall. He'd spent the past year nursing bitter regrets about all he'd lost. Now it was time to move on. Moments like this reminded him that some things would always be a part of his heart, no matter what. The song ended, and he twirled her under his arm like Sandy had shown him. "I thought you said you didn't know how to dance," Mary Margaret said, grinning. "Yeah, well, I took a few lessons." "Really? From who?" He could tell from the look on her face that she wished she hadn't asked. But she had. From Sandra Winslow, as a matter of fact. He hesitated. "Do you have a problem with that?" Mary Margaret hesitated, her face answering without words. "I'm hungry, Dad." She headed for the refreshments table. Fine, he thought, following her. She didn't want to hear it. She might have to one day, though. Since last weekend, when he and Sandy had all but ignited the boat, he'd thought a lot about what it would be like, having her as part of his life. He'd have to bring her together with his kids, and not just incidentally. He wondered if he could do that. Chapter 25. On a blustery Saturday afternoon, Mary Margaret and Kevin scrambled out of the car at the Paradise Docks. She almost forgot to say goodbye to her mother and Carmine as she grabbed her gear out of the trunk. It was a rare day of glorious sunshine, an unexpected gift in the middle of a drab winter. Her dad promised they could go boating if the weather held. She loved boating more than the Backstreet Boys, pepperoni pizza, and field hockey combined. Dad waited by the harbor master's office. Zeke and Kevin raced across the parking lot toward each other and met in a joyous clash. Her mom went over to her dad and started talking while Carmine waited in the car, the engine running. Mary Margaret could hear her mother rattling off the usual instructions. Make sure they wear their life jackets. Don't let Kevin drink anything with caffeine in it. They need to be home early tomorrow because both kids have homework. Mary Margaret thought about the way her parents had been the other day, when her dad came to pick her up for the Valentine's dance. Her heart had practically leaped out of her chest in wild, impossible hope. But the moment passed, and things went back to the way they were. Her dad nodded his head and reassured her mom they'd be fine, he wouldn't keep them too late tomorrow, he'd make sure they brushed their teeth. He always tried to be totally cooperative with her mom, because he didn't want to get a bad evaluation from the social worker who checked on them and wrote her stupid reports. Mary Margaret hated the fact that some custody evaluator kept tabs on them. It wasn't like they ever did anything wrong. Mary Margaret remembered to turn and wave as her mother and Carmine drove away. Dad gave them both his special glad-to-see-you grin and said, "Ready, guys?" "You betcha!" Kevin yelled and ran down the dock, his untied sneakers slapping on the planks. Zeke's toenails skittered on the wood as the dog kept pace. Mary Margaret fell in step with her father. "Where are we going today?" "I thought maybe the state park at Wetherill. What do you think?" "Fine by me." She didn't really care. It was the getting there that mattered. "We are having company today," he said, his voice very casual. "What do you mean?" "I've invited a friend along." This was something new. Usually, when her dad took them boating, it was just the three of them, motoring along through deep waters, exploring the islands and inlets of the coast. In summer, sometimes they'd go out as far as Block Island, but they'd never had company before. Back when her parents were together, her mother used to come along sometimes, making egg salad sandwiches in the galley and yelling at Kevin to keep his life jacket on. "You mean someone else is going with us?" "Yep. Grab that bag of ice, will you?" She frowned, trying to figure out how big a deal this was to him. He was acting cool, but then her dad always acted cool. They got to the fat chance. Mary Margaret froze when she saw who waited there, in the cockpit, holding on to an aluminum ladder. "You guys remember Sandra Winslow," Dad said. "Hiya!" Kevin jumped into the boat. Zeke leaped in after him. Kevin grinned at Sandra, not at all bothered by her presence. Mary Margaret stared down at her hands. The coral candy polish from her Valentine's Day manicure was badly chipped. She should have rubbed it all off with nail polish remover. "How are you, Kevin?" Sandra said. "This is my first time to go out in your dad's boat. You'll have to show me what to do." "You need to wear a life jacket." Kevin puffed up with authority. "You have to keep it on, at all times." "I think I can handle that." She passed him a yellow life jacket from the stowage locker in the cockpit and pulled out another for herself. "That one's mine," Mary Margaret burst out, climbing into the boat. "I always wear that one." "Liar," Kevin said. The traitor. "They're all the same." "Shows how much you know," Mary Margaret said. "This is the one I always wear." She prepared herself for combat, but Sandra Winslow simply handed over the thick yellow jacket without saying a word. "The straps are adjusted for her fat butt," Kevin said, doubling over with giggles. Mary Margaret's temper seethed, but before she could react, Sandra grabbed Kevin by the vest and said, "So, is this one adjusted for your big mouth?" That made him giggle harder. Dad hadn't said a word, but she could feel him watching them. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. Sandra put on a different vest, a mildewed one, clipping it over her green hooded sweatshirt. Dad paused to tighten the nylon belt around Sandra, and as he did, he leaned forward and murmured something in a low voice. When she looked up at him, there was no mistaking what was in her eyes. Mary Margaret had seen it 100 times in 100 other women. The librarian, the grocery checkout clerk, her earth science teacher. They all wanted her dad, and Sandra was now a member of that club. Sandra stepped back and smiled, nice as you please. "It's good to see you again, Mary Margaret." Mary Margaret didn't know what to say. Now she knew why Sandra was being so nice. It didn't have anything to do with her or Kevin, just her dad. She hated it when women were nice simply to impress him. It happened all the time. She was getting sick and tired of it. She burned with resentment. This was her weekend with her dad. She didn't want to share him with anyone, even a famous writer. "You want to help me fire up the engines?" he asked Kevin. Neither her dad nor her brother seemed to notice how quiet Mary Margaret was. She could feel Sandra watching her and wondered if she had noticed. Dad went to the pilot house and started the engines. They coughed to life, filling the air with diesel smoke. He acted like there was nothing unusual about having a stranger aboard, a stranger he called his friend. "We're ready to cast off," he said over the rumble of the engines. "Mary Margaret, can you get the bow lines?" "Sure." She scrambled forward and untied the lines from the big cleats attached to the dock. She was an expert at this, and proud of it. She knew how to cast off and climb aboard without allowing the rope to foul or get wet. She did the port side first, and then the starboard side, and finally the stern lines. Sandra stood there in the cockpit like useless ballast. Within a few minutes, they were motoring through the narrow channel connecting Judith's Pond with the wide blue Atlantic. A fresh chill flavored the air. Kevin ran out of the pilot house to wave at the fisherman monument, a ritual he'd followed since he was tiny. Dad remembered to sound the horn, another tradition. Zeke put his front feet on the gunwale and barked at the circling gulls. They cleared the harbor, and the land fell away behind them, the squat buildings turning paradise into a toy town. When they got out into open seas, the boat picked up speed, slapping over the waves and leaving twin plumes of water in their wake. With the cold wind on her face and the sun in her eyes, Mary Margaret forgot her resentment for a few minutes. She loved being out on the water, looking back at the land, the trees and the tiny houses small and insignificant compared to the endless blue Atlantic. Climbing to the foredeck, Kevin straddled the pulpit, his face pushed into the wind as he shouted random pirate phrases and lost himself in a world of make-believe. Sandra went into the pilot house with Dad. They stood side by side, gazing out at the view ahead while her dad pointed at something on the horizon. They stood close together, their arms touching. Dad turned and bent his head to talk to Sandra, and Mary Margaret didn't like the way it looked. Private and intimate, a shared secret. Turning her face into the sea breeze, she concentrated on the view of the lighthouse off the port side. The beacon bristled with antennas and radar equipment, but from a distance, it looked old-fashioned and postcard pretty, with a puffy bank of clouds behind it and the sun glaring on its polished windows. Mary Margaret couldn't help spying on them. The next time she glanced at the pilot house, She saw her dad take off his favorite cap and put it on Sandra's head, with the bill turned backward. They laughed together, and their hands brushed. It was too much. As loudly as possible, Mary Margaret stomped along the deck and barged into the pilot house. Kevin got cold and took Zeke down the hatch to the saloon. "Where are we going today, Dad?" she asked, her voice a little louder than normal.
Lenny Carmichael put out a few traps at Purgatory Point. He said we could check them, help ourselves to whatever we find.
It felt cramped inside the pilot house with the three of them there, but Mary Margaret refused to budge. "Good. Lenny's traps always have lobster in them. Lobster's my favorite food."
"We'll have it for supper if we're lucky."
"Can I steer?" she asked.
"Sure, Princess."
Stepping deliberately in between Dad and Sandra, she gripped the wheel. Sandra moved to the door. "I think I'll go inside and see what Kevin's up to." She left in a cold swirl of wind. Mary Margaret was terrified her dad might leave too. She was an experienced helmsman, and he often let her steer unsupervised. To her relief, he stayed by her side. She didn't look at him, but kept her gaze fastened on the horizon. She scanned the waterway for any floating debris. Hitting a big log could be a disaster, and she had to make sure they didn't take a wave broadside.
"What's with the long face?" he asked.
So he'd noticed. Good. "It's the same face I always have." He wasn't buying it. She knew that by the way he shook his head.
"You're upset because Sandra's here."
"I thought it was going to be the three of us."
"I didn't think you'd mind."
Was he kidding? Of course she minded. But suddenly she felt selfish and petty admitting it. "Is she your girlfriend?" Her dad was quiet for a long time. The motor burbled along at a steady clip. James Island rose to the north, a good distance away. The day was so clear she could see for miles. "Well, is she?" Mary Margaret prodded.
"Yeah, I guess she is. Does it bother you a lot?"
Of course it bothered her. A lot. It was bad enough her mother had Carmine. Now her father had someone else as well. She should have known it was only a matter of time. Single dads dated. It was an ugly fact of life.
"Well," he prodded.
Mary Margaret kept staring straight ahead. She nodded once, firmly.
"Sorry to hear that, Princess. It's pretty lonely out here for me and Zeke in between your visits. I like Sandra a lot, and I think she likes me."
He stroked his hand down the back of her head, the way he'd done for as long as she could remember.
"I like being with her. You know I love being with you. Let's just take it easy and see what happens."
He sounded so reasonable. Too reasonable. One thing about her dad, he took things seriously. She knew he wouldn't have brought Sandra if he didn't mean business. Mary Margaret felt the surprise burn of tears. She hated the way everything kept changing. Nothing stayed the same. Until today, she'd been able to count on having Dad all to herself. Now that was over, too. At least he didn't lecture her or advise her to be polite to Sandra. When her mother had introduced them to Carmine, she used to threaten Mary Margaret and Kevin, bribe them, warn them to be nice. Her dad did none of those things. He simply expected her to behave. She toyed with the idea of a low-grade tantrum, maybe a bout of seasickness. But he'd see right through that, and no matter what she thought of Sandra, she couldn't stand disappointing her dad. They didn't talk anymore, just motored along while the sun arched high overhead. The sea was a shifting mirror, mysterious and intensely dark blue, unusually calm for this time of year. After about half an hour, Dad pointed out the tagged markers of Lenny's lobster traps. There were 3 of them in a row, bobbing gently in the current.
"Go ahead and cut the engine," he instructed.
She did so, and in the sudden silence, could hear Kevin laughing in the salon below. The rat. He seemed to like Sandra just fine. The dork liked everybody. He was probably telling her all his favorite lame jokes, and she was probably forcing herself to laugh at them.
"Tell your brother and Sandra to come help with the traps," Dad said.
Mary Margaret clomped down to the cockpit and slid the door open. "Dad says come and help with the lobsters." Without waiting for a reply, she turned away, leaving the door open. A moment later, they both appeared, looking eager as kids on Christmas morning. Dad dropped anchor and handed out thick rubber gloves. Mary Margaret grabbed the boat hook. Feeling superior because she had done this 100 times, she snagged the bright orange buoy and dragged the trap toward the boat. She loved looking down into deep water. The rope seemed to disappear into dark eternity. When she tugged it upward, hand over hand, she savored the breathless anticipation of waiting to see what the trap held. Working quickly and efficiently, she let the wet rope coil on the deck beside her. At last, the igloo-shaped trap appeared, trailing seaweed and metal permit tags. Mary Margaret held her breath. Once the crate cleared the water, it grew heavy, but she wouldn't let the rope slip. Dad came and helped her haul it over the side. Eagerly, she flipped up the lid. Zeke went nuts, sniffing it. The trap was empty. The bait reduced to broken skeletons of herring and beef spine. Nothing.
Can't win them all.
Her dad opened a battered old ice chest.
Bait that trap again and we'll lower it.
Mary Margaret hated baiting the trap. Chicken feet and old beef bones. It was completely disgusting. She turned to Sandra and spoke to her directly for the first time since they had pulled away from the dock. "You want to bait the trap?" "Sure," Sandra said. "I've never done it before, so you'll have to show me." "Easy as pie," Kevin piped up. "You just put some gross stuff from the bait bucket into the well of the trap." Sandra eyed the bucket with suspicion. "Here goes nothing," she said and flipped the lid. "You weren't kidding about how gross this is, Kevin." Mary Margaret hoped she would act squeamish. Dad had no patience with squeamish people. Sandra didn't freak out, just kind of screwed up her face, reached her gloved hand in and grabbed some old bones and fish heads. Stuffing them into the bait well, she asked Mary Margaret, "Is this enough?" "A little more," she couldn't help saying. Sandra filled the well and Mary Margaret shoved the trap overboard. It made a big splash, then settled and sank into deep blue nothingness. "That wasn't so bad," Sandra said. "Thanks for your help. You're a pro, Mary Margaret." "Yeah, right," she muttered. "You did a good job piloting the boat, too," Sandra added. "I've never gone out in a boat before." "Really? That's pitiful." "Never had the chance. I'm not a water person." "I am," Mary Margaret said. "I'm trying out for swim team this summer," Kevin piped up. "Do you like swimming?" "Actually, I never learned how." "You're kidding," Mary Margaret blurted out. Now that really was pitiful. She thought everyone knew how to swim. Her dad seemed as shocked as she felt. He stared at Sandra with narrowed eyes. "I'll get the next trap." Kevin grabbed the hook. He took a long time reeling in the line. This one was empty too, Mary Margaret saw with disappointment. They baited it again and sent it overboard. "Let Sandra do the next one," Kevin said. Mary Margaret sat back and watched with grim satisfaction as Sandra handled the rope clumsily, tangling it on the deck. It took her twice as long to bring the trap aboard, but when she set it down, they could hear the unmistakable clicking sound of a lobster. Zeke growled and shrank from the trap. Kevin jumped up and down in excitement. "Two of them!" he yelled, punching the air. "Two great big ones! You got two great big ones, Sandra!" "I take no credit for this," Sandra said, leaning down to peer into the trap. "They're pretty big, aren't they?" "Did you know a 1-pound lobster is 7 years old?" Kevin said, going into his trivia wonk mode. "Did you know a female lobster can lay up to 100,000 eggs at a time?" Sandra asked. How did she do that? Mary Margaret wondered. She must have a lint trap for a brain.
"Lobster for dinner," said Dad. "I was hoping for this."
Kevin was already playing his favorite game of holding the lobsters by their backs, stomping around the deck and making monster noises while the dog barked. He was such an idiot, but Sandra and Dad acted like he was hilarious. Eventually, Kevin put a band around the crusher claw of each lobster so they wouldn't attack each other and dumped them both into a big white plastic bucket. "I'm cold," Mary Margaret said suddenly, tossing her wet gloves into the locker. "I'm going inside."
"How about you help me steer, buddy?" her dad asked Kevin, bringing up the anchor.
Sulking, Mary Margaret stood in the doorway of the stateroom she and Kevin shared when they stayed on the boat with their dad. The bunks were covered with Granny Malloy's quilts and a few stuffed animals, old and worn from years of loving. An overwhelming sadness swept through her. Since the divorce, she'd perfected the art of flinging herself on the bed. She could actually hover, suspended for a split second, before slamming face down into a wailing pancake of despair. Oh, she was tempted, but that would only make her look pathetic. Scowling, she went to the main saloon and flopped down in one of the cushioned chairs. Digging around her backpack, she took out the book she was reading. Then, to her horror, it dawned on her. She was reading a book by Sandy Babcock. She tried to hide it before Sandra saw, but she was too late. Sandra came in, slid the door shut, and took off Dad's hat. "So, what do you think?" "Don't know." Mary Margaret held the book at arm's length. "I just started reading this." Actually, she was nearly through, and really liked the book. She hated that she liked the book. She didn't want to like anything about Sandra Winslow. The fact was, this one was her favorite so far, the story of a girl named Carly who had no father. She didn't even know who her father was. Carly's mother lived with another woman. They were lesbians, and the kids in school made Carly's life unbearable. Mary Margaret was fascinated by the way Carly's feelings were described in the book. How scared she was sometimes, how embarrassed she got when people talked about her situation, how she was angry a lot of the time, how much she wanted to hate her mother's roommate, but ended up liking her instead. Sandra was quiet as she fixed a pot of tea in the galley. When she came out, she had 2 mugs. "Your dad said you like cream and sugar." Mary Margaret took a desultory sip of the tea, half wishing it didn't taste so good. Setting aside the cup, she picked at her nail polish, chipping a big section off her thumbnail. Then, even though she didn't want to speak to Sandra, she said, "I don't understand how the girl in your story keeps going to school every day when the kids are so mean to her. It's not very fun for her, is it? I don't see why you'd want to write a book about a girl everybody hates. If everyone loved her, it would be a pretty dull story, and I wouldn't be interested in telling it." She cradled her hands around her mug as if to warm them. People with perfect lives are boring. But doesn't it get depressing to write about a girl going through all that? "Would you rather read about a perfect girl with a perfect life?" Sandra smiled at Mary Margaret's expression. "Trust me, that would be even more depressing." "I hope her mom dumps the roommate and finds her real dad and marries him." "Do you think that's going to happen?" "That's what would happen if I had written this book." "That's what's fun about writing. You can make things turn out any way you want. In my books, I always try to find the honest ending, the realistic one." "You mean the depressing one?" "Sometimes, but there's always hope in the end. At least, I like to think there is." Mary Margaret opened to a random page. It flipped her out to think that the words printed on this page had been written by somebody who was right in this room with her. She frowned. "How'd you think up all these words and paragraphs?" Setting down her mug, Sandra rummaged around in a big tote bag and took out a dog-eared spiral notebook with an old-fashioned pen clipped to it. She opened the notebook to reveal page after page of cramped handwriting in turquoise ink. She showed Mary Margaret the pen, twirling it in her fingers. "That's a good question. Sometimes I think all the words and paragraphs are up inside this pen, and when I write, they just come out." Mary Margaret's eyes widened. "I need to borrow that pen." Sandra laughed. She had a nice laugh, and the silence that followed was a little more comfortable. "So that's your next book?" "Yup. Eventually I'll type it all up." "So there's only that one copy? What if something happens to it?" Mary Margaret shuddered, thinking about the scene in Little Women when Amy burned Joe's manuscript. Never mind Beth dying. That was the scene that made Mary Margaret cry. "Can you keep a secret?" asked Sandra. "I don't want people to know how weird I am." Mary Margaret sat forward. "What do you mean?" "Well, every night before I go to bed, I put the notebook in the freezer." "The freezer?" "So if the house burns down, the book won't be destroyed." Weird times 10, thought Mary Margaret. No wonder you don't want me to tell. Sandra put away the pen and notebook and sat drinking her tea, watching the scenery go by out the window. I asked my dad if you were his girlfriend, Mary Margaret said, her mouth forgetting to clear things with her brain. Sandra made a whooshing sound, as if she couldn't quite get the words out. Who? She cleared her throat, tried again. And what did he say? So pathetic. She reminded Mary Margaret of a 6th-grade girl trying to find out if a certain boy liked her. Mary Margaret knew she had a chance to lie. She could say Dad had told her he didn't like Sandra at all. Mary Margaret could make her believe it, too. She could say he was only hanging out with Sandra because he needed that contract to work on her house. What do you think he said? Once again, Sandra made that funny, breathy sound with her mouth, like she had to sneeze or something. Her face turned red and the cords of her throat stood out. Are you okay? Mary Margaret asked. Sandra lowered her head and nodded. She stopped making the noise and took a few deep breaths. Sorry about that, she said in her normal voice. Do you have, asthma or something? Or something. A worried look must have crossed Mary Margaret's face because Sandra said, I'm not sick. I have a stutter. Do you know what that is? Mary Margaret nodded, amazed. A stutter. Of course she knew what a stutter was. It was the most horrible of all speech impediments, the most noticeable, the easiest to make fun of. When she was in 3rd grade, a boy named Peter had a stutter. Kids used to follow him around, chanting, Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, exaggerating the stutter until Peter started to cry. Mary Margaret tried to remember if she'd joined in the teasing. It doesn't happen too much anymore, Sandra said. It was a pretty big problem when I was younger. Mary Margaret kept thinking about Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, and she could imagine just how big that problem had been. So, you're okay now? Most of the time. Sometimes I slip up and struggle with it, like I did a minute ago. When I get stressed out or nervous, I can get into trouble. Mary Margaret felt sort of bad for making her nervous. It was weird having an adult be so open about something as deathly humiliating as this. Most people would never admit to a kid that they were nervous. How did you quit stuttering? I never actually quit, just gained control. It took years of hard work and practice, mostly with my mom and later with other professionals. I had speech therapy and counseling. Growing older and gaining confidence helped. And I have a few strategies. What kind of strategies? There's this thing I do with my diaphragm, and I use a lot of substitutions. For example, I can never pick up the phone and say hello. That's one of my worst problem words. Fascination tightened Mary Margaret's stomach, the way it did when she watched nature shows about snakes on the Learning Channel. So what do you say? Usually, yes, hello, or this is Sandra. My therapist and I had to figure out where the problems were likely to come up and how I could talk my way around them. Mary Margaret was fascinated. It was like interviewing someone who had survived a plane crash or a tornado. It made her seem unique and strong. Is that why you became a writer? Because you didn't like to talk? I'm sure it's a big part of it. I had plenty to say, but the stuttering blocked me from saying it. So I got into the habit of putting my thoughts and feelings on paper. You're pretty smart to make that connection. I'd like to write someday, Mary Margaret said. The wish just popped out. As soon as it did, she wanted to reel the words back in, clap a hand over her mouth. It was the second most private of all her yearnings, and she had confessed it to this person she wasn't even supposed to like. What was the matter with her? Why not today? Sandra asked. Mary Margaret shrugged uncomfortably. I never know what to say, or why I'm writing it down in the first place. Tell you what. She dug around in the tote bag again. Take this notebook. I always carry a spare. She passed it to Mary Margaret. You can write anything in it you want. The notebook felt unexpectedly weighty in Mary Margaret's hands. She opened it, smoothed her hands over the vast blank pages. I wouldn't know what to write. Trust me, it'll come to you. When I don't know what to write, I make a list. A list of 10 things. Mary Margaret remembered the notes stuck to her refrigerator. Sandra paged through her own writings. 10 famous people I'd love to meet. 10 signs of agoraphobia. Her face reddened. 10 ways to get out of PE class, Mary Margaret said. Exactly. You can share your writing with someone, like a letter, or keep it to yourself. Up to you. You might enjoy it. If you're lucky, you'll discover that you hate it. She grinned and winked. Writers like to pretend they're deeply tortured at all times, but really, writing's great fun. I think in my case, it kept me from going bonkers. It did? Well, that and some intensive speech therapy. Talking to Sandra wasn't like talking to a grown-up, but a regular person. Maybe that was why the next thing popped out. I haven't started my period yet. She wanted to die, completely die. But Sandra didn't laugh or get embarrassed or anything. She said, I bet a lot of your friends have started. All of them, I swear, every single one. You probably feel as though they belong to some secret club you can't be part of. Yes! How had she known? Trust me, I know the feeling. Mary Margaret, your time will come. So far, no healthy, normal girl has escaped. It's one of those things that happens in its own time. I know that doesn't help, though. But it did, sort of. The same way it seemed to help when Sandra admitted the stuttering. My mom says I should be grateful because getting your period is a pain. Your mom's right. I guess. She handed back the pen. My mom and I fight a lot sometimes. As soon as she said the words, she wished she could reel them back in. She shouldn't be talking about her mom behind her back. Sandra simply nodded. I used to argue with my mom, too. Still do sometimes. But we always forgive each other. She hesitated, then said, She and my dad split up a few weeks ago. Mary Margaret was stunned. Really? Uh-huh. Do you totally hate it? I completely, totally hate it. The connection between them strengthened. Then Mary Margaret asked, How would you feel if your dad had a girlfriend? It would drive me crazy. I'm supposed to say that it's his life and his happiness, but that's a lie. I want them to be together, she sighed. But it's not up to me. They sat together in silence until Sandra buckled on her life jacket. I think I'll go outside and see the sights. Me too. The sun was high when they stepped out on deck. Zeke balanced his front paws on the big locker, sniffing the air while the wind ran through his curly, dirty fur. Mary Margaret patted him on the head, and he squirmed and wagged his tail. Did you know he's a real poodle? I've heard that rumor. He's got papers and everything, but my dad never gives him a bath. I bet he'd look awesome with a poodle haircut. Maybe we could bathe him sometime. Okay, could we... Mary Margaret stopped talking. Sandra stumbled back against the stern rail and was hanging on with both hands. Her face went completely white as she stared at a tall, arched highway bridge up ahead. Are you okay? Mary Margaret asked. When Sandra didn't answer, Mary Margaret yelled, Hey, Dad! I think Sandra's going to be sick! He cut the engine immediately. He and Kevin came out of the pilot house. Bracing both arms on the ladder, he jumped down and asked her, Are you all right? Sandra breathed hard and fast, not the way she did when she stuttered, but in a different, panicky way. That bridge, she said. The bridge up ahead. It's the Quonset bridge, isn't it? Dad started to say shit, but he didn't say it all the way. Sandy, I'm sorry, he said. I didn't think. Mary Margaret was confused. Why were they so upset about a bridge? Dad put his arm around Sandra. I'll be all right, she said. I have to drive across the bridge a lot, but I've never seen it from this perspective. What happened? Kevin asked. Don't be nosy, Dad said. Sandra sent him an unreadable look, then turned to Kevin. About a year ago, I had a bad accident on the bridge. The car I was driving went over it into the water. My husband was with me, and he was killed in the crash. Wow, Kevin said under his breath. Mary Margaret rarely agreed with her brother, but she did now. Whoa. Then she couldn't help herself. She grabbed Sandra's hand and squeezed it hard. "Mary Margaret, how about you steer for a while?" Dad said. "We should be heading back to port pretty soon anyway." She restarted the engine and turned west, then south, watching their position in the GPS. Her dad kept his arm around Sandra, and she leaned against him, looking tired. Mary Margaret thought about the accident on the bridge. How weird to think that Sandra had been involved in such a horrible thing. "Hey, Dad," Kevin said. "Show us some places where you used to play when you were our age." He seemed desperate to put the bridge behind him, and hearing about when their dad was little was one of Kevin's favorite things. Since Dad had moved back to Paradise, he kept remembering funny stories to tell them. "See that little cove?" Dad pointed at the shore, where it was fringed with bracken between jutting rocks. "My friends and I used to have a hideout there. It was an old abandoned boathouse." "Can we go see it?" Kevin asked, bouncing up and down. "Can we, Dad? Please?" Dad glanced down at Sandra, who nodded. "I guess we have time," he said. "It could be gone now. It's been years." They anchored the boat and lowered the dory. All four of them crammed in, and Zeke leaped into Sandra's lap. Mary Margaret and Kevin each took an oar and rowed to shore. Stirred by the waves, the loose rocks on the beach made a sound like beads poured out of a bag. Dad showed them where to tie up. The boathouse was still standing, its roof sagging and covered with green moss, abandoned and gloomy as a haunted mansion. "This is so cool," Mary Margaret said, trying to picture her dad as a kid, messing around in this very spot. "It's still in good shape," her dad said. "It's a pretty protected cove." The boat ramp had collapsed, and the storm cloth covering the opening hung down, torn and tattered and green with slime. "Can we get out and look around?" Kevin asked. "Sure, if you don't mind getting your feet wet." Mary Margaret and Kevin both stripped off their shoes and socks and rolled up their pant legs. "Geez, it's freezing!" Kevin howled as he stepped into the water. He wasn't kidding. Mary Margaret felt her feet turning blue as she staggered up the beach. Zeke barked his head off, finally hit the water with a splat, and scrambled up to shore. He immediately shook off, lifted his leg, then started running around, sniffing like crazy. "Come on, Dad!" Kevin hollered, stuffing his feet back into his sneakers. "Come on, Sandra!" Dad didn't look too happy about wading through the frigid water, but he and Sandra came ashore, holding hands. "So this is where you and your friends used to hang out," she said. He got a faraway look in his eyes as he regarded the boathouse. "Sometimes," he said. "Last time I came here was prom night, 1982. "Why would anyone come here on prom night?" Kevin asked. "You'll figure it out when you get older." "What did you used to do?" Kevin said. "I bet you did bad stuff." Her dad grinned. "Stupid stuff." "Did you smoke cigarettes and drink beer?" Kevin wanted to know. "Did you bring girls here?" "That's for me to know and you to find out." Dad and Sandra looked at each other, their mouths tight like they were trying not to laugh. Zeke went inside first, skittering around, sniffing like a professional hound dog. He gave a couple of short, loud barks. Kevin ran after him, thumping around in the creaky wooden structure. "Ugh," he called. "Spiderwebs." The barnacle-crusted wood felt rotten and squishy beneath their feet as they stepped into gloomy emptiness. Zeke scrabbled around, growling. The fur on the back of his neck bristled, and Mary Margaret figured he'd sniffed out a critter of some sort. She tried to picture her dad here, hanging out with his friends. She'd seen pictures of him from high school. He'd been a jock with big shoulders and a friendly smile, the kind who walked through the halls without a care in the world, while every dork and dweeb in the school wondered how to be exactly like him. She knew because things in school never really changed. She knew because she was one of those dorks, wishing she could be like the popular kids. She wondered why she never seemed to fit into the in crowd. And did her dad know? Was he ashamed of her because she wasn't popular and good at sports? Oh, how she wanted to be. All the cool girls played tennis or became cheerleaders. The jocks all seemed to go everywhere together in a big, giggling nebula. Sometimes She imagined herself a part of them, and it was like being in a movie, glorious, fun, with a theme song playing in the background. Look at all this stuff carved in the wall. Kevin poked a finger at a crude heart surrounding the initials LC plus GV and the message, "Tonight and forever." What's that supposed to mean? Mary Margaret had a pretty good idea, but she pretended she didn't. "Hey, MPM, is that you, Dad?" Kevin demanded. He didn't seem to notice that no one had answered his previous question. Dad got a faraway look in his eyes. "I think it probably was. A long time ago." He wobbled an old wooden railing with his hand. "There used to be a fishing dory in here. Nobody knew who it belonged to, so my friends and I named it the Robert Chance, and we'd take it out sometimes. We almost drowned in a storm once." "Why the Robert Chance?" asked Mary Margaret. "He was a local fisherman from down at the Galilee docks in the 30s, right after the Great Depression. They say he went out for bluefish one day and was never seen again, so everyone assumed he drowned. The name became famous because years after he was gone, locals kept hearing about Robert Chance popping up all over the world, on Prince Edward Isle, in Chicago, California, but no one ever actually saw him again." Sandra winced like someone had poked her. "Anyway, it's just a story. We'd better weigh anchor," Dad said after a few minutes. "We've got fresh lobster to fix for dinner." They left the boathouse. Mary Margaret couldn't help noticing that her dad stayed back for a minute, studying the carvings on the wall. Journal entry, February 16th, Saturday. 10 things I worry about. 1. Finishing my History Day project. 2. Getting fat on lobster with butter sauce. 3. The pimple on my forehead. 4. Getting my period during school. 5. Getting my period in the middle of the night. 6. Getting my period when I'm staying with Dad. 7. Not getting my period ever. "Almost time for lights out, Princess," Dad whispered from the doorway. With a guilty start, Mary Margaret slid her new notebook under the quilt of the upper bunk. "It's the weekend," she whispered back, propping herself on her elbow. In the snug stateroom, her head nearly touched the ceiling. Lights out doesn't apply. "Yeah?" He leaned his shoulder against the edge of the door. "Since when?" "Since Mom and Carmine said I was big enough to choose my own bedtime." She bit her lip, refusing to say it aloud. The family counselor said it was a bad idea to compare house rules, and sometimes Miss Birkenstocks and Yanni was right. "Since I'm almost 13, she said. He shook his head. "When did that happen? Seems like I was just reading you Babar books yesterday." Ducking his head, he stepped into the room and bent low, gently disengaging Kevin's hands from the latest Harry Potter adventure. Her brother stayed fast asleep, his arm encircling a blissful Zeke. "Okay, so try to get some sleep," he said, cupping his hand over her head in a way that made her inexplicably sad. "Your mom wants you home early tomorrow." "All right. Can I just finish my book?" "Sandy's book?" "Uh-huh." "So, what do you think? Of her, not the book." Mary Margaret twirled a finger in her hair. "She's okay, I guess." Even though she had a million other thoughts about Sandra, she refused to say another word. But her father kept watching her, waiting, so she finally said, "I can't like somebody just because she's your girlfriend, Dad." A look of hurt shadowed his face, and Mary Margaret wanted to cry. She hated it that her father could be hurt. She wanted him to be invincible. Taking a deep breath, she said, "She writes good books, and she's sort of weird, and I guess I like her okay." He bent down, kissed her forehead. "You're sort of weird yourself," he whispered, "but I like you okay." "Night, Daddy-O." "Night, Princess. I love you." He let her keep the dim reading light on, and she opened Sandra's book. She could hear her father in the saloon, his computer modem crackling as he went online. Before falling asleep, she wondered what he was searching for. Chapter 26. On Sunday evening, Mike went to the house on Blue Moon Beach. By now, the work on the old place had progressed far enough to be obvious even to the untrained eye. The dormers and sagging porch were now as straight as the horizon. A landscaping crew had begun cleaning out and pruning the beds. Shutters had been carted off for refinishing. The ghastly corrugated tin carport was gone. The house resembled an accident victim who was halfway on the mend. As he got out of the truck, holding the door for Zeke, he wondered who would live here when Sandra was gone. A young family, kids running around in the yard and leaping over the dunes. An older couple, wearing knitted mufflers, walking arm in arm on the beach. A pair of yuppies installing a sub-zero fridge and Viking range to fix gourmet meals for their dinner parties. He adjusted the bill of his cap, trying not to think so hard. He concentrated on checking the property lines, comparing the tiny flag markers with the plat information on his clipboard. Nothing seemed to match, but that didn't surprise him. The shifting dunes and wild vegetation had a will of their own. No one had bothered with the boundaries here since a survey done in the 1920s. Sandra wasn't expecting him. They hadn't learned the rhythms and patterns of each other's lives. Not yet. He didn't know how he fit into her life or she into his. He didn't even know if fitting together was what they were after. Every time one of them drew a line, the other seemed to push at it until it was in a different place. Initially, their functional working relationship had been clear. He was the contractor, she was the client. But their lives kept interweaving back and forth across the lines. She had vaulted over it completely when she'd barged into his boat, and then into his arms. He'd loved every single moment of that. He kept trying to tell himself that the long absence of a woman from his life accounted for his intense, ravenous need for her. But the fact was, his feelings grew and strengthened with each passing day, and he knew those feelings wouldn't simply disappear when she left paradise. It was a little scary, finding out at this stage of his life that he could love with such abandon. He'd always blamed Angela for the divorce, but maybe she hadn't been the only problem. With Angela, he had never felt the things he felt for Sandra, the fierce passion, the consuming tenderness, the mind-blowing lust. Angela, with uncanny instinct, already knew something was going on. Something was different. She'd said nothing when she picked up the kids, but he'd read it in her face. His ex-wife saw something powerful happening, and he could tell it bothered her. She didn't want him to have anyone else, and it would make her insane to realize how hard he'd fallen for Sandra. It scared her, somehow. He didn't give a shit about Angie's opinion, but he'd been nervous about bringing Sandy together with his kids. Still was. Mary Margaret and Kevin owned his heart, and he wasn't sure how a woman fit into the picture. He tried to pretend it wasn't a crucial issue for him, but it was. It would kill him to lose Sandy now, but he had to face facts. She was set on leaving, and he had to stay close to his kids. Despite their new intimacy, some boundaries remained intact. It went without saying that Sandra would not stay on the boat when Mike's kids were there, nor had she gone with him to drive Mary Margaret and Kevin back to their mother in Newport. There was an unwritten code about this sort of thing. Even Carmine respected the invisible borders when it came to the kids. He knew Mike would break his face if he messed with them. Mike made some notes for the survey crew that was scheduled to come in the morning, then went and knocked at the door. He was about to push past another barrier. She would resist, of course. She might even tell him to get lost. But then again, she might draw even closer to him. She didn't answer the door. He swore under his breath and dug in his pocket for his key. Zeke let out a bark. At the edge of the dunes, he imitated an experienced pointer, one paw raised, nose and tail aimed like the ends of a weather vane. Mike never knew whether or not to trust the mutt's instincts. He was as likely to unearth a dead scrod as a lost child. He went around to the beach side of the house, shading his eyes against the glare of sunset reflected on the water. With the light behind him, his shadow fell long across the rustling yellow salt grass. He spotted Sandra walking along the beach in the distance. She made a solitary figure on the wide stretch of sand littered with wrack and debris, her slender silhouette black against a brilliant sky. She couldn't know it, but the picture she made, so small against an overpowering backdrop of nature, etched itself on his soul, Sandy against the world, all alone, not an ally in sight. He wondered how she'd managed to survive a whole year of being thrust away to this remote spot. No matter what else happened, he would always remember her like this, isolated, her shadow covering the path in front of her. The beach smelled of salt and rot and air so cold it cut the lungs. Zeke's sharp bark alerted her, and she stopped walking while Mike jogged to catch up. She didn't smile, didn't speak. He couldn't tell why. Maybe she sensed he was going to a place in her life where he was not welcome, a place she kept walled off and wholly to herself. She looked lonely and filled with pain, and still so beautiful it made his heart hurt to look at her. He didn't say anything, but took her by the shoulders and kissed her, harder and with more possession than he'd intended. She surrendered to him with a shudder that ran the entire length of her body. She fit against him as though molded by nature to occupy that space as a permanent resident. He curved his hand over her head, stroking her cold, smooth hair. "Hey," he said. "I got worried when you didn't answer the door." "I missed you," she said. "Ditto." Since Thursday night, they had only been apart maybe 16 hours, but it felt 10 times that long. His bunk on the boat already held her shape and her scent. The pillow had a hollow in it where her head had lain. "I didn't know whether to call you or not," she said, shivering. "So I didn't." "You should have." He bent and gathered a fistful of driftwood. It was easy to find this time of year, when the beaches were deserted and undisturbed by foraging tourists. The smooth pieces were bleached by the cleansing sea, dried by the steadily blowing wind. He arranged the firewood in the lee of an old log, then searched his jacket pockets for a book of matches. "I never have a match on me since I quit smoking," he said. "When did you ever smoke, Malloy?" "Truth. Truth. In 1980. Same year I learned to drink beer. The habit didn't stick with me, though." "Why not?" His search finally yielded a bent cardboard matchbook from Gloria Carmichael's Shrimp Shack. "Blame it on a woman." "Linda Lipschitz." He grinned, surprised she remembered that conversation. "She couldn't stand the smell, so I gave it up." He went down on one knee and struck a match, cupping his hand around it, touching the flame to a crumpled bit of paper, then nurturing it along until the twigs caught and snapped. Within a few minutes, a good blaze took hold. Sandra sat cross-legged on the sand, stretching her hands out to the fire. The orange flames painted her face with mysterious color. "Impressive, Malloy," she said. "I should award you a merit badge or something." He sat next to her and slid his hand inside her jacket. Her yielding flesh was warm and vital beneath a soft sweater. "I've got a better idea," he said, and whispered an explicit suggestion in her ear. She nestled her head on his shoulder. "That's supposed to cheer me up?" "It cheers me up." But he was here to talk, not seduce her, and so he kissed the top of her head and removed his hand from her jacket. Her hand went inside his pocket and found his. "I had a good time with your kids." "Yeah? I was a little worried about Mary Margaret. She acted sort of prickly." "This surprises you?" "Hell yes, the kid has her moods, but I never saw her act rude before. I wasn't sure whether I should ignore her or yell at her." "Did you ever bring a woman out on the boat with you before?" "Other than Angela? No." "As Mary Margaret would say, duh. You're her hero. She's used to having you all to herself. What's she going to think when you bring a stranger onto her turf?" "Sounds like you know her better than I do." "No, I see her more clearly. She's a great kid, but she can't be great all the time." "Kevin is. He's great all the time. It worries me." "Wait a minute. You're worried because your kid is great?" "He's too good to be true. I keep thinking that he's holding in his true feelings, and one day his head will explode." "You're a good dad, Malloy. I like the way you worry." "You give strange compliments." She lifted her head from his shoulder. I'm a strange person. Mary Margaret seemed a lot more friendly in the afternoon. Whatever you said made her warm up to you. You think? Yeah. So what did you say? She hesitated. We talked about my books, writing, a few other things. What? Female things. And if you keep pushing me for specifics, I swear I will tell you word for word exactly what was said. She took her hand out of his pocket. Mike knew a warning when he heard one. Yeah, okay. He fed another stick to the fire. Twilight had turned the sky deep purple, and the flames from the driftwood spread a soft fall of firelight on the sand. The heat formed a cocoon without walls, enclosing them in gold and shadow. Sandy, there's something I have to ask you, he said, pushing the words out. She straddled the log to face him. Her eyes grew wide and wary in the fluttering light. Why did I just feel the whole world shift? You've got good instincts, maybe. It was true. There had always been subtext between them, from the first moment he'd seen her. Beneath the words they spoke ran a separate current of meaning. The current was strong now. She picked it up like a radar receiver. Moving away from him, she looped her arms around her drawn-up knees. He turned to face her directly. I want you to tell me what happened the night Victor died. No. Her reply was as swift and vicious as a slap. Mike had been slapped before, so he simply sat and watched her. Sandy, he said at length, talk to me. Christ, Malloy, do you have something against my feeling happy? I actually had a good day. Right up until you saw the bridge and had a panic attack. Her look was poison. Maybe it's your job to make sure my misery index didn't fall too low. You know better than that. All day long he'd been debating with himself about how to approach this. He couldn't say he had a hunch. She'd never buy it. He wasn't even sure he bought it. But in the boathouse yesterday, the weirdest feeling had swept over him, as insubstantial as cobwebs, but he couldn't stop thinking about it. This was hard, but he needed to do it, to uncover the past and convince her it was all right to stay in paradise. He knew in his gut that Sandra's story of that night was incomplete. She hadn't lied, but her monosyllabic replies to the death investigators' interrogations hid much more than they revealed. I know you've been over this before, but I want you to tell me what happened, he said. I don't talk about it, Malloy. Not even to you. Why not? Because it won't change anything. He used to be my best friend. I want to know what happened, especially since I've gone crazy for you. You have? He spread his hands. What? You didn't notice? She slipped her arms around his neck. That's the sweetest thing anyone's ever said to me. You need to meet more people, then. Crazy for me, she repeated, sitting back to study him. Really? He thought of the things they had done in the bow of the boat, the ways he'd touched her, the places she'd taken his heart. Hell yes, that's why I want you to talk about the accident. That night changed your life. Weren't you listening at all? I don't talk about it to anyone, ever. Maybe you should. He caught her face in both his hands. Please. She blinked fast, as if she had sand in her eye. I don't see the point. He lowered his hands to capture hers and tucked them deep into her jacket pockets. Tell me, Sandy. Tell me about that night. Why is this so important to you? It was a question he'd asked himself dozens of times. Because you're important to me. I need to know because what happened that night is part of you. She inhaled deeply, a diver about to take the plunge. It was a black tie gala at the Newport Marina, she said. A political fundraiser. What else? You and Victor attended a lot of those. This was nothing new, but he would let her start slowly, build to the critical point. He spent more time raising money than he did drafting legislation. It's the name of the game in politics. He who has the biggest war chest wins. Anyway, this was a major party bash. The Winslows attended, of course. They sponsored a table for ex-POWs and one for breast cancer survivors. We could always count on Victor's folks to make an appearance and bring in heavy donors. They were a big part of his success. He was a wonderful politician, but I won't pretend his charisma alone could have carried him. That night, he drank more than usual. She flashed Mike a look. The stress of the job, the pressure to raise funds for the next campaign, his mother's health, there was plenty for him to worry about. Everybody has worries about work and family. It doesn't drive us all to drink. Why Victor? And why that moment? His drinking wasn't obvious. He made it through the speech just fine. Mike noticed that she hadn't addressed his question. Afterward, she said, he seemed tense, short-tempered. I asked him to dance. He relaxed, made a joke, then I said something stupid, and it set him off. Interesting choice of words, thought Mike. Set him off. What did you say? A throwaway remark. I don't even remember it. I'd been pretty upfront about wanting kids, and he seemed on board with the idea, so I said something about getting busy in that department. I wanted a baby so badly, and I was out of patience. My mistake was in discussing it when he obviously had other matters on his mind, but that night I brought up the subject in a way I never had before. I don't know, maybe I gave him an ultimatum, I don't really remember. He sort of made a scene. It was so strange, so unlike him. He walked away from me on the dance floor. I was totally humiliated. Not our finest moment. She poked a dry stick into the heart of the fire, letting blue flames curl around the end. It was so public, and he was always painfully conscious of appearances. But that night he was, I don't know, wild. Everyone was staring at me. I didn't know what to do, so I left. I intended to drive myself home. She pulled the stick from the fire, the flaming tip vivid against the gathering night. He followed me out to the parking lot, and she hesitated. Mike waited, not sure whether she was sorting out her thoughts or hesitating over one of her problem words. Maybe it was all in his head, but he sensed some indefinable difference in the quality of her brief silence. Weightiness, calculation, maybe. He got in the car with me. And you let him. I was furious, confused. But what else could I have done? He was my husband, and he needed to get home too. She paused as if to gather her thoughts. I live through that accident 12 times a day, and in my nightmares when I sleep. It was sleeting that night. Windy. The anemometer at the bridge recorded gusts of up to 40 miles per hour. Victor and I were still arguing in the car. Arguing about what? She was silent for a long time. Inside her pockets, he gently squeezed her hands. She looked at him, and her eyes were drenched in despair. Then she dropped her head to stare at the fire. The storm grew worse, and Victor didn't seem to pay attention or care that my driving was erratic, dangerous. On the bridge, I lost control. Why? She watched a spark drift upward from the heart of the fire. I don't know. It was icy. Black ice. He tried to picture the scene. Were they yelling? Did Victor grab for her? Christ, did he strike her? Were you drunk? No. I'd had a glass of champagne at the party, that's it. Do you need to see my blood alcohol test from that night? There is one, I assure you. They did every possible test on me. You're an experienced driver. You know that road. I'm trying to figure out what made you go off the bridge. I was distracted by the whirl. The car hit a slippery patch on the bridge. It smashed right through the rail. Finally, she looked back at him with tortured eyes. The airbag went off. I remember the noise it made. A popping sound, like a firecracker, followed by a loud hiss. It was huge and sort of blasted me against the seat. I remember a spray of white powder, and then nothing. The car went into the water, but I have no memory of that. The next thing I remember was waking up in the hospital. The emergency medical service found you on the shore. Suspicion flashed in her eyes. You've been doing your homework. You don't recall escaping the car. The doctor who examined me said people who suffer trauma frequently have gaps in their memory. Sometimes The truth never does fill in the blanks. According to the death investigator, I exited the car via the windshield and made it to shore, wearing an evening gown, a long coat, and high heels. My shoes were off, and no, I don't recall taking them off. They've never been found, but I'm sure you know that since you obviously researched this.
What was Victor wearing?
A tux.
What did he carry in his pockets?
Back off, Malloy. This is absurd.
He ignored her resentment and changed tack. Did you tell anyone you can't swim? Her expression didn't change.
Nobody asked.
And you didn't think to point it out?
It was one of those adrenaline-induced feats of desperation. People can do the impossible when it's a matter of life and death.
Even survive in frigid water?
Yes.
Amazing.
But not unheard of. The crime investigators explained that. Under the circumstances, swimming wasn't an option even for an expert. If you had read the reports, you would understand.
Victor's blood was found on your clothes.
Traces of it. The assumption being that he was injured in the crash and bloodstains don't necessarily wash out in seawater.
And the bullet holes?
An unsolved mystery. Neither Victor nor I owned a gun.
He noticed something about her. Sometimes she stammered over her words when she lied. She had stammered twice during this conversation. Once when she described their quarrel, and just now about the gun.
Chapter 27. Journal entry, March 19th, Tuesday. 10 places to go after I sell the house. 1. Manhattan. No. 2. Big Sur. No. 3. Cape Cod. No. 4. The Caribbean. No. Sandra gave up. She wanted to leave, but realized she couldn't escape herself. Some days she woke up, unsure even of who she was, unable to decide what she wanted to do. Deep in her heart, she knew she and Mike were headed for trouble. Raging hormones could only take them so far. At some point, they'd have to engage on a deeper level, or disengage. But she could never quite seem to make herself do it. At first, she tried to ignore the strange electricity leaping between them, but finally gave in to the attraction. She had been giving in ever since that first stormy night aboard his boat. His unconscious, primal magnetism overrode her will every time. Her need for him turned into a force more powerful than common sense or fear or even the implacable reluctance of her own uncertain heart. As time passed, she felt more tightly bound to the house on Blue Moon Beach when she should be letting go. Despite her determination to move away, she sensed the tug of a place she wanted to call home. Walking through the freshly plastered front parlor, she chafed with irritation. Maybe he didn't mean to, maybe he did, but Mike Malloy opened her eyes to what she wanted, and she wasn't particularly happy to know that she secretly yearned to stay. But her whole world was at stake, her life, her future. Even as she clung to Mike, everything seemed to be slipping away or gone. Home, community, her parents' marriage, the life she thought she'd had with Victor. Stinging flashes of guilt warned her that the illicit affair with Malloy was wrong, and no doubt headed for disaster. He seemed too interested in the past, and all she wanted was to leave it behind. On impulse, she drove to Providence to see her father. Since her mother had left, she'd hardly heard a word out of him. He'd never been big on sharing his feelings. It was impossible to gauge how he was handling the breakup with her mother. Perhaps it was like grieving for a death. Someone who had been with him for years was suddenly gone to a place where he couldn't see her, touch her, hear her singing in the shower, ask her where the coffee filters were. And would he talk to his daughter about it? He'd always been emotionally stiff, though his love for her had run like a steady stream through her life. She had vivid memories of him sitting with her when she was very small, practicing the breathing exercises her speech therapist recommended. He made a game of the tedious process, rewarding progress with M&Ms and gold stars on a chart. In the spring when she was 5, he'd put her on a brand new bike pretending not to hear her sputters of apprehension. He kept his hand at the back of her bike seat, trotting along beside her as she learned to ride the two-wheeler. At some point, he let go, but stayed next to her so she wouldn't realize she was on her own. When she went away to college, he had been quietly bereft, but encouraging. And when she married Victor, he'd had little to say. "He'll look after you," her father had said, but she wondered if it was hope rather than certainty. After the accident, he and her mother had sat vigil at her hospital bed. Somehow, he'd always been there, but he was not always present in the way she needed him to be. Not that it was his fault. She didn't know what she needed. Why should he? She parked in front of the little bungalow on the street where she'd lived until she was 18. It was a small, unassuming neighborhood of arching trees whose roots had heaved up the sidewalks, brick houses hunched atop postage stamp yards, cars that didn't fit into one-car garages built in the 40s. The front steps of her father's house needed sweeping, and the mailbox overflowed with catalogs, flyers, a bill or two. She grabbed the mail and knocked at the door. No answer. Maybe she should have called first. But his car was in the driveway, and he never walked anywhere. What if he'd fallen, she thought in sudden panic. What if he was sick? Her hand shaking, she took out the house key she had carried since she'd turned 10 years old and was deemed responsible enough to have a key of her own. She used to wear it on a string around her neck. She let herself in and stood in the dim living room. The blinds were drawn, and a faint, musty smell of neglect hung like dust motes in the air. "Dad?" she called. "Dad, it's me." She set the mail on the hall table and headed toward the back of the house. Maybe he was in the shop attached to the garage where he often went to tinker with his golf clubs or fishing lures. "Dad!" she called again. Then she heard his voice in the study upstairs. Exhaling a sigh of relief, she went to find him. The door was ajar, and she saw him wearing headphones and sitting at the computer, his back to her. Curious, she watched him for a moment. A picture of a tapestry suitcase appeared on the screen, and her father said, "La maleta." A pause. The picture changed to an umbrella, and he said, "Un paraguas." Sandra's heart melted. His accent was terrible, but he held himself with such tense concentration and spoke so earnestly that she couldn't help smiling. "Ah, Dad," she thought. "I hope it's not too late for you." Finally, when the picture changed to a passenger train, she stepped into the room and touched his shoulder. "Hey, Dad." He jumped violently, nearly falling out of the chair. "Jesus, Sandra." He ripped off the headphones. "You almost gave me a heart attack." "Sorry." She squeezed his shoulder and kissed his cheek, its rough familiarity comforting her. "I rang the bell and I was calling for you, but I guess you didn't hear." She picked up the illustrated book he had propped open in front of him. "Spanish lessons?" His color deepened a shade. "A new computer program. I was just fooling around with it." "Le admiro," she said, drawing a phrase from her college Spanish courses. "Gracias," he said. "Puedo conseguirle algo beber?" She laughed, impressed. "I'd love a cup of tea." She could tell from his expression the idea of actually having to make tea intimidated him, so she said, "Actually, I'd prefer a soda." They went down to the kitchen, and he took a ginger ale from a fridge that looked even more toxic than it had the last time she had visited. Her mother would have a fit when she saw it. But maybe she'd never see it. She might never come back here again. Sandra noticed a business card stuck to the fridge with a magnet. "An audiologist?" she asked, turning to her father. "I've got an appointment to get my hearing checked." He shuffled his feet, even more chagrined than he'd been about the Spanish lessons. She set down the ginger ale and hugged him. "Oh, Dad, that's great." He shrugged. "Your mother was always nagging me to get it checked." "She'll be so glad," Sandra said. "Who knows?" He moved a stack of newspapers and motioned for her to sit down. "How are you doing?" Sandra asked. "Fine." "How can you be fine?" "Golf and fishing whenever I want. Nobody telling me to wipe my feet or to quit using so much salt." She studied his kind, ruddy face, trying to see past the studied nonchalance. I think you're lonely.
Never been busier. I have my pals at the golf course. I joined a poker group on Thursday nights.
Lonely for Mom, she amended. She touched his hand. They'd never been a demonstrative family, and she found herself wishing they had been. Mike had shown her the power of a human touch, the way it could reach a level of unspoken intimacy she had never known before. It's all right to say you miss her, she said. What good does it do to pretend you don't?
You think I'm pretending?
Yeah, I do. And it's no good, Dad. Had she been pretending about Victor? And if someone had pointed it out, would it have made a difference? Her father stared down at their joined hands.
Okay, I guess I've had plenty of time to think.
About what? He scowled.
I guess I like being with her. I like her cooking. I like sitting with her in the evening, reading the paper or watching the tube. Hell, I even like her nagging.
He shook his head.
I don't think I ever told her those things.
It's not too late, Sandra said with sudden urgency. When she gets back from her trip, you can ask her to come home. He took his hand away and shoved it through his hair, which was getting too long.
I was a jerk for a lot of years. Hearing aids and Spanish lessons aren't going to erase all that.
He had to be wrong. She thought of the way her parents used to be. Her mother matching his socks and scheduling his haircuts. Her father checking the tires in the car and phoning home twice a day, no matter where he was. They were always thinking of each other, even when they didn't realize it. Dad, it's not the hearing aids and Spanish lessons per se. It's the idea behind it. Convince her that if she comes back, things will be different. And then make sure they are different.
I'm working on it.
He looked glumly around the cluttered kitchen.
I'll work harder. So, have you heard from her?
She's been sending postcards. Says the cruise is great, but the stop smoking seminars are boring. He shifted in his chair.
She's quitting smoking.
Sounds like she's trying. It's called A Cruise to a New You. Self-improvement of all sorts. You didn't know? An endearing, lopsided grin lit his face.
You don't say.
I do say. Another postcard said she moved up to the advanced Tai Chi class. And she caught a trophy-size marlin.
Yeah? So your mother's fishing?
Sandra finished her ginger ale. I don't think she's ready to write off your marriage either, Dad.
Then why did she up and leave?
Because you weren't listening. There was a brightness in his eyes that hadn't been there a few moments ago. Hope. He put his hand on her cheek, a rare gesture of affection.
So, how are you doing anyway?
Driving up here, she had made up her mind to keep things to herself, but she hadn't expected to find her father speaking so openly or listening so well. She had always adored him, but with the remote, filial love expected of a daughter. Now she knew their relationship went much deeper. There's an evidentiary hearing scheduled. Milton thinks the judge will throw out the suit.
That's good.
If he rules in my favor, she said.
Why wouldn't he?
The Winslows' team is trying to dig up new evidence.
They won't find anything.
He paused.
Will they?
I don't have a crystal ball. He got up, paced the kitchen.
What the hell are the Winslows thinking? Christ, they don't need your money.
You know it's not about the money, Dad. They just... I don't know. They want to believe I took Victor from them. I'll always be seen as the person who caused their son to die. It was such a meaningless death. Maybe this is their way of finding meaning in it. He stopped pacing and gripped the back of a chair.
Why are you so understanding of these people?
If only he knew how tempted she'd been to voice the nightmare inside her. But she didn't. She never would. She could never do that. It wasn't understanding at all, but the lowest, most cowardly form of self-preservation there was. She wasn't protecting the Winslows. She was protecting herself. They're not bad people, she said. They're just in pain.
And hurting you will help?
I don't know, Dad. I'll be all right. Milton doesn't think they can win this.
They can't, for Christ's sake.
She didn't want him getting all worked up over it. The renovation on the house is coming along fine, she said to change the subject.
Yeah, that's good.
I hired a real estate agent named Sparky.
Sounds like he's a used car salesman.
It's a she. Milton says she's the best in the area. She thinks the house is worth a fortune.
Good. Location like that, it ought to be. So how come you don't look so happy about selling the place?
She hadn't realized her doubts showed on her face. Before the accident, she and Victor used to talk about fixing up Blue Moon Beach, turning it into a summer retreat. They used to picture themselves old and settled, looking out to sea as they rocked on the porch each evening. Even then, Victor must have known they'd never make it to that point, but Sandra had believed they would, with all her heart.
It's the uncertainty, I suppose, she told her father. I can't imagine where I'll end up. Sure you can, honey. After you sell, you can drive up to the Cape, maybe even go down south or something. Didn't Victor used to talk about Florida all the time?
She swallowed a knot of panic. We never had the chance to go there.
Maybe now's the chance you've been waiting for. Take your time, find the place you want to be.
But Florida had been Victor's dream, not hers. She'd always been content in aptly named paradise. She knew there would never be another Blue Moon Beach, no matter how far she traveled or how much money she spent. She would never find a place that filled her with an almost childlike sense of wonder, an elusive awe that nourished her spirit. The beach had a special atmosphere filled with the sounds of foghorn and hissing surf, a quality of light that made the air glow, the grass and hedges intense with color, the sea an endless expanse beneath an endless sky. Each day, letting go seemed more impossible and more inevitable.
Besides, those people down in paradise have been giving you crap. You don't want to hang around there any longer than you have to.
I've met someone. She hadn't planned on saying anything, but it came out, startling them both. Her father lifted a bushy eyebrow.
Yeah?
He's the contractor working on the house. He sat down again, watching her closely.
Somebody Malloy. You mentioned him before.
Mike, I wasn't expecting this. God knows I haven't been thinking about meeting anyone, but Mike and I... How had it happened? And what exactly was going on between them? She honestly didn't know. Yet, from the first moment she'd seen him, even through a blur of frustrated tears, the world had looked different. Brighter, safer, more honest. She couldn't explain it to herself, let alone her father. At first, we were cordial. I guess that's how you'd describe it. I hired him because he promised to fix what was wrong.
With your house?
Yes, didn't I say that? She frowned, then went on. Obviously, we saw a lot of each other because of the house, but lately we've been getting closer. She didn't elaborate, and knew her father wouldn't ask more than he could bear to hear. Her father sat forward.
So what kind of guy is he?
A few years ago, he'd asked the same thing about Victor. Her answer had been naively sincere. He's perfect, she had said. Absolutely perfect. She would never say that of Malloy. She was older now, smarter, sadder. Wise enough to know Mike wasn't perfect, but he was everything else. Caring, strong and tender, indecently sexy, and steady, an anchor in a stormy sea. You'd like him, Dad. He's a guy's guy. He used to run a historical restoration company in Newport, and now he's starting up in Paradise. He's a single dad with a boy who's 9 and a girl who just turned 13.
So, is this serious?
I have no idea. She knew she was hedging. The truth was, she got chills every time she thought of Mike, and one long, smoldering look from him made her heart soar. This was a conversation she should be having with Joyce or Barb, yet here she was, talking it all out with her father. Amazing. Maybe he really had changed. There's something you should know. He and Victor were friends when they were kids.
What?
He grew up in Paradise. He knows a lot of the locals.
Sandra, have you explained this to your lawyer?
Why should I?
The guy might be taking you for a ride. You got him tearing your house apart, poking around and everything. What if he's looking for evidence against you?
That's a bit melodramatic, Dad. Besides, I have nothing to hide. As she spoke, she nearly choked on her own words. "Be careful," her father cautioned. "You're in a tricky spot with this lawsuit coming up. Don't let the guy take advantage of you." "He would never do that," she said, her confidence shaken. But her father's suspicions haunted her on the drive home. She'd gone to him, desperate for hope that her parents would reconcile and for assurance that her relationship with Mike wasn't doomed. But instead of quelling her fears about getting involved with Mike, her father had raised more questions. Chapter 28. As soon as she got back to the house, she went looking for Mike. The crew had left for the day, but he was still there, with Springsteen playing on the radio as he put the finishing touches on a cornice of the dining room. Watching him work would never get old for her. There was something mysteriously evocative about his manner, the way he held himself. She couldn't pinpoint what caught and held her attention exactly. But each move he made touched a chord deep inside her. The deft motions of his hands, the angle of his hip, jammed against the top rung of the ladder. The set of his jaw and his intense stare as he studied a carpenter's level and made a mark with a flat blue pencil. These were routine, probably tedious chores, but he did them with such skill. Maybe that was the word for it. It was compelling in a way she couldn't explain to herself. Everything about him was exciting to her. She hadn't expected to discover that about him, especially because, from all outward appearances, she had been married to a man the whole world considered exciting. When Victor had first been elected to the state legislature, he'd been, much to his chagrin, profiled as Cosmo's Bachelor of the Month. There was even a website put up by fans enthralled by his looks and charisma, and each week that site had generated everything from borderline illegal sexual favors to offers of vacation homes on Maui. The site might have solicited more than that, she thought with a grim chill. Bringing her wandering thoughts back to Mike, she tried to imagine him being underhanded enough to spy on her, to search her home and provide information to the Winslow's investigators. The image was simply ludicrous, a portrait in garish paint colors. He would never do that. She felt stupid, paranoid, bringing up those accusations. Zeke woke from a nap on the window seat and trotted over to greet her, alerting Malloy. He relegated the level and hammer to his tool belt while turning to her. That was another thing she found so sexy about him. In the blink of an eye, he gave her his whole attention, his whole self, making her the center of the world. "Hey," he said, climbing down the ladder. "I didn't hear you come in." Grabbing her by the waist, he kissed her energetically. Her body flared to life like a struck match. Every time he touched her, the intimate sensations felt brand new. She was unexplored territory, and his frank, gentle caresses mapped her most secret places, claiming her for his own. He kissed her breathless, and when she finally pulled away, she tried to remember what she had meant to say to him. Instead, she could only find a whisper. "I missed you today." "Oh, baby," he said, tugging her tightly against him. "I missed you too." Dropping the tool belt, he kissed her again, walking her backward across the foyer, never letting up until he steered her to the stairs. God, she loved this. Loved the way he wanted her. The way he forgot everything else in the world but her. The way he made her forget. Upstairs, they fell back on the bed together, causing the ancient springs to creak. She kissed him hungrily, wanting to pull all of him close. There was so much of him. Broad shoulders and big hands and a mouth that moved over hers with unexpected tenderness. He smelled of sweat and industrial adhesive as he crushed down on her, caressing and searching. She still had her purse hanging from her shoulder, and when he reached up to unbutton her blouse, his hand tangled in the strap. "Let's get organized here," he said, pulling back. She laughed. "I hadn't planned on being seduced." Now, she reminded herself, ask him now. "Unplanned seduction is the best kind." He stood, pulling her up beside him. He set down her purse and lifted the blouse over her head. Her doubts floated away, helium balloons released to the sky. She couldn't catch them back, didn't even want to. She unbuttoned his blue denim work shirt, parting it to bare his chest. It was still light outside, and weak sunshine through the window illuminated the contours of his body. There was something wicked and delicious about doing this in broad daylight. "I need a shower," he said as she tugged his shirt tail from his jeans. "Now?" He skimmed her pantyhose down, pausing to kiss the inside of her knee. Several times. Lightly. "Yeah, now." "But—" Standing, he unhooked her bra and stepped back to look at her. "Now," he repeated, then pressed one finger to her lips. Taking her hand, he led her into the adjoining bathroom. It was as old-fashioned as the rest of the summer place, with black and white hexagonal tile and a huge claw-footed iron tub clad in white porcelain. The brass showerhead snaked to life when he turned on the water, letting it run while he shucked off the rest of his clothes. Hot billows of steam filled the room, and he grinned at her through the whitish mist. In a curiously formal gesture, he took her hand and motioned for her to step into the tub. The spray beat down on them as they kissed, and then he put a bar of soap into her hands. She turned it over and over, letting it slip through her fingers. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Quit thinking so hard. I'm not—" "I can see it in your face." She took a deep breath, drawing moisture and heat into her lungs and focusing on Mike. His body, the smoothness of his skin, the taste of his mouth on hers. Her hand came up, tentative, exploring, sliding over his chest and across his collarbone, leaving a wake of soap suds. His eyes lowered to half-mast, and the sound he made in his throat told her she was on the right track. She went up on tiptoe and kissed him, then slid her hand downward, the warm rain and steam washing over them. He touched her everywhere with his hands and mouth, and she finally stopped thinking about everything except the falling water and the heat of need slipping through her. Under the steady flow of the shower, their bodies slid together, melding and searching until she grew dizzy with need. Winding her arms around his waist, she put her mouth next to his ear. "Now," she said, "please, whatever the lady wants." Wet and dripping, half-dazed, she shut off the taps, hurrying to the bed, where she welcomed him with a sigh. They made a mess of the bedclothes, something neither of them noticed until much, much later. Sandra lent him her pink chenille robe, laughing when he put it on. Wrapping herself in a bath towel, she stripped off the damp sheets and gave him detailed instructions as he helped her remake the bed with dry linens. After they tugged the coverlet into place, he captured her around the waist and tackled her again. "That was just what I needed," he said, nuzzling her neck. "A shower? Great sex." "Is it?" she asked. "Is it great? What do you think?" Her smile disappeared. She couldn't lie or bluff about this. "It's heaven. I never thought Though it seemed absurd under the circumstances, she felt awkward even after all they had shared. Sobered by conflicting sentiments, she extricated herself from his embrace. "You're very skilled." He laughed and sat up, sloppily tying the robe closed. It barely went around him. "Honey, skill has nothing to do with it." His eyes grew dark, hooded. "It's the way I feel about you." "Mike, don't you get it?" "Get what?" Leaning down, he cupped her cheek in his hand. "I'm falling in love with you. Fast and hard." She stared at him in devastated shock, but she didn't say a word. She had no idea how to respond to him. Hurrying from the bed, she pulled on leggings and an oversized sweatshirt, wanting to hide. He watched her with an unsettling stare. "This is where you're supposed to say, 'Really? That's good. I feel the same way.'" But I'm not falling in love, she finally whispered, and was shocked to feel a burn of tears in her throat. I'm already there. Chapter 29. They ate scrambled eggs for dinner, with Natalie Cole crooning on the stereo. Afterward, they let Zeke out for a run. Sandra sat on the sofa, looking out at the gathering twilight, a deep indigo sweep of sky, a scattering of stars. They didn't talk about the words they'd spoken upstairs, but new feelings swirled like a mist in the air. Mike made a fire in the stove, and Sandra reveled in the chance to sit back while someone else warmed the house. The pink bathrobe, which most men would regard as an abomination, did nothing to detract from his looks. She had never known anyone who could be so comfortable with himself. She envied that. Then she realized she was comfortable when she was with him. The doubts that had plagued her earlier vanished. Suspicion seemed preposterous in the wake of what they'd just shared, what they'd said to each other. He fixed things. Her house, her life, her broken heart. He had found her at her lowest moment, and bit by bit, he'd been lifting her up, showing her what love could be. She felt an aching surge of affection, watching the way his big shoulders strained the seams of the robe as he stacked more wood in the bin, his thick hair spilling over his collar. What she felt when she looked at him was so intense that it hurt. He was an expert at taking care of things. But who took care of him? I've got an idea, she said with sudden inspiration. She grabbed his hand and led him into the kitchen. Setting a three-legged stool under the hanging light, she said, You need a haircut. He put his hand on the back of his neck. Yeah, you think? Definitely. She got the Fiskars from a drawer. With a shrug of nonchalance, he took a seat on the stool. Okay. Putting a dish towel around his neck, she took a comb from her purse and positioned herself in front of him, using the comb on his thick, soft hair, still damp from the shower. I can't believe you're letting me do this. I trust you, he said easily. I've always liked cutting hair, she confessed. No credentials in the field, but I have a knack for it. Do you think that's weird? Different strokes, he said. It's probably Freudian, or biblical, like Samson and Delilah. I used to practice on dolls when I was little, she told him, snipping and shaping the thick, dark locks. Every doll I had wound up with a haircut. When I was 6, I gave myself a mohawk long before mohawks were popular. I bet that was a sight. It's one of the few times I ever saw my mother cry. I think I wore a hat or scarf to school for 6 weeks. You were probably a great kid. You lose, Malloy. I was a mess. She didn't like to think about those long-ago lost years. Even so, she still remembered how the words used to lock in her throat, then emerge as mangled bursts of nonsense. She could still hear the hushed whispers of adults, the open jeers of the other kids. She was Sandy Babblecock, the girl who stuttered. But maybe if I hadn't been such a mess, I wouldn't have started writing, she added. She used to write with an anger and eloquence far beyond her years. In my stories, I was always the big star, the prima ballerina, the doctor curing cancer, the heroine saving a town from a flood. I was larger than life in my imagination. Maybe that's why I'm such a Walter Mitty in reality. As she circled around to check the front, he grabbed her and held her still. Not in my reality. He kissed her briefly and hard. Quit distracting me, Malloy. I'm almost finished. A few minutes later, dark curls littered the newly refinished floor. She dusted his neck with a towel and stood back to admire her work. Damn, I'm good, she said. You're Russell Crowe. Who's Russell Crowe? Duh, didn't you see Gladiator? Nope. Well, you should. You look like him. Sparky was so right about you. What did Sparky say about me? She called you a living, breathing love god. He hooted. Yeah, right. So I'm done. He reached up and ran a hand through his hair. Thanks. He went and got a dustpan and swept up. Don't you want to check yourself out in a mirror? Sandra asked. He dumped the clippings into a paper bag. "Does it look okay to you?" "Living, breathing love god," she reminded him. "Okay by me." He put the broom away, stuffed the bag in the trash, and opened the back door. Zeke came in from his run and flopped down on the hearth. Mike led her upstairs, and they made love again. Slowly, with a lingering ecstasy she found so moving that she felt like a different person. She found a new side of herself, and it was like finding a secret door in the old house, stepping through to discover another world, a place she had never been before and had never quite believed in, Neverland or Oz. The journey back was gentle and leisurely. She was reluctant to leave, to let go. Quite late, he kissed her and slipped out of bed, groping for his jeans. "Gotta go," he whispered. "Don't," she whispered back. "Stay with me." He hesitated. "Please, Mike." "Okay." He got back under the covers and she snuggled up against him, and happiness shimmered through her. "But why are we whispering?" he asked. She didn't answer. She was filled to overflowing. She understood completely what she had with him, what could be lost, and beneath her cautious joy lay a stark fear. Chapter 30. It felt so damned good to wake up with a woman in his arms that Mike didn't move a muscle other than opening one eye at 6 a.m. He had never needed an alarm clock. He naturally awoke at the same time each day. Here in this isolated house, there was no need to draw the drapes for privacy, and the big picture window framed a stunning view of the sea. The sun hadn't risen, but its silver gleam lifted the sky above the horizon and sent a bloom of light across the quiet bedroom. Carefully propping himself on one elbow, he watched Sandra sleep for a while. Just the sight of her moved him. Smooth skin and untroubled brow, silky hair fanning out across the pillow, full lips slightly parted, colored like the heart of a rose. He was glad he had stayed, though he understood it changed things between them. He might be forced to put a name to this, something he had deliberately avoided doing. There were all kinds of useful phrases. They were seeing each other, in a relationship, whatever the hell that meant. The trouble was, none of those fit anymore. All he knew was that she filled the places inside him that had been empty for so long, and he didn't want to let her go. But her secrets ran deep, and she held them away from him. He wondered if she would ever let him know her completely. He touched his lips to her temple, affection radiating through him. She was like the faceted glass that edged the antique windows of the bedroom, finely wrought, ever-changing, switching from sunshine to darkness at a shift in the light. From the very start, he'd sensed that she held a part of herself back, even as she surrendered her body to him and offered the broken, whispered confession that she loved him. She had not given him everything. He knew that. She kept some of her facets hidden. Right on cue, Zeke awakened at 6:30 and scratched at the door. Grumbling softly, Mike got up, ignoring the sleepy, pitiful protest that issued from the tangled covers. Promising he'd be back, he pulled on his jeans and went to let the dog out. It was so cold in the house he could almost see his breath. He didn't like to think of Sandra here, day after day, waking up alone to an uncertain future. He stoked the stove and put on the coffee, and the morning routine felt as natural and right as breathing. While the coffee brewed, he watched Zeke scramble across the dunes on his way to the beach. The ocean was flat and impenetrable, the rising sun dimmed by clouds the color of gunmetal. The harsh beauty of the shore called to him as it always did, raw and elemental. Leaning against the window frame, he stared out at the view. He felt a rare and deep sense of connection to this place. This was the landscape of his boyhood, where he had learned the secrets of the coves and marshes, the sounds of crying gulls and ships' whistles, the ways of the sea. In a strange way, he had fallen for the house as well as the owner. Zeke sent a flock of sandpipers scattering across the wet sand, and Mike grinned at the dog's exuberance. The coffee maker hissed to a stop, and he wandered into the kitchen. He fixed 2 mugs and took them upstairs. She was sitting up in bed, her hair tousled, a slow smile unfurling on her lips. "Bless you," she said, reaching for the mug he offered. "When I smelled coffee, I thought I was dreaming." She took a sip, then frowned at something on the floor. "What's that?" With his thumb and forefinger, he picked up a tattered brown object. "Oops," he said. "It's that old teddy bear you kept on the bed. Zeke must have gotten it." Rotten stuffing dripped from the mess. "Victor won that thing in a ring toss the night he proposed." She paused, then added, "Put it in the trash." "Sorry," he muttered, and carried the ruined toy to the bathroom. When he returned, she cradled the mug between her hands and regarded him with such intensity that he turned away, pretending interest in the recently rebuilt bay window. On her house, at least, he was doing a hell of a job. The enduring lines of the architecture and the matchless view each window commanded gave the place a powerful appeal. As the renovation continued, the house was turning out as fine as the place on earth it occupied. His phone rang, and he pawed through his pile of clothes to find it clipped to the waistband of his jeans. "Mike Malloy." "It's Angela." "Angela?" From the corner of his eye, he saw Sandra stiffen and draw up the covers. "Are the kids okay?" "Absolutely. Listen, I need a favor. School's been canceled today. Some kind of central power outage again. I've got to go up to Providence. Can you take the kids?" "Of course. I'll be over in half an hour." "Thanks, Mike." He explained the situation to Sandra as he got dressed. "Can you tell Phil to call me when he gets in? We've got another electrical inspection today. I wanted to be here for that, but I'll have the kids with me, so I'll have to cancel." "Bring them along," she said reasonably. He rubbed a hand over his stubbled chin. Another new turn in the road. Putting her together with his kids for a boat ride was one thing. Having them spend the day at her home was another. He wasn't sure how he felt about it. "I can't ask you to." "Malloy, I like your kids. I'd love to hang out with them today." She handed him a pink disposable lady chic. "You'd better shave." Sandra moved through the morning in a haze of happiness. The presence of Malloy and his kids brought the world into balance. Everything seemed brand new and magical, painted in brighter colors with sharper clarity. She fixed blueberry muffins from a mix and was rewarded by a look of pure bliss on Kevin's face when he walked into the kitchen and smelled the aroma from the oven. After he and his sister devoured several muffins, Sandra played 6 games of checkers with him. He showed no mercy, trouncing her 5 times. She gave Mary Margaret the pen and notebook she'd promised, and the girl spent an hour bent over the book, writing until her fingers cramped. Sandra asked Mary Margaret if she would like to read Simple Gifts in manuscript form, and the girl jumped at the chance. She sat at Sandra's desk in the library nook, absorbed in reading the crisp, typed pages, turning them with painstaking reverence. "What if you spelled something wrong?" she asked. Sandra gave her a pad of Post-it notes. "Stick one of those to it and I'll fix it." "Really?" "Sure, I'll put your name on the acknowledgments page." "Cool." Tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, she started reading again with diligent concentration, and was soon oblivious to the parade of workmen passing through the room. Kevin was distracted by a lumber delivery, so his dad gave him a hard hat and let him tag along while the crew sorted and stacked the new wood. Having the kids around made the day feel like a holiday. Sandra wondered what they thought of her relationship with Mike. By now, Mary Margaret probably understood they were more than friends, but Sandra hoped the girl hadn't guessed how much more. Their tentative approval could chill if they saw her as a threat, competing for their father's affection. After lunch, fried bologna sandwiches that made Kevin wild with delight, she took them out to the beach with Zeke in the lead. He raced ahead, barked at the chasing waves, took off after scolding gulls. Kevin was nearly as frisky, running along with his jacket and shoelaces loose, making jet engine noises as he dive-bombed imaginary targets. Mary Margaret walked in a meandering path, picking up shells and bits of colored sea glass and putting them in her pocket. Charlotte's grandmother isn't going to get better, is she? In your book? No. Sandra wasn't going to be coy with this kid, tell her she'd have to read the book to find out. Mary Margaret was a girl who liked honesty and could spot a phony a mile off. No, the grandmother won't get better. But Charlotte will change. She sure has a lot of troubles. Failing in school, her mom working all the time, her grandma getting worse and worse every day. That's the way fiction works. My fiction, anyway. Sometimes the character finds out there's no perfect solution, but she goes on anyway, and she's better off for it. Ow, gross! Kevin yelled out, running toward them, Zeke at his heels. What's the matter? Sandra asked. Zeke found something rank and he rolled in it. Gross, gross, gross! Kevin made a gagging sound and pretended to retch in the sand. Sandra and Mary Margaret recoiled from the dog. Some sort of dead matter, fishy and harsh, clung to his coat as he skittered in a circle around them, certain this was a new game to play. Ew, that reeks, Mary Margaret said. We're going to have to bathe him, Sandra said, wrinkling her nose. No way, I'm not. We'll all pitch in. Sandra whistled for the dog, patted her thigh, and led the way back to the house. In the garage, she found an old picnic tablecloth and wrapped Zeke in it, tucking the foul thing under her arm and marching upstairs to the bathroom. Fill the tub with lukewarm water, she said to Kevin. What's lukewarm? He asked. Mary Margaret rolled her eyes. I'll let you know. Sandra made a quick, furtive assessment of the bathroom, praying they'd notice no trace of Mike here. The pink plastic razor beside the sink looked innocent enough, she hoped. She tried not to think about the unspeakable pleasures she'd experienced here the night before, but her body remembered with a warm spasm of pleasure. She didn't want his kids to know he'd spent the night with her. She wasn't ready for that yet. She was pretty sure they weren't either. Do you have dog shampoo? Asked Kevin, his question banishing any lingering traces of lust. She doesn't have a dog, moron, his sister said, and he stuck his tongue out at her. Use that stuff in the blue bottle. It was French organic shampoo from Bergdorf Goodman in New York City. Mary Margaret dumped in about half the bottle. Sandra wiped off the worst of the muck with a tablecloth, then lowered the dog into the tub, mounded high with white suds. Zeke panicked, paddling wildly and trying to shake himself off. Kevin shrieked with glee as he and Mary Margaret took turns soothing the woe-begone, trembling dog and scrubbing him with a loofah sponge Sandra knew she would never use again. Look how scrawny he is, Kevin said, lifting the dog to show off his undersized physique. While her brother guffawed, Mary Margaret kept scrubbing. Hey, check it out, she said. His fur is actually white. I always thought he was gray. Sandra finally took pity on Zeke. She drained the tub, then held him under the shower while he howled in misery. Shutting off the shower, she wrapped the dog in a thick Egyptian cotton bath towel. It had been a wedding gift from Victor's great aunt, a dozen of them delivered in a shiny red Macy's box. Zeke shivered uncontrollably, whining like an infant. What if he catches cold? Mary Margaret bit her lip. Hand me that blow-dryer, Sandra said, pointing. And the brush, she added. Isn't that your hairbrush? Asked Mary Margaret. I'll buy another, Sandra said, resigned. Zeke actually liked that part, the blow-drying and brushing. Kevin thought it was hilarious the way the dog pushed his nose into the hot stream of air, as if he stood in a wind tunnel. Mary Margaret was enchanted. He's pretty, she said. He almost looks like a real poodle. But his face is disappearing into all that fluff he probably can't even see. I think he needs a haircut. You just said the magic words, Mary Margaret. Sandra became a woman on a mission. She sent Kevin to get the scissors, the same ones she had used on Mike the night before. Grooming a dog was a new challenge. She stood Zeke on the linen cabinet by the window, directing Kevin to keep hold of him. Both kids offered advice and opinions while she snipped away. Make a puffball on his tail like they have at dog shows. Can we put these barrettes here? What about a bow? Let's paint his nails. An hour later, Zeke looked as perfectly groomed as a Purina dog chow label. The three of them stood back in awe. "He's perfect," Mary Margaret whispered. The dog jumped down from the cabinet and pranced around, delighted by all the attention. "Think he knows?" Kevin wondered. "Hard to say." Sandra surveyed the bathroom, a wasteland of wet towels and white dog hair. "Let's go show Dad." Kevin burst out into the hallway, Mary Margaret and Zeke at his heels. Sandra followed more slowly, thinking about how much fun these kids were, wishing the day would never end. As she watched the kids, she felt a stirring inside her. She used to believe in the impossibility of a perfect love, but this felt as close to perfect as she'd ever come. A rare contentment took hold. The possibility, the promise of happiness with Mike and his kids dangled in front of her, tantalizing. Today they'd felt like a family. They'd functioned like one. Whether they'd planned it or not, she and Malloy had opened the door to a new kind of intimacy, deeper and truer, maybe even stronger. Yet, as she descended the stairs, she felt the old currents of fear traveling through her, the ominous sense of calm before a storm. In the downstairs parlor, Mike stood talking to Phil and the crew. They looked up when his kids and dog pounded down the stairs. Mike gaped at the white powder puff trotting across the foyer toward him. "Jesus H. Christ," he muttered, dropping a pencil on the floor. The other guys shuffled their feet and elbowed each other. "Zeke," said Mike. "Zeke, buddy. Oh, man, what did they do to you?" "Isn't he adorable?" Mary Margaret cooed. She scooped up the dog and presented him like a gift to her father. "Isn't he just the cutest thing?"
"Nice poodle, Malloy," said Phil. "I guess we'd better be going." The three slipped out while Mike shook his head in chagrin. He held the dog out at arm's length. Zeke squirmed with delight and strained toward him, licking his face. Only Sandra heard the slam of the car door. Through the side light, she noticed a burgundy Volvo parked in the drive, and a tall, attractive woman walking to the door. There was no mistaking the visitor's identity because of the striking resemblance to Mary Margaret. Swallowing a knot of nervousness in her throat, Sandra composed herself and opened the front door for Malloy's ex-wife. The word stopped, severed at the throat. God, not now. Recognition and then suspicion dawned on the woman's face. Yes. Hello, Sandra finally managed with a burst of air.
"Hiya, Mom," Kevin sped out onto the porch. "Check it out. We gave Zeke a haircut." "That's nice, sweetie."
At close range, Angela was more than attractive. She was quite beautiful in a polished, honey-haired fashion. She wore a dark cashmere coat and thin leather gloves the color of butter. Sandra tried not to think about her own appearance, an old sweatshirt and jeans, soiled from the dog's bath. "How do you do?" she said. "I'm Sandra Winslow."
"Angela Falco."
The words were clipped off, just short of rude. She looked past Sandra.
"Mike?"
"Hey, Angela. What are you doing here?"
"The meeting ended early, so I thought I'd pick up the kids, save you a trip to Newport. I stopped at the harbor, and someone said you were here."
She said here as though it were one of the inner rings of Dante's Inferno.
"Come on, kiddos, get your coats and let's go."
She turned to Sandra.
"Good to meet you."
Both kids thanked Sandra without being prompted and waved goodbye. Mike walked them out to the car, kissing them both, then giving Kevin a high five. He and Angela spoke briefly while Sandra watched from the doorway with Zeke tucked under her arm. She studied the way Angela looked up at Mike and leaned in close, putting her hand on his forearm, the gesture both possessive and intimate. Sandra wondered if it was her imagination or some sort of sexual energy leaped between them. The two of them had been married a long time. Even divorced, they probably still remembered their private lovers' shorthand, the unspoken communication that passed between long-married couples. After they drove away, Mike returned, glancing at Zeke and shaking his head. "He doesn't even look like himself." Sandra set down the dog and shut the door.
That was awkward, she said. He took one look at her face and pulled her into his arms. Don't sweat it. I can't help it, Mike. I'm no good at this. Her words were muffled against his shoulder. He pulled back. At what? I don't know. Whatever this is. Dating. Is this dating? Oh, yeah. You have this whole other life on another planet. At least that's how it seems. Your ex, the kids, your friends and family. I have no idea how to be in your life. We'll figure it out. Will we? She paused, running her hand down the hard length of his arm as though to erase Angela's touch. Should we? Why not? There are a million reasons. You're living on a boat, I'm moving as soon as the house sells. You can't leave paradise, and I can't stay. Why not? Because of the lawsuit? Because of a lot of things. She pressed her forehead against his chest, listening to the gentle thud of his heart. He tilted her face up to look at him. You love this house, this place. And you. She didn't say it aloud. Their love was as uncertain and new as a flash of sunlight on quicksilver ice. Maybe that was why she couldn't settle on exactly where she would go, once she was free to leave. It's only a place to live. I'm just passing through. You could choose to stay, or is that too hard for you? She pulled back, challenged by his question and posing one of her own. Is that what you want? Are you asking me to stay? He hesitated. In that hesitation, she tasted defeat. He knew the score as well as she did. What if I did? He said. I don't know, Malloy. I don't know a damned thing anymore. Chapter 31. Are you nuts, Malloy? Loretta Schott's voice shrilled through the cell phone, and he held it away from his ear. Have you absolutely lost your mind? Sitting in his boat, drumming his fingers on the table, Mike said, What have you heard? His lawyer took an audibly deep breath. That you're letting your kids hang around with a murderer. It'll look so impressive on your next custody evaluation. Damn Angela, he thought. She must have gone straight home with the kids and called her attorney. And it had been such a good day. He'd liked seeing his kids running around Blue Moon Beach hanging out with Sandra. It all seemed so right at the time. He'd loved seeing the kids chasing the dog, Sandra fixing them lunch and catching his eye from time to time, the look on her face a sweet reminder of the night before. The memory caused his heart to constrict, with a deep knowledge of what he needed, a feeling of longing. First of all, he said, Angela asked me to take them for an unscheduled day. I was more than happy to do it, but I'm in the middle of a big project. Second of all, Sandra Winslow is not a murderer. She is the victim of an accident, and I'm sick of hearing otherwise. That doesn't matter. She's poison. She's facing a wrongful death suit, and I guarantee that's not going to endear her to the custody evaluator. And what's this about these controversial books she writes? Angela said Mary Margaret has been reading them, and they're so full of inappropriate material that the library keeps them behind the counter. They're stories for kids. Even the librarian was embarrassed to admit they were challenged. For God's sake, Malloy, give the kid Pollyanna to read. You've got to play it safe, my friend, or you'll have your visitation rights cut back faster than you can say family values. Damn it, Loretta. Don't damn it, Loretta, me. So what are you, dating the woman? Banging her? Don't go there, counsel. His voice was low, calm and deadly serious. Then don't you go where I think you're headed. If you need to get laid, maybe you should steer clear of accused murderers. Judges tend to frown on people like that. He clenched his jaw until it hurt. Goddamn Angela. She couldn't let him go. She was terrified he would love someone more than he'd ever loved her. He ought to call her bluff, expose the affair. But then he thought of the kids and knew he'd never do that. Every cell of his body screamed for him to break something and to fire the bitch on the other end of the phone. But he focused on the photograph propped by the computer. A shot of him and the kids laughing together, his arms draped around them. For their sake, he had to keep his temper in check. He took a deep, steadying breath. "Look, Loretta, your job is to make me look like Captain Kangaroo for the family court." "Then quit making my job impossible. At least be discreet until the next evaluation. Don't give Angela any more ammunition, okay? Make sure they see your mug in church every Sunday. Get yourself a nice house, something with a nice yard, maybe even a white picket fence. It'll be one fewer issue for Angela to raise. Have you found a place yet?" "I'm working on it." "Work harder." "Ditto, Loretta." He hung up and raked a hand through his hair. He didn't understand why Angela was trying to stir up trouble for him. Or maybe he did understand. She was a good mother, but apparently she wasn't above using the kids to jerk him around. He was out of her control now, but she'd found a way to manipulate him. Maybe. Angela objected to Sandra's reputation. She didn't want the children under the cloud of suspicion that shadowed her. And Mike kept thinking maybe, just maybe, that suspicion was misplaced. He made a couple of phone calls, then changed out of his work clothes. This was not the way he had planned on spending his evening, but a nagging pressure had been building inside him for a long time now. He'd been doing a lot of research, trying to fill in the blanks about the accident. His hunches were starting to harden into reality and to dovetail with his suspicions. Sandra might hate him for it, but he knew he wouldn't rest until he probed into her secrets. He pulled up at the county annex just as twilight was coming on. The cramped and sleepy front office huddled at the end of Bay Street. Its single storefront window had the blinds pulled halfway down like a large eye in the middle of a blink. In a place where 2 panty thefts from a clothesline constituted a crime wave, there was not a lot of activity for the local law enforcement agency. Mike hesitated before stepping inside. This was the only way to put his questions to rest, or to find the answers he needed. Stepping inside, he found himself at a reception counter littered with forms. Beyond that was a workstation with 2 desks facing each other. At one, a woman in a khaki uniform was talking on the phone and playing computer solitaire. At the other sat Stan Shea, whose father had run the ice house at the docks when they were boys. Stocky, balding, and cheerful, Stan stood up.
"Mike Malloy! Jesus, it's been a coon's age. I'm glad you called. So what's up? You got trouble?" "Some questions, like I said on the phone, about Victor Winslow's accident." Stan folded his beefy arms on the counter. "Hell of a thing, wasn't it? I want to take a look at the case file." He'd already read or viewed all the newscasts, articles, and documents archived on the web, but they raised more questions than they answered. Stan shrugged. "It's a public document. I pulled the stuff from the files after you called." He led Mike down the hall to a room filled with files and forms. Dragging open a heavy drawer, he lifted out a stack of thick files. Finally, he gave Mike a disclosure form to sign. "Mind if I ask why the interest?" "It's been nagging at me. Vic and I go way back." "I remember that. The 2 of you were like Mutt and Jeff." He shook his head. "Hell of a thing," he said again. Mike hoped Stan wouldn't probe further. Rules required that he stay in the room, but he was a quiet sort, working a crossword puzzle in a chair by the door. Mike felt out of his depth, paging through reports, statements, diagrams, and official forms. This was not his line of work. The stark photographs touched his nerves with ice. There was the bridge, its railing ripped away at the point of impact. The car, with its mangled front end and smashed mosaic windshield, had been dragged up from the bay a few hours after the incident. Each object in the vehicle and trunk had been tagged and cataloged. Tire iron and spare, a box of Kleenex, Phantom of the Opera and the CD player, 2 pairs of sunglasses, papers from the glove box, a map of Rhode Island, a Boston city map, and one of South Florida. The usual items commonly found in anyone's car. Except this one had belonged to Victor and Sandra. He came across photos and medical assessments of Sandra, and his heart skipped a beat.
The unforgiving black and white photographs portrayed a woman pasty with shock, her eyes dark and huge in her bloodless face. Medical jargon and shorthand covered the papers. Everything had been screened, scanned, scrutinized. There were close-up shots, a hole in the dashboard, the shattered windshield, the driver's side airbag, a limp, mud-stained object wadded on the seat, a woman's stained winter coat. He must have made some involuntary sound because Stan looked at him.
Hard to believe they couldn't make a case, eh? Her lawyer made it out like Victor was wounded in the accident and then was sucked out to sea, while she swam to safety. But she can't swim. She had disclosed that fact the day they'd gone cruising on the Fat Chance. Sandra couldn't swim, but Victor had once been a distance champion in the 800-meter freestyle. Mike said nothing to Stan. He needed to do some serious thinking. She was unconscious when they found her, he said, reading from a transcript he'd already viewed 100 times on the internet. And no one followed up on the witness who called in the wreck. Nothing to follow up. The transcript of the call's there.
Mike had already read the brief exchange. A car just went over the bridge. Yeah, the Sequansit Bridge. It was headed west. Jesus, just send someone, he's going to drown. The dispatch operator who logged the call into the police computer reported that the exchange with an adult male had ended abruptly. The first emergency vehicle arrived 13 minutes after the call came in.
Why do you suppose the caller said, he's going to drown? Why not she, or they?
Stan spread his hands, palms out.
Who can say? He might be a generic term, or the guy might have been confused. A wreck like that? It's not something you see every day, eh?
Where's the car now? He asked.
In the boneyard over on Yancey. Mind if I have a look? Fine with me.
Stan told the clerk he was stepping out, and they walked together across a nearly empty parking lot to a fenced yard littered with vehicles in various stages of disrepair. A fine, cold rain hissed from brooding skies. The Winslows' Cadillac STS hunched amid the rusty ruins, a sad, crumpled monument to the tragedy, splotched with neon orange paint from the investigation. Bracing one arm on the roof, Mike peered inside at the broken steering wheel, the buckled dashboard, airbag, and seat belts lying stiff and twisted on the seats. The liner hung from the warped ceiling, caked with silt and salt. He spent a long time going over the car, hating every minute of it as he pictured Sandy at the wheel, Vic uncharacteristically drunk, yelling at her. Yelling what? He tried to see what they'd seen that night, even tried to feel what they'd felt at the point of impact. He sat in the ruined leather seat, stiff with ancient salty sand and sludge. Tiny darts of sleet pelted him through the empty hole where the windshield had been. Old houses had a way of talking to him, revealing the past with coy whispers, elusive clues. But the car seemed impenetrable. The ghosts that haunted it guarded their secrets. As he got out, he glanced at the dome light, then did a double take. The battery was long dead, of course, but the light switch on the passenger side was in the on position.
Hey, Stan, he said. Why do you suppose this was switched on?
Stan stuck his head through the window.
Beats me. Could have been tripped during the wreck or maybe during the investigation. Whole team swarmed over it.
As he drove back to Paradise, Mike kept playing the scenario over and over in his mind. He imagined the car breaking through the high bridge, tried to feel the jarring impact when the car hit the water. On a dark winter night with the vehicle sinking fast, would he have reached up to turn on the light? The detail was insignificant. The investigators had noted and dismissed it. But Mike was pretty sure they didn't know about the things hidden in Sandra's attic. Chapter 32. Journal entry, April 7th, Sunday. 10 signs of spring. 8. Mom and Carmine send away for summer camp brochures. 9. Candy Proctor goes on a pineapple diet so she can fit into her bikini. 10. Kevin, a.k.a. Barnacle Brain, starts Little League. Finally. Bored with watching his sister writing in her journal, Kevin snatched the notebook away and held it high over his head. "I saw that," he said. Zeke woke up from sleeping in the sun at the end of the dock. The dog yawned, then settled his chin between his paws. "Give it back!" Mary Margaret jumped up and lunged at Kevin. "I'll break your face!" He wasn't scared. She was a big old klutz anyway, always keeping secrets from him. He didn't give a hoot what was in her stupid notebook, but it was important to her, so that made it worth stealing. "I bet this thing is full of love poems to Billy Lawton," he said, grinning when her face turned red as a tomato. "You weasel!" she yelled. "You worm!" He held the book out over the dark, clear water surrounding the dock where his dad's boat was moored. He let it dangle from 2 fingers. It would serve her right if he dropped it. Mary Margaret was so freaky these days. Maybe now she'd finally pay attention to him. She did. Darting out her fist, she grabbed the front of his hooded sweatshirt and twisted, hard. Instead of hauling him toward her, she gave him a shove. He teetered on the edge of the dock, and below him the clear water shimmered like a sheet of ice. "Hey!" Kevin wheeled his arms to regain his balance. Ready for action, Zeke began to bark. Mary Margaret snatched the book from one flailing hand, then let him go. He saved himself by grabbing a tarred pylon. "You almost drowned me, you maniac! I should have." Making a face like a wounded martyr in his catechism workbook, she tucked her precious notebook into her school backpack. She wasn't even much fun to pick a fight with anymore. Kevin grabbed a stick and poked it at a cluster of anemones clinging to the sharp underwater rocks below the dock. "You're always writing stuff," he complained. "Just because Sandra writes, you have to." "That's not why," she snapped. "I write for myself." She sounded so freaking holy. She was totally in love with this stupid notebook because it was college-ruled and had a fancy cover, and the pen had liquid ink instead of regular ink. Big, fat, hairy deal. "You idolize Sandra," he accused. "You don't even know what that means, moron. You worship her big toe. You're trying to be exactly like her." "Am not. Are so. Am—" Mary Margaret snapped her mouth shut like a frog catching a fly. Looking over Kevin's shoulder, she said, "Oh, hi." "Don't let me interrupt." Sandra stepped onto the dock, a large pizza box balanced in her hands. "The 2 of you were bickering so well." Kevin wiped his tarry fingers on his jeans. "Hi, Sandra. I thought you 2 might like some lunch." He grabbed the dog while Mary Margaret picked up her backpack. "I'm starving," he said. "Where's your dad?" "He's at the harbor master's, talking to some guy." Mary Margaret jerked her thumb toward the cluster of buildings at the head of the dock. "We're waiting for our mom to pick us up." Dad had been having all kinds of meetings lately. Maybe it was about a job. Dad was always fixing things. In the old days, when they'd all been together in Newport, he used to fix fancy mansions and historical buildings. Everything was different now. Dad wasn't surrounded by secretaries and assistants and subcontractors. He didn't have a phone glued to his ear and meetings scheduled morning, noon, and night. Nowadays, he had more time to spend with Kevin. The trouble was, Kevin didn't seem to have as much time for Dad. He visited only on assigned days, and there never seemed to be enough of them. "More pizza for us, then," Sandra said. "Let's eat outside. It's the most gorgeous day we've had all year." "I'll set up the folding table," Mary Margaret offered, scrambling to the deck of the Fat Chance. "Go wash your hands, okay, Kevin?" Sandra said. "You might need the mineral spirits to get that tar off." He clomped into the boat. Sandra sounded kind of like a mom, and he wasn't sure how he felt about that. But most of the time, she was pretty nice, friendly, and never fake. She was more fun than most grown-ups, Kevin knew. She actually seemed to like hanging out with kids, rather than putting up with them because she thought she had to. Sometimes Kevin got that feeling about Carmine. They'd be right in the middle of shooting hoops or something, and Carmine would get a call on his cell phone, and that would be that. When he cut a game short, he'd slip Kevin a $5 bill, which was way cool. But sometimes, Kevin would rather have the game. He figured he was lucky. At least Carmine didn't pretend to be his father, like other stepdads seemed to do. Kevin had never met a kid so stupid he couldn't tell the difference. While he scrubbed away at his hands, he wondered if Sandra might become his stepmom one day. She and Dad never did any lovey-dovey stuff around him, but sometimes he saw them looking at each other in a special way that made him a little nervous. Outside, the three of them ate the steaming, gooey pizza, throwing the crusts to circling gulls while Zeke barked his head off. Afterward, Mary Margaret decided she wanted her hair done in fancy braids, so Sandra got a comb and went to work. Bored, Kevin found a net and fished off the dock for a while. He got a crab, and Zeke went nuts barking at it before it scuttled off the dock and dropped into the water. While they were all laughing and talking, his mom showed up. When she saw Sandra doing Mary Margaret's hair, Mom got a hard look on her face. "Where's your father?" she asked. "Harbor Master's office," Kevin said. Sandra finished the braids, her hands quick all of a sudden. "Go get your stuff," said Mom. "We need to get home." Kevin and Mary Margaret went down to their stateroom to shove everything into duffel bags. It was weird, packing for a trip every time they went to visit their dad. He was getting used to it, but he wasn't sure he liked it. "Hey," he said to his sister, "where's my Game Boy?" "Shh." Mary Margaret stood still, her head cocked as she listened to Mom and Sandra talking above decks. "Could lose his visitation privileges," Mom was saying. A pause. Then Sandra said, "You'd do that?" "It's up to the custody evaluator. I didn't make the rules. I'm looking out for my kids. That's what's important." It was the voice she used when she went to school to complain about a teacher. She tried to sound really nice, but sharp underneath. Sandra said something else, but it was too soft to hear. "Or this will show up on the next custody evaluation. Your choice," Mom said. Kevin frowned. "What are they?" "Shh," Mary Margaret said again. She nibbled at her bottom lip the way she did when she was thinking hard. "Force him to choose," Sandra said. "Look, it's one thing for him to work for you," Mom said, "but another... Hey, life's full of hard choices, isn't it?" "Mom's mad about something. What's she got against Sandra?" Kevin whispered. Mary Margaret shrugged. "She doesn't like him dating, is what I think." "He's not dating," Kevin said. "Is he?" "God, you are a moron." She tossed him his Game Boy. They finished packing and took their stuff to shore. Mom waited by the car, the lid of the trunk up. Sandra carried the empty pizza box to the trash. Her face was white and real serious when she said goodbye. Kevin felt a squirmy sensation in his stomach. He had never liked goodbyes. Chapter 33. Sandra drove home from Newport, knowing she ought to concentrate on the meeting with Milton Banks. He had been coaching her about the upcoming hearing, how to act, what to wear, what to say, and most importantly of all, what not to say. But she couldn't focus on that. Instead, even though the lawsuit loomed like a bank of heavy clouds, she thought about Mike. She'd found a glimpse of happiness with him. She could admit that now, though only to herself, no matter how great the temptation to confess it to him. The idea of letting him go hurt so much. It meant letting go of all the hopes and dreams she had built in such a short time. It meant forcing herself to forget him, the kids, all the impossible things she wanted and should have been smart enough to know she could never have. She tried to imagine what it would be like, never again to feel his arms around her, never to hear the easy rumble of his laughter, never to know the soaring ecstasy of making love with him. But she had to end this. She had no choice. Angela had made it clear that Sandra was poison. She declared her kids off limits. Angela Falco wasn't a bad person. She actually seemed to be a pretty good mother, with a mother's very real concern for the people in her children's lives. She'd do what it took to keep Sandra away from Kevin and Mary Margaret. And from Mike. If Sandra insisted on staying with him, he'd be forced to choose between her and his kids. And for a man like Mike, that was no choice at all. How to tell him? She couldn't explain that she was afraid he'd lose his kids because of her. He wouldn't stand for that from his ex-wife. The temptation to draw the lines of battle burned as intensely as the afternoon sunshine breaking through the clouds. She gripped the steering wheel and grimly shut down the impulse. She could never do that to Kevin and Mary Margaret. She braked and pulled her car over to the mailbox, the first thing Mike had fixed at Blue Moon Beach. Near the base, a trio of daffodils nodded in the breeze. When had those come up, she wondered. Putting off the confrontation a few moments longer, she sifted through the mail. Catalogs and coupons, credit card solicitations, and grocery circulars. Tossing them onto the seat of the car, she turned into the driveway. The crew had finished the porch. The ornate white railing circled the house like spun sugar icing. Solid, symmetrical steps led to the front door and the entranceway, now as handsome and welcoming as it must have been the day the first Babcock had brought his new bride here for a summer-long honeymoon more than 100 years before. She stepped out of the car and blinked, feeling as though she was coming out of hibernation. Malloy had done it. He'd taken the broken wreckage of a neglected house and restored it to the private retreat envisioned by the original builder. The improvements had been gradual, but until today, in the dazzling sunshine, ripe with the warm promise of spring, she hadn't realized how dramatic the changes were. Over the weekend, she and Mike had worked side by side with a yard crew, cleaning out beds, pruning lilac bushes and wild roses, trimming the edges of the walkways. Coaxed by the sweet, inexorable breath of spring, crocuses pushed up their purple bell-shaped heads. Daffodils and early tulips splashed color through the garden. The world was bright and brand new, clean and promising as an unwritten page. But, with her usual caution, she reminded herself that springtime was an uncertain prospect in paradise. The season of storms wasn't over yet. The weather of coastal Rhode Island could never be counted on. 2 workmen stood on ladders, stripped to their undershirts today as they installed newly repaired and painted antique shutters. One of them waved at her. "There's a delivery for you on the porch," he called. At the door, she noticed a lavish flower arrangement beside a FedEx envelope. Her heart lurched. Who would be sending her flowers? Frowning, she plucked out the card and read the message. Marvelous. Good luck. Her editor's name had been signed to it. Confused now, she opened the envelope to find a certificate from the National Library Society announcing that Every Other Day had been shortlisted for the Addie Award. She let out a gasp. The Addie was the holy grail of prizes for children's literature. It belonged to writers she had admired all her life, Beverly Cleary, Madeleine L'Engle, Lois Lowry, and represented a validation by the booksellers of America. Winning it meant her publisher would sell more copies of her book, bringing that many more readers to her. And that, she concluded, was the whole reason she wrote, in order to touch readers' hearts. She ran her thumb over the embossed letterhead of the stationery. Slowly, she picked up the big glass vase. For a fleeting moment, she savored the beauty of the flowers, the house, and the satisfaction of her news. One thing was missing. Someone to share her joy. She wanted to race inside, fling her arms around Mike and babble the news to him. But she couldn't. Not now. In the old days, she would have gone running to Victor. He would have hugged her, kissed her, taken her somewhere exclusive for dinner, and ordered a bottle of Cristal. She went in through the warm sunroom in the back, setting her purse on the kitchen table. "Mike?" she called out. "Hey, Malloy!" "In the study." She expected to find him caulking a window, installing crown molding, or changing the hardware on the cabinets. Instead, he sat at the desk where she usually worked. When he saw her, he got up and walked around the desk. "Sandy." "Mike," she interrupted him, trying to figure out how to tell him about her decision. "I have to talk to you." Her tone made him frown. "What's with the flowers?" She set down the vase. "My book is up for an Addie Award. Big prize for a children's book." Chickening out, she went on. "I won't win, of course. I'm listed with the best writers working today." She heard herself babbling but couldn't help it. "Anyway, Thanks for asking. Congratulations. He offered the small dish of M&Ms he'd kept filled on her desk ever since she had told him the M&M story. She helped herself to a few, nervousness itching through her, turning, irrationally, to irritation. Mike, look, Sandy, I need to talk to you about something too. She studied his face and realized with a start that he was deadly serious, and had been since she'd barged into the study. Maybe his ex-wife had given him an ultimatum too. Maybe he was going to do the breaking up. What's the matter? Have a seat. Eyeing him warily, she sank down on the wooden chair beside the desk. Did you find termites? Is the house falling down? It's about Victor. He propped a hip on the desk and regarded her in a way that made her deeply uncomfortable, as if, for the first time, he didn't trust her. I want you to tell me the truth about you and Victor. It was the last thing she expected, and she felt unbalanced by the abrupt demand. She'd spent half the day being grilled by her lawyer. Now Mike? Studying his troubled blue eyes, she tried to figure out what he wanted from her. What was he digging for? Her father's warning rang in her ears. Life had taught her to distrust everyone, even the people she loved. Did she love him enough to trust him? I don't want to talk about it anymore. He slammed his fist on the desk. She'd never seen him like this, edgy, threatening. It occurred to her that she had never seen him angry. Could you ever really know a person until he got angry with you? I won't let you do this anymore, he said, his voice quiet yet somehow ominous. I won't let you hold back. It's time you told me the truth about your marriage. Her marriage. I've already done that. We were married, and then he died in an accident. She thought about the way she and Victor had been together, about the things he'd said to her in the car that night, the things she'd said to him. Victor. She loved him. She hated him. She wanted just 5 more minutes with him. What in the world is your point? She demanded. He narrowed his eyes until they glinted like ice. You haven't leveled with me from the start. Were you ever planning on doing that? When she didn't reply, his stare drilled deeper. How long did you know he was gay? Everything stopped. Breath, heartbeat, the waves on the sand, the world on its axis. Instantly, she thought, he's bluffing. He can't know. But Mike Malloy never lied, never bluffed. That much she knew about him. Her throat froze, trapping denial in a vise. Her mouth worked, but only silence hung in the room, as though someone had just breathed his last breath. So this was it, then. The moment she'd dreaded. The moment she'd prayed would never come. This was what she'd been afraid of all along. This was why loving Mike was so foolish, so futile. As foolish, in its way, as loving Victor had been. She crossed her arms in front of her and bent forward as though shielding herself from a blow. But it was too late. She should have known from the start that a man like Mike would keep delving deep into her life, that he would finally succeed in opening secrets she'd kept bottled up. The moment confirmed what she had known all along, that although it hurt to hold her secrets in, it hurt even more to give them up. Shame, guilt, and inadequacy lashed at her from a past that would never really go away. She wanted to retreat back into her frozen state, to keep her anguish private, for it was as much a part of her as her soul. Now, with one simple question, he'd taken the shadowy truth from her. He held it up, forcing her to face it. She stood and walked away from him toward the window. For one terrible moment, she felt a soaring relief. Maybe she could confide in someone at last. Then she hesitated, watching one of Victor's sun catchers spin slowly, a dolphin of blue and green glass turning the sunlight to the deep and mysterious colors found at the heart of a flame, and she felt hostility, not gratitude. "Damn you, Malloy," she said in a tortured whisper. "No," he said, and his hand closed on her arm as he pulled her around to face him. "Damn you, Sandy. Why the hell didn't you say anything? I would never do that, she said, dragging conviction from her well of pain. She yanked her arm away from him. It's none of your business, or anyone else's. Why would I tell you? So you can accuse me of killing your best friend because he was gay? For a moment, incomprehension suffused his expression. Then he gave a humorless bark of laughter. Why the hell would I do that? Anyone who finds out is going to assume it. So you haven't told anyone. Can you blame me? Yes, you withheld information from a formal investigation. Information that would only cause more hurt, and it wouldn't change a thing. It would only get me in deeper trouble and damage more lives. It's already damaged your life. I'm dealing with it. You're running from it. Again, I think this is a habit with you. You've always held part of yourself back from me, from everyone, from life. You're using this as an excuse. It was an effort just to breathe. I think you should leave, Malloy, and make it easy for you. Hell no, I won't. Not until I get some answers. Did you know when you married him? Christ, is that why you married him? So you wouldn't have to endure the mess of actually loving someone? So you could hold him at arm's length and keep your heart walled off? His face was hard, uncompromising, and he made a visible effort to take hold of his temper, inhaling slowly and deeply. Why couldn't you trust me with the truth? You have it so wrong. It's not about trusting you. It's not even about the truth. Sit back down, Sandy. You might as well, because I'm not leaving. Defeat shuddered through her. Or was it surrender? She couldn't tell. Her stomach twisted, and she sat down on the cushioned window seat. Outside, the wind picked up, and an arching branch of forsythia scratched across the antique glass pane. Plump yellow buds clung to the branch where, just a few weeks before, the bushes had appeared naked and dead. Sitting beside her, he took both her hands in his, rubbing them, trying to warm them. Talk to me, Sandy. I want to understand. You could never understand. We were happy, Malloy. We liked being together. We shared things, but there was this other side to him. The fact that he was gay. He planted his elbows on his knees, his eyes filled with lost incredulity. I can't believe I didn't figure it out. For all I know, you did, she shot at him. You were his best friend. You were his wife, and he had you fooled. So which one of us is the bigger idiot? Agitated, he got up and paced the room, which suddenly seemed too small for him. For the first time, she realized that he was dealing with this, too. What sort of earthquake was it to learn that your best friend, the person closest to your heart while growing up, was not the person you thought he was? It must be a real shock, particularly for someone like Mike who hid nothing. He was good, Malloy. You don't know how good. I should have guessed, but Jesus, it was Victor. Your mind just didn't go there. He stopped pacing to study the photograph on the desk, a smiling Victor, his arm around Sandra, laughing out at the camera. Mike's eyes were awash with torment. Maybe he'd tried to tell me and I never took the hint, and then maybe he quit dropping hints. She could relate to his guilt, though it didn't ease her resentment of his prying. But she felt guilty too, and stupid, and blind. Right under her nose, her husband had been fighting to deny his sexuality, to beat it out of himself, to smother it, and he'd used her as his means of self-flagellation. He did everything in his power to hide it, she said, then added bitterly, and that's where I came in. She felt a familiar sting of anger. Victor's love and friendship had been secondary to his need to use her as a smokescreen. What better way for a gay man to hide his preference than to marry a woman, and to make that marriage look as blissful as a fairy tale? She focused on the suncatcher again, letting time fall away, taking herself back to summer days of innocence, of ignorance. From the start, from the first turn of that Ferris wheel, she'd believed Victor loved her as much as she loved him. Until that final argument, she never knew that making love to her was a form of penance for him. She was the scourge with which Victor flayed himself every day of their marriage. She glanced away from the glittering translucent ornament and shuddered. You know what his family is like. The pride, the expectations. He struggled all his life to live up to that. He gave everything he had to being someone he could never be. He knew that if this came to light, he'd have to give up the love and esteem of his parents, his community, and his career in politics, everything he'd worked for all his life. I believe he thought he was prepared to make the sacrifice. She pressed her hands together in her lap, trying, as she had so many times in the past year, to imagine the things that went on inside him. All his shining achievements had not been able to compensate for surrendering the defining element of who he was. But as time went on, he became increasingly distracted, unhappy, and lost, I guess. He claimed he was physically faithful to me, but now I realized he was becoming consumed by frustration. And fear, too, she added, thinking of that last night, the last terrible words they'd spoken. I unknowingly made matters worse by pressuring him to have a child. I wanted kids so badly, sometimes I ached with it. She shut her eyes, fighting for control, then made herself look at Mike again. I used to wonder why I'm not angrier at Victor. Why I don't feel more betrayed. The fact is, maybe he wasn't my dream lover, but he was someone special and rare. He was my friend. That's pretty hard to come by. He shot to his feet so fast that she flinched. Quit being so fucking understanding, he said. Don't you see what he did to you? He was good to me. Oh, yeah? How was your sex life, Sandy? Answer me that. He grabbed her aggressively, pulling her to her feet, putting his mouth very close to hers. Was it like ours? She said nothing. He knew the answer to that. He'd been a revelation to her. She'd never known passion until him. But Mike was wrong about one thing. She was angry. Sometimes, so angry she couldn't see straight. All during her marriage, she'd felt inadequate, unattractive, thinking she was at fault. And Victor had let her believe that. Let her suffer. What she'd found in Mike's arms, Victor had deprived her of those things. She didn't think she could ever forgive him, and that was a problem because now he was dead, and she could never confront him. There's simply no point in being bitter now, she said. I don't get it, Sandy. What holds you so tight that you'd go through a lawsuit, ruination, maybe bankruptcy when you hold the truth in your hands? What, you think telling the world my husband was gay is going to exonerate me? She shook her head. Don't be naive. What good would it do to tell people now? In the first place, no one would believe me, and in the second place, they'd say that finding out his sexual preference gave me a stronger motive to do him in. They'll call me a liar, an opportunist, smearing the reputation of a good man to save my skin. You're still hiding behind Victor. She stood and began putting books up in the newly refinished shelves, aligning the spines with obsessive precision. How can I hide behind a ghost? You're some piece of work, you know that? You pretend it's noble to hide the truth, but in fact, you don't want to save yourself. You'd rather keep yourself in seclusion, hiding from the world. You'd rather play the martyr, letting the town force you to leave. If you had to stay, you'd actually have to live a life outside your books. You'd have to give yourself over to loving a man in a way you've never dared. You're afraid of taking a risk. And you're probably afraid of looking stupid, too. Isn't that right? Married to a man you didn't know was gay. She felt as though he'd slapped her. Worse, he held up a mirror, showing her the selfishness in her anguish over Victor. Malloy was forcing her to face the fact that she'd never had a successful romantic relationship in her life. She thought she had that with Victor, but on the last day of his life, she discovered that she was wrong. Now she felt safer alone, cocooned by her own fictional world, apart from those who found love and meaning with their families and friends. She didn't want anyone to reach her, to touch her, to make her feel again. And here was Mike, forcing her out of her numb state, making her feel the fire and tingle and searing agony of yearning. I really need you to leave. Her quiet plea struck the silence from the room. Please, just leave. I can't do that, Sandy. He walked over to the desk, pulled open the top drawer, and grabbed a handful of letters. A labeled computer disk dropped from the pile. Do you recognize any of this? At first glance, it resembled anyone's old mail, but every single letter was addressed to Victor. Her throat tightened. She couldn't breathe. The failed word aspirated from her as the crippling strangulation seized her vocal cords again. Everything she felt stayed locked inside, burning to escape. Yet the harder she tried to speak, the tighter her muscles grew. Mike waited, calm and patient. Most people took pity on her when she struggled with her stutter. Some tried to finish her thoughts for her. He merely stood by the desk, deadly serious, waiting. She willed the words to emerge. Summoning all her strength, she pushed out a question. Where did you get that? It was in the attic, hidden in a box. An old suitcase, actually. I came across it by accident. A slow burn of anger curled through every fiber of her body, all the way to the bone. Suddenly, the man to whom she'd given her heart, her body, had become a stranger. The stutter melted away. And you've made it your business to read private letters? Hidden letters? Her voice was low and husky, wavering over the words. No, he said, not when I first came across them. But the more I thought about the accident, the more I realized I couldn't leave it alone. You can now, she said. You can leave me alone. My life, my house, everything. These letters, the data on this disk, they could explain so much, but they pose a lot of new questions, too. Damn it, Malloy, she shot to her feet. It's not your place to ask anything. Somebody has to. God knows the investigators wrote him off fast enough. They didn't write him off. There was a ruling of death. Don't you think that was a bit premature? A wave of nausea swept through her. She glared at Malloy as though he were a stranger. Her resentment curled in on itself like a withered autumn leaf. Oh, for God's sake, are you working for the tabloids now? I'm supposed to be the one with the wild imagination. Every expert in the state worked on this. They didn't overlook anything. But they didn't know Victor the way I did, or the way you did. Against all good sense, she felt a leap of hope in her chest. Alive. Victor, alive after all. Then cold reality crashed down as she pictured the mangled, muddy car, the hopeless faces of the recovery crew. Roused by Mike's shocking suggestion, nightmare memories swept over her, and once again, she was in the driver's seat, racing through the icy winter night. Disjointed impressions bombarded her, the car racing up behind them, Victor's voice rising in hysteria, her own panicked pleas, the feeling that someone had ripped away the steering wheel, a carnival ride sensation as the car spun out of control, the stunning impact of the car striking the rail, the explosive hiss of the airbag, and then nothing, until the glare of the ER and the devastating report that Victor was missing, presumed dead. After the accident, everyone had prayed he'd somehow survived. His mother clung to her wild hopes for an unhealthy length of time. Winifred fled to the hospital chapel, beseeching God on her knees until she fainted from exhaustion. She refused to believe her son was dead. Even when her husband had explained that a person couldn't have survived the frigid waters for more than a few minutes, even when the police reported evidence of gunshot, it was only when the bizarre twist of the investigation pointed suspicion at Sandra that Winifred finally understood that her son was dead. I'm begging you, Malloy, Sandra said, dragging the words from an icy hollow of terror and grief. Don't bring this all up again. I have to. Why? Because I'm right. So are Elvis's fans, she said, and Jimmy Hoffa's family. The investigation didn't go far enough. He picked up the framed photograph of her and Victor, standing in front of the white-domed statehouse. They smiled with a unity of purpose that had held their marriage together far longer than it should have. "I've been doing some checking." Her gut twisted as she pictured him pawing through the evidence file. Reports, statements, photographs, sealed bags containing the flotsam and jetsam of their last moments together. Everyone's pain and confusion had been reduced to bald statements on public documents. "You're a carpenter, Malloy," she snapped. "Not an investigator. They did their job. But they didn't remove every shadow of doubt. That's why the Winslows are suing you. That's my problem. It's mine too now." "Why?" "Because I care, goddammit!" In 2 strides, he crossed the room, gripped her upper arms, and drew her to him. "Look, I studied all the conclusions, all the different theories, but I have one advantage over the medical examiner's staff. I know you, and I know Victor. He didn't die, Sandy. He wouldn't. He rescued you from the car, then he disappeared." "That's insane." She drew back, but he kept a firm hold on her. Despite her denial, her heart sped up. "They searched every rock on the shore, every square inch of the marsh, every blade of grass on both sides of the bridge." He took off. "Just walked away." "Or ran, took a bus, a train, caught a ride with a stranger." "So he walked away from his home, his family, his flourishing political career." "Yeah, he did." "So where did he go?" He searched her eyes, and she forced her gaze not to waver. She didn't want him to know how much he was scaring her. Finally, he broke away and stood. He scooped the letters from the desk drawer and dropped them on the table next to her. "Maybe this will explain it." Her heart lurched to her throat. "Your job is to renovate my house, not pry into personal affairs." "It is personal." He reached for her, and just for a moment, for a heartbeat, she wanted his touch so badly it created a physical ache. She stepped back toward the door, eluding him. "I hired you to fix things, not foul things up. God, don't you think I wanted to find him? Don't you think we considered the possibility that he was disoriented or had amnesia after the crash? The best investigators in the state found no trace of him. What makes you think you can?" He gestured at the letters. "I can read between the lines." "Don't you think if Victor were alive, he would have contacted me? He wouldn't do this to me." He stared at her in disbelief. "He did it to you all through your marriage." She stared back. "You know, in a way, it's a good thing we're having this conversation now. Otherwise, I might have gone on indefinitely, not knowing what a son of a bitch you are." She slammed her hand on the door frame so hard that her fingers went numb. "I want you out of here, Malloy. Now. Out of my house, out of my life. Let your crew stay and finish. Send me a bill for the final payment. But I don't want to see you again. Ever." She tried not to glimpse in his face all the things she had come to love. The passion, the tenderness, the strength. She didn't want to see those things now because she couldn't trust them. She wondered if he knew that until this moment she had thought of him as her refuge, her one safe place in a world where she didn't belong. That was over. Their time together had the phantom allure of cotton candy from an itinerant carnival. Unbelievably sweet at first taste, but ultimately it disappeared, insubstantial as mist. "Get out," she said, forcing herself to let go of all the foolish things she'd wanted, for herself, for Mike, for them. "Or I swear, I'll call the police." She waited for him to call her bluff, to see what the local police would do for the Black Widow of Blue Moon Beach. Instead, he studied her a moment longer, then went to the door. "To hell with it." His anger was new and startling to her. "I'm out of here. When you're ready to listen to reason, call me." She bit her lip to keep from calling him back, begging him to stay. In fact, she ought to feel relieved. She'd fretted all day about how to break it off with Mike, to give him back to his kids and to the new life he was building for them. He just handed her the perfect excuse. Chapter 34. Dory Babcock drummed her fingers on the armrest of the car door. She wanted a cigarette in the worst way, and alone in the back of the taxi, there was no one to stop her. The taxi driver was obviously a kindred spirit with a brown-tipped Camel tucked between his nicotine-stained fingers. The acrid odor of stale cigarettes haunted the interior of the car, tantalizing and mocking her. Forcing herself to sit up straight, she went through the litany of exercises she had learned in the Stop Smoking seminar. Self-talk, a visualization exercise, a piece of gum from her pocketbook. If all those failed, she had her prescription tablet. The driver flicked his half-smoked Camel through the vent, right past the "Thank you for not smoking" sign. Dory turned her gaze out the window to watch the landscape swish past. After such a long absence, it felt strange to be back. Strange to be home. She had left in the bitter cold of bleak midwinter. Now she was returning to burgeoning spring. The budding lilacs would soon burst into fragrant flowers. A rush of late winter storms had scoured the streets and sidewalks clean. School children walked home with their jackets tied around their waists and their faces lifted to the sun. Dory's journey had taken her beyond simple time or distance. She had gone back into herself, excavating the person she'd been when she still remembered how to dream. Somewhere along the way, that person had been lost, but in the warm breezes of the tropics, wearing resort clothes and socializing with people she'd never met before, Dory had found herself again. To her relief, she discovered that she still liked that person. She'd learned to dance, play blackjack, and swallow tequila slammers. She'd posed beside a trophy fish, her sun-baked arm raised in victory. Foreign phrases rolled off her tongue. So many ways to say please, thank you, where's the bathroom? But at night, while lying in her small, nondescript stateroom, she dreaded the deep ache of loneliness, the consequence of her decision to leave her husband. True, she had relearned the art of dreaming, but the startling truth was, her dreams had always included Lou. She missed him. She missed the crackle of his newspaper as they sat together on quiet evenings, missed his comforting presence in bed beside her at night. She missed his smell and the way he stared at her, his face a picture of wonder and delight when she got out of the shower, and not just when she was young and firm, but always. She even missed his clumsy, earnest attempts to help with the housework, cringing as she recalled her reaction. He wasn't doing it right. As if there was a right way to Windex the kitchen. Floating upon the turquoise sea had a dramatic effect on her. When she stood at the rail of the Artemisia, the vastness of the ocean and sky swept over her, putting everything, including household chores, in perspective. The craving for a cigarette passed, as she knew it would. Each day was a little easier than the last. How many times had Lou begged her to quit, crazy with worry about her health? She'd clung stubbornly to the habit, even when the rest of the world stopped smoking. Now, finally, Dory Babcock was a non-smoker. She applied that obstinate will and used it to stay smoke-free. Did he still want her to quit, or did he no longer care? The taxi turned down Sycamore Street, and a wave of nostalgia engulfed her. For nearly 40 years, this neighborhood had been her whole world, a quiet, unassuming street of bungalows from bygone days, filled with the sound of children's laughter, the smells of simmering soup or baking bread in the air. She had been one of those slender young mothers strolling along the sidewalk or sitting in a webbed lawn chair watching her little girl play in the yard. She used to sing along with the radio as she fixed dinner, and when she heard Lou's fin-backed Chrysler pull up, it never failed. Her heart skipped a beat, as it did now. Somewhere out there on the endless azure sea, she'd found that youthful, soft-hearted woman again. That woman was still inside her, all but buried in the small, meaningless worries accumulated over the years. It was called living, she had discovered. No one so far had ever escaped it, though plenty, Dory included, had tried. During her time away, she managed to excavate a woman who loved her husband and wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. She felt dizzy with apprehension as the taxi drew alongside the curb in front of the house. She paid the driver, and he took her bags to the door. The house looked the same as it did every spring. Half asleep, the hedges and yard still dormant, the bulbs pushing up through the loamy ground. Home. Standing in the driveway, she held herself very still, torn between terror and gladness. The voyage had brought her to the last place she expected to wind up, to the only destination her heart desired. Home. But there was one thing she wasn't sure of. She had no idea what she would find here. This might have been a time of discovery for Lou as well, and he might have discovered that he still wanted a divorce. Before her courage evaporated, she walked through the back door and into the mudroom. A golf bag leaned against the wall, spiked shoes set on a newspaper beside it. Standing in front of the kitchen door, she hesitated, then finally let herself in. The kitchen smelled funny. But the place wasn't a disaster. The counters were wiped and relatively uncluttered. The coffee canister lid was ajar. She resisted the urge to straighten it. The picture window over the sink framed a familiar view of the gnarled apple tree, decked in tightly folded buds that would soon burst into pale blossoms. Oh, she hoped she would be here to see the apple blossoms come out. On a knick-knack shelf over the sink were the usual things: a Niagara Falls toothpick dispenser, the one good vase she owned, her demi-tasse from Wanda's trip to Florence. Dory used to joke that the tiny gold-leafed espresso cup was as close as she would ever get to visiting Italy. There was a new addition to the shelf, a framed photograph. With a lurch of her heart, she recognized Lou's favorite shot of her and Sandra, one he'd kept on his desk at work for years. In the backyard, Sandra, about 8, hung upside down from her knees in the old apple tree as Dory stood nearby. Mother and daughter smiled. Unretouched, ordinary folks. What did Lou see in the photograph? In the den at the other end of the house, the TV burbled softly. Hope built in Dory's chest as she left the kitchen. "Hello?" she called. "Lou." He must have heard a noise, for when she stepped into the living room, he was already on his feet. Dory looked across the room at him and saw everything that he was. Everything her heart desired. She saw the bridegroom who had pledged his life to her, the proud father holding his baby daughter for the first time, the endlessly patient, steady man who went to work to support his family, day in and day out, year in and year out. The man who, a few months ago, had looked at her with his heart in his eyes and said, "Please don't go." "I'm home," she said, her statement foolish, unnecessary. He stood very still for a moment. She was about to repeat the statement in case he hadn't heard, but he held out his hand, palm up. "I'm glad," he said, his voice quieter than she remembered. Her pocketbook dropped to the floor, but she didn't even look to see where it landed. "Are you?" "Yes." "You moved the easy chair," she observed, burning inside with fear and hope. "Didn't like being so close to the TV," he explained. "If you want me to put it back, No. Lou." She began to cry, the tears pouring down her face. "I want you to put me back." She took a step toward him. "Will you? Please?" He didn't speak, didn't seem able to. Her heart dropped. He hadn't heard her. She took a deep breath. "I said—" "I heard what you said." She remembered about the hearing aids. Sandra had told her in a letter. Dory had pestered him for years about it, and finally he'd seen an audiologist. He crossed the room and took her in his arms. His familiar embrace surrounded her. Holding her close and tight, he buried his face in her hair. "I've been waiting so long, Dor," he murmured. "I could never stop loving you." He kissed the tears from her cheeks and then her mouth, and when she shut her eyes, the years fell away, and they were everything they'd set out to be. Full of hope, full of love, full of dreams. She knew the solid core of their love would never change. Time had only deepened the bond. She pulled back, resting her fingers on his shoulders. "I sailed 5,000 miles on that boat," she said, "but the only place I wanted to be was here, in your arms." He kissed her again, then said something in her ear. She frowned. "What was that?"
"It was Spanish for—"
He bent and translated in a wicked whisper. An incredulous laugh escaped her. A blush seared her cheeks, her ears.
"I've been studying Spanish. It's not so hard now that I can hear."
He kissed her again, then took her by the hand and led her up the stairs. Chapter 35. Journal entry, April 9th, Tuesday. 10 things my mother taught me. 6. The world's best donut recipe. 7. The fact that each donut contains more fat than a pound of bacon. 8. No hole or run in your pantyhose is ever invisible. 9. If you want to know a boy's true character, look at his father. 10. Nobody ever said marriage was easy, but it's easier than the alternative. "Check out your mom and dad," Joyce said, elbowing Sandra. "They look like a damned Viagra commercial." Sandra stopped in the middle of the courthouse parking lot. Joyce pointed at the Babcock's Grand Marquis, parked in the shade of a budding dogwood tree. Her father held the car door for his wife, then rested his hand solicitously at her waist. Walking beside him, Dory pressed close, as though she couldn't bear to be separated from him. She wore a new cherry-red coat, and their faces glowed, and it wasn't the spring sunshine alone that gave them such color and life. "See what I mean?" Joyce said, elbowing her again. "They're my parents, for Pete's sake." Joyce turned toward the wide concrete steps of the courthouse. "So I'll see you inside, okay? Good luck." "Thanks. I'll need all the support I can get in there." When Joyce was gone, Sandra hurried across the parking lot. "Mom!" A second later, she found herself embraced by both of them. For a moment, she felt totally safe and cocooned by their steady love. For a moment, she forgot that she was about to face the Winslows. "Welcome back," she said to her mother. Her face was a bit plumper, her skin touched with gold from the tropical sun. "I missed you so much." "I missed you, too." Her eyes shining with tear-bright emotion, Dory clung to both daughter and husband. Warmth and gratitude wrapped around Sandra. 2 days earlier, her mother had phoned to say she was back, and the news was better than Sandra could have hoped for. Her mother was home, and the divorce was off. She held tight to both of them, afraid she might melt into a puddle of relief. She wasn't all that surprised, though, because any fool could see that their love was real and always had been. The reconciliation was the one bright spot in an otherwise bleak period for Sandra. She hadn't seen Mike since she'd banished him from her house, from her life. Not that he seemed to be fighting the banishment. He'd taken off exactly as she ordered, leaving the crew to finish the work on the house.
"Doesn't she look great?" her father asked.
"You both do," Sandra blushed, remembering Joyce's remark. "We've worked out a compromise," her mother said with a wink. "I'm going to play golf, but only on foreign soil, and your father will poke around antique shops and museums with me." She tucked her hand into the crook of her husband's arm. "Scuba diving and skydiving are still under negotiation." Sandra's heart soared and broke at the same time. Her parents' bond was even more durable now, strengthened by the fibrous cords of healed scar tissue. Why did they succeed where so many, Sandra included, had failed? It came down to bravery, she realized. Her parents were brave enough to fight for their love and brave enough to change in order to make it last. Studying her mother's delicate, age-spotted hands and her father's round, mild face, she wondered where they found that sort of courage. She kept urging herself to be that brave, that strong, but every time she reached for the phone or drove past the Paradise Docks, she chickened out. Nothing could compare to the emotional pain she'd felt after telling Mike to leave. Nothing, except the joy of being with him. She acknowledged that she had been motivated by fear, As long as she didn't give her heart over to him and his kids and even his annoying dog, she didn't risk herself. "I'm proud of you both," she said. "I know what you went through wasn't easy." "Holding together through the tough times, that's the real test," her mother said, sobering. "There's really no limit to how idiotic two people in love can be, is there? We made the mistake of thinking retirement would be perfection. We'd reached our life goals. Instead, we have to find new roads to travel, new discoveries to make about each other, and about us, together." "I'm glad," said Sandra, "because I'm going to be needing you." They went into the courthouse through a side entry and made their way to a conference room with a brass plaque on the door. Milton and his 2 associates were there already, going over notes and procedures. The lawyers barely acknowledged them as they arrived, except to inspect Sandra's clothing. "You look good," he pronounced, checking out her navy blue suit. "Conservative, not too flashy." He waved at Sandra's parents. "Don't want the judge to think she's out shopping with the ill-gotten gains." He studied them. "So, are you still getting a divorce? Sandra said you were going to call it quits."
"We changed our minds," Lou stated.
"Yeah, at our age, it's probably better to stick with the devil you know."
"Yes,"
Sandra said to her parents' unspoken question. "He's always this obnoxious. I'll see you in the hearing room, okay?"
"What's the media doing here?" her father asked, scowling at the crowd in the hallway. "It's only a hearing. You'd think somebody called them all."
Courtney Proctor? Sandra wondered. No, she'd want an exclusive, but judging by the crammed foyer bristling with microphones, she'd been scooped. It was odd, though. Sandra's case was old news, yet the press was acting as though this were a breaking story. "Don't say a word to the Winslows, the press, the spectators," Milton cautioned. "I can only help your daughter if I have complete control over what goes on during the hearing." "Trust him," Sandra said. "He's all I've got." "And the best there is," he added. "Everything is going to be fine," her mother promised. They each hugged her and went to the door. Their departure left a hollow inside her, raw and sensitive. She prayed Milton would be good enough now. Returning to the conference room, she thought, as she often did, about Mike. She struggled to see herself as part of a loving relationship with him, instead of accepting solitude for the rest of her life. Though she'd only known him a short time, she was different because of him. She'd never look at life the same way. How could she have known she could live so fully with such joy? Before, she'd been half alive, never knowing the peaks and valleys of the roller coaster ride, never realizing what she could be with a man who loved her. But this insanity, the wild things he believed about Victor, his futile obsession with finding him, erected a barrier. She told herself Mike was doing her a favor, staying away. In time, she might be able to get back to that numb state she'd lived in for so long, safe from love, safe from harm. It was true that her life had changed because of Victor. But Mike had affected her more profoundly than that. He'd changed the landscape of her heart. But that fragile geography had not been tested and tempered by time, and she was haunted by the possibility that had been ripped from her grasp. A part of her wanted him to come crawling back, swearing he'd made a terrible mistake, begging her forgiveness. But another part acknowledged the reality that he was, first and foremost, a single dad struggling to stay in his kids' lives. He had no choice about that, and she wasn't about to put his relationship with his kids at risk. He was gone from her life. Kevin and Mary Margaret were gone. Angela had seen to that. Soon, Sandra herself would be gone from paradise. "You ready?" Milton asked, gathering up his notes. She walked to the door. "Oh, I can hardly wait." He paused to grin at her. "What?" she demanded. "You're different." "Yeah, I had my hair layered. Not like that. I mean, really different." He stood back, narrowed his eyes. "You used to be afraid of your own shadow. Now you're tougher, ready to kick some butt." "I take it that's a compliment." "You bet your ass it is." A gauntlet of reporters and photographers lined the corridor. As she and the attorneys walked to the courtroom, flashes shot off like fireworks, shouted questions peppered and bounced off her. She reminded herself of something Mike had nearly seduced her into forgetting. She was the girl on the Ferris wheel, Around and around and around. Nothing could touch her, nothing could stop her or slow her down. From the corner of her eye, she spotted a familiar blonde head, glossy red-lined lips, a thread-like mic wire tucked into the collar of an Armani blazer. Courtney Proctor. She was shoving a WRIQ mic forward. "Mrs. Winslow, how do you plan to answer the charge that you engineered this whole thing for money? Actually, Miss Proctor, I have a question for you. Are you ever going to get over the fact that I stole your boyfriend?" Sandra said as she walked past. "Better yet, try reporting the truth this time." Milton gave a low whistle. "I can't believe I just said that." She entered the creaky wooden quiet of the courtroom. Milton reminded her not to look left or right, but she couldn't keep from seeing the faces there. Ronald's parishioners jammed the benches, stabbing her with accusing glares. There was Gloria Carmichael from the deli, wearing a sweatshirt that announced, "99% of lawyers give the rest a bad name." Her parents and Joyce sat behind the bar of the defendant's table. She was startled to see Malloy's work crew, almost unrecognizable without their paint-spattered coveralls. They had their hair slicked back, work-worn hands balled into nervous fists on their knees. Oddly enough, Phil Downing sat near the Carmichaels, behind the plaintiff's table. She wondered fleetingly if spectators were physically divided down the aisle, friend of the groom, enemy of the bride. The ushers at her wedding to Victor had been instructed to seat people evenly behind both sides of the aisle. No one gave a reason, but she always knew it was to conceal the fact that her friends and family could be counted on the fingers of one hand. She was even more surprised to see Sparky Witkowski in a cobalt blue power suit, cell phone glued to her ear. Catching her eye across the room, Sparky stabbed the air with a stiletto fingernail and mouthed the words, "I need to talk to you." Not a good day to discuss real estate, Sandra thought, passing through the low swinging gate and taking a seat at the long formica table. She didn't look at the Winslows, but could feel their presence, a phantom chill, as though someone had left an unseen window open. She encased herself in numbing armor as Judge Santucci entered and everyone stood. Looking like a Tony Bennett clone, he settled at the bench, then motioned for everyone to be seated. He perched a pair of reading glasses on his nose, peered over the rims, and addressed the attorneys, reminding them they were still bound by the instructions he had delineated in the previous days of the hearing. She tried to find something to do with her hands. She picked up a pen and wrote on a yellow legal pad, 10 things nobody knows about me. Every item on the list reminded her of Malloy. Riding into her life in a rusty old pickup truck, he'd found her at her most despairing moment. Instead of turning his back on her, he calmly went about the business of bandaging her hurts, repairing her house, her heart, filling her life, making her laugh for the first time in months, making her love him in a long, dizzying leap that explained why the term falling was so apt. It was not just him that she loved, but everything he represented, the small, everyday miracles that made life worth living. She adored his kids, even liked his dog. She liked that Mike was ordinary, not famous, good with his hands. Calm and strong, he was the fulfillment of a dream she didn't know she had until she saw him. He embodied the promise of security, a cushion, a flotation device. But now she felt as though she were drowning as she walked to the witness stand, raised her hand, swore to tell the truth. Whose truth? Her own? Or Victor's? Milton had coached her to keep her eyes on him throughout the questioning, even when the plaintiff's attorney addressed her. She concentrated on Milton, watching for clues. He did his lizard on a rock imitation, sitting statue still. As expected, the Winslow's attorney began with benign, polite questions, a bit about where she grew up, went to school. The idea was to lead up to a vivid picture of a desperate woman greedy for her husband's money. "Mrs. Winslow, how would you characterize your marriage to Victor Winslow?" "We were happy together." She didn't elaborate. Milton forbade it. Besides, it wasn't quite a lie. They had been happy, although as time went on, Victor grew increasingly distracted, short-tempered, and lost. She'd worried about him, but all she'd known back then was that there were moments when he seemed a complete stranger to her. "We understand. You have a career in publishing." This was something new. She looked at Milton, who scowled, then shrugged. That's correct. To be exact, you've published 5 novels under an assumed name. Under my maiden name, she stated. Most people think authors are rich. Tell the court, have you gotten rich off your books? You'll have to define rich. Do you make a living wage? Objection, Milton said, the word flicking out like a snake's tongue. This line of questioning is going nowhere. Your Honor, our purpose is to show that Mrs. Winslow is incapable of supporting herself through publishing alone. Counsel, please confine your questions to the circumstances surrounding the incident. This goes to motive, Your Honor. Other than your negligible earnings from failed books, Mrs. Winslow, what was your means of support during your marriage? My husband's salary as a state senator. His earnings were a matter of public record. Why would he carry such a hefty life insurance policy? He was a young, healthy man. The premiums were small. How perfect for you. Objection, Milton zapped out. Sustained. Curb the editorializing, counsel. The lawyer pressed the tips of his fingers together and bowed his head, a prayerful man bracing himself to face the devil. Mrs. Winslow, take us back to the night of February 9th. Please tell us in your own words what happened. Milton had anticipated this, and she'd rehearsed her response for days. Still, she wasn't prepared for the icy current of dread that slipped through her as she leaned toward the microphone. Nor was she prepared for the almost overwhelming urge to blurt out the truth Malloy had forced from her on their last day together. We, Victor and I, attended a formal dinner at the Newport Marina that night. It was a fundraiser. She recited the facts, much as she had for Malloy when he demanded to hear her version of that night. She described Victor's brief address. She admitted that he drank too much and recounted her humiliation when he walked away from her on the dance floor. At that moment, she hadn't understood his rage, but she did now. Something snapped that night. Victor had felt shackled by his own life, and she was part of that trap. But she wasn't the trigger. She described her swift departure, her intention to drive home. She didn't mention the man who had approached her as she started the car. She'd never mentioned him, not even to Mike. Tell your husband he forgot our meeting tonight. Tell him Max asked you to pass that on. The stranger called Max had melted into the dreary night, leaving her baffled and unsettled. Victor had left the building a moment later, and Max intercepted him. Even though he and Max had stood apart like opponents in a duel, she'd sensed a strange, silent electricity between them. She never heard what they said, but she saw Max step forward, take hold of Victor's arm. Victor threw off his hand and strode to the car, his slender form gilded by the sodium vapor lights of the parking lot. Reporters and photographers rushed out of the building with cameras raised, and Victor jumped into the passenger side of the car. Without thinking, Sandra accelerated, the Cadillac fishtailing as she drove into the winter night. She went too fast, hoping to avoid the press, while beside her, Victor turned into a stranger. Even then, she hadn't fully understood. That would come in the moments that followed, when they realized Max's car was tailing them. Victor fell apart then, filling the dark car with revelations about his secret life, his private struggle, the unbearable pressure finally exploding with a passion for Max that had raged out of control. Recounting the now familiar story of the accident, she could still picture the dismal night, the howling wind, the road slick with oily rain. She described the wreck, the detonating airbag, the eruption that left a terrible ringing in her ears. Even now, even knowing what she knew, she wept as she spoke, pausing to take a sip of water and get her bearings. She never knew what became of Max that night. He was probably the one who had phoned for help, but she didn't want him to be found because of what he would reveal about Victor. He might even accuse her of causing the wreck deliberately. The Winslow's attorney did not ask what made her lose control of the car on the bridge. No one had asked that. Mrs. Winslow, he asked when she had finished, were you proud of your husband's work in the State House? Of course. What about H.R. 728? Tell us about that, if you will. Her insides turned to ice. It's a gun control bill. And you supported that? I certainly did. She tried to keep to her vow to look at Milton, but a movement in the back of the courtroom distracted her. A constable spoke to someone at the door. She saw folded notes sliding across the long tables to Milton and to the plaintiff's second chair. "If that's the case, Mrs. Winslow, can you tell me why on January 5th of last year you bought a handgun via the internet? Specifically," he consulted his notes, "a Cobra semi-automatic 9mm Luger with a 5-inch barrel and a 10-round magazine, the pre-ban model with the threaded barrel." A collective shock froze everyone in the courtroom, Sandra included. Then the room erupted with spectators discussing the revelation, reporters and sketch artists attempting to capture the moment. Santucci's gavel cleaved through the noise until a heavy, waiting silence took hold again. Milton didn't move a muscle, but she saw the jolt of alarm in his eyes. He hadn't been expecting this. Shock trapped her reaction deep inside, and she said nothing. "Mrs. Winslow, do you need me to repeat the question?" She shook her head as her lips made the shape of a word, but still no sound came out. "Please answer the question," the judge instructed. Her tongue atrophied, her throat locked. Wordless air rushed out of her, nothing more. She felt her eyes bulge as though she were choking. "It's a simple enough question," the attorney said. "Did you or did you not buy a handgun from gunexchange.com? She tried to speak, to protest, to explain. Nothing came out. She was Sandy Babblecock. She could not utter a word, even though her life depended on it. More commotion stirred in the back of the room, adding to her confusion. Her parents leaned forward, spoke to Milton's associates. Milton surged to his feet. "Your Honor, may I? Please direct your answer to me, Mrs. Winslow," the judge advised. What could she say? Her panicked gaze glanced off Phil Downing. She'd given him her old laptop, free to a good home. "A simple yes or no, please. We have the data from the transaction. The number of a credit card issued in your maiden name. Verification of delivery to a post office box registered to you under your assumed name, Sandy Babcock. Tell us about buying the gun." "She didn't buy the gun," said a voice from the back of the room. Santucci's gavel slammed down again. "Order! I bought the gun." A man in a dark suit stepped through the doorway and stood next to a uniformed cop. Sandra couldn't move. The blood dropped from her face. His hair was blonde now, cut short. He'd been in a fight, apparently. His jaw looked bruised and swollen, and he had a split lip, the dark laceration healing now. Still, his tanned face was lean and more handsome than ever, his compelling eyes solemn and intense. He was still a dynamic presence. He still had the power to fill a whole room with his peculiar, unforgettable energy. Like the wind blowing through a field of wheat, whispers rustled through the crowd, gathering force. People twisted around in their seats to stare. Winifred Winslow moaned and grabbed for her husband. And at last, Sandra's throat unlocked and she was able to speak. The single word she uttered through the microphone caused the entire room to explode in chaos. "Victor!" Chapter 36. Victor Winslow did what he did best. He held a press conference. Preparing himself for the onslaught of questions, he felt a surprising but undeniable surge of adrenaline. He'd missed this. Alerting the media had been his idea, even though he knew it would be painful. Since leaving Paradise, Victor had learned much about pain, and he'd learned that there were worse things than feeling hurt. Hurting someone else, for example. Hurting someone who had done nothing wrong except love him. Sandra's suffering had been a matter of public record. Therefore, he intended to set the record straight in the most public manner possible. His return needed to be as dramatic as his disappearance had been. He had only a moment to locate his parents at the plaintiff's table, but it only took a moment to discern the shock etched on their faces. Their stunned expressions of burgeoning joy and relief reminded him of the reason he'd worked so long and hard to protect them. Why couldn't you leave well enough alone? Ironically, they'd made it impossible for him to keep up the charade. If they'd left Sandra in peace, he never would have had to come back. In a moment, a new sort of suffering would take hold, sharpened by betrayal and disgust. But at least the lies and hiding would be over. Exiting the courtroom, he and Sandra were swept along like leaves in a gushing stream. As the press jostled for position in the lobby of the courthouse, he moved to the stairs that would serve as a makeshift podium and reached for Sandra's hand. Icy cold. "Don't touch me," she whispered, pulling away. She looked around in panic, but spectators clogged all escape routes, so she had no choice but to stand at his side, just as she had during their marriage. How could he have known what this would do to her? When he and Max had driven away that night, it had all seemed so simple. Sandra, everything went so wrong. Under the hot glare of lights, microphones bristled from a battalion of cameras and correspondents. He hoped they wouldn't make too much of the cuts and bruises he'd sustained in the fight yesterday. That was another story. He orchestrated the events with his old easy command. Reaching into his pocket, he took out a prepared statement. He'd worked on it all during the flight to Providence. It was filled with his trademark sincerity and artful phrasing, but no amount of clever wording would change his fundamental message. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a story about courage, not my own. God knows my lack in that area will be clear enough in a moment. I never thought I'd return, never thought I'd ever stand next to Sandra again. But I've come back to face up to my mistakes and to set the record straight." Shouts and camera flashes erupted. Sandra flinched. Victor held up his hand, looking out into the blurred sea of faces until the flurry of questions abated. "My wife did nothing wrong," he stated. "Her only mistake was keeping silent." "Are you saying Mrs. Winslow colluded with you to fake her own death?" a woman in the crowd demanded. Courtney Proctor. He had a few choice words for her, but that would have to wait. "Was it her intention to defraud the insurance company?" Proctor persisted before he could speak again. "Are you here to get the facts, or to start rumors?" Victor snapped. He took a perverse pleasure in reducing the aggressive journalist to blushing and stammering. Back in his days in the State House, he couldn't afford to tick off reporters. Now he no longer had to pretend to be gracious. "Until a moment ago, my wife believed that I died. I didn't plan to disappear the night of February 9th, but under the circumstances, it became my only option. Or so I thought. The fact is, this whole tragedy started many years before I ever met Sandra. I bought the gun in order to deal with someone from my past, my ex-lover, a man named Max Henshaw." He paused to let that sink in, then waited as the predictable questions erupted. "You had a male lover? Are you a homosexual? Who is Max Henshaw?" He could feel Sandra's mortified presence at his side, but he didn't look at her. He wanted all the attention focused on him. "Mr. Henshaw and I were lovers in 1992. I always thought that incident was buried in the past, but of course, the fact that I'm standing before you today proves the old adage, nothing stays buried forever. Years after we parted, he wanted to see me again, even though I made it clear that I intended to stay loyal to my wife. His demands became aggressive. I dealt with them on my own for as long as I could, but eventually, the situation slipped from my control. I got the credit card under my wife's maiden name. I acquired the gun, using an internet dealer that didn't ask questions, not because I could ever imagine using it, but to try to frighten him, convince him to back off. On the night of the accident, Mr. Henshaw tried to confront me, which is why I left the marina in such haste." He permitted himself a fleeting glance at Sandra. She stood frozen, unable to escape. "The accident in question occurred exactly as my wife described it. We quarreled, and she lost control of the car. There is one fact she didn't mention. We were being followed that night by Mr. Henshaw in a rental car. He was the one who phoned for help from the bridge. The car went into the water, and the electric windows failed. My wife was unconscious, and I shot out the windshield in order to escape. Mr. Henshaw helped us ashore. What I did next was unplanned. An impulse. Maybe I wasn't thinking straight because of shock and hypothermia, I don't know. No matter, I take full responsibility now. I drove away with Max Henshaw." He paused, watching the words sink in. He had them. They were more fascinated by him now than ever. His mother dropped her face into her hands while his father sat unmoving, like a granite war memorial statue. "I was raised to believe homosexuality is morally wrong.
I prayed for strength every day of my life, keeping my struggle hidden from my parents, my friends, my wife, my God, everyone but myself. Being true to myself meant losing the love and esteem of my family, my community, and my career in public service. I believed I was prepared to make the sacrifice. And for a long time, I succeeded. But ultimately, the price was too high. Some things are more powerful than a man's will. I'm not ashamed of who I am anymore, only that I took the wrong way out. I will, of course, take full responsibility for the laws that were broken. He paused, then added, I'll answer your questions later today. Right now, you'll understand, I have something more important to do. Courthouse security guards escorted him and Sandra, along with his parents, through the press of reporters and photographers to a private conference room. Flashbulbs popped, questions battered him, but he ignored them. Sandra looked shell-shocked as she was borne along behind him, and he wondered if that was how things had always been for them, he leading, she following, buffeted by the wreckage he left in his wake. When the door to the conference room closed, his mother stepped toward him, then hesitated, her eyes filled with yearning and shock. His father didn't hesitate at all. With a low electric whir, the chair glided to the far end of the conference table and swung around. Victor's heart constricted, but his resolve never wavered. If he'd learned anything in this ordeal, it was that his parents were wrong to despise what he was. Never again would he try to hide his true self just to spare them pain and preserve the Winslow reputation. Sandra perched on the edge of the chair nearest the door, as though poised to flee. I assume you have a few things to tell me, she said. He could see the cords straining in her throat and felt a flood of tenderness. She still struggled with her stuttering. The valiance of that struggle was one of the things that had endeared her to him in the first place. She might curse the day they met, but he knew he'd never regret it. Bear with me, he said, knowing how ironic that must sound to her. She'd borne with him far too long. Sitting down across from her, he started to speak, taking himself back through the events that had led to the accident, bringing Sandra and his parents with him into the world he'd kept secret. He remembered when the first phone call had come. After all this time, Max was contacting him again, and deep down, Victor knew why. The wild sexiness that had attracted him to Max in the first place had grown dark, unpredictable, and more compelling than ever. He knew he and Max would destroy each other, and they had, almost. Letters had come through the mail, over the internet, to Victor's office, crushing him into a place from which there was no escape. The cold terror of disclosure and his never-to-be-forgotten passion had changed to desperation. Operating out of sheer panic, he acquired a handgun. He couldn't imagine actually using it, but neither could he imagine giving up the life he'd built, his work in a state house, his reputation. Most of all, he couldn't imagine the shock and disgust of his father if the truth was ever revealed. The moment Max approached him in the parking lot, Victor's life spun out of control as surely as the car itself did later on the bridge. He remembered the stunning impact of the sedan hitting the bridge rail, breaking through. The car smacked hard on the surface of the water, his teeth jarred together with the impact. He recalled the thick, hot trickle of blood down his chin as he sat immobile, curiously detached and unconcerned as the car slowly and clumsily sank, trunk first, ghostly white headlamps pointed at the sky. Twisting around, he could see the submerged taillights, luminous pools of blood shimmering beneath the surface. The idea of dying held no terror for him. Given the way he'd forced himself to live, it was almost a relief. His parents and community would mourn, but his death would be a far kinder blow than having them find out what their son really was. An abomination, according to his father's teachings. Victor himself had believed that too. A dreamlike calmness filled him. The gun felt cold and heavy in his hand. Max's secrets would cease to matter now. It was perfect. Almost. But something buzzed through the haze of confusion. Some impulse made him reach up, turn on the map light. Sandra. She lay half buried by the airbag, the seeping water nearly covering her. He touched her face, moved by the lingering warmth in her cheek. Sandra. She was guilty of nothing except wanting him to be someone he was incapable of being.
A husband, a lover, the father of her children. She'd done nothing but love him with a loyalty he didn't deserve. He had to get her out of there. On a narcotic surge of adrenaline, he unfastened her seatbelt. She flopped like a rag doll in his arms, and he didn't know if she was dead or alive. The electric windows failed. Even pushing with all his might, he couldn't open the door. For the first time, he felt true panic. He picked up the gun, feeling its solid, lethal weight, and pulled the trigger. The ear-splitting shot went awry. Shaking, he tried again. The windshield imploded, crushed under the pressure of the water. Bits of glass scraped his face, his hands. A gush of cold seawater slammed him inward, plastering him back against the seat. The airbag created an awkward pocket of buoyancy. Convulsions started in his air-starved chest, and he almost lost his grip on Sandra. But Victor had grown up beside the water, and he'd always been a strong swimmer. He managed to keep hold, to escape through the ruined window as though pushing through a birth canal. Fighting the swift currents, he swam for shore. Max had already waded out to help him. The car's headlights still wavered eerily deep beneath the surface. Neither said a word as they dragged Sandra to the rocky beach. White foam bubbled from her nose and mouth. She choked, then gasped for breath. He stood, shivering, wave-washed rocks rattling under his feet. The onset of hypothermia imbued him with a strange sense of freedom and attachment. He had defied death. He had saved Sandra's life. Sandra, who finally knew the truth. "I called for an ambulance." Max took Victor's arm. "Are you hurt?" "No." A distant keening sound filled the dark, wet air. A siren. Max fell absolutely still, his grip hot and strong. "Come with me." "What? That's crazy. Don't you get it, Victor? Your life here is over. After this, nothing will be the same. You'll have to resign from office. Your wife will divorce you. God knows what your parents will do. Is that what you want?" "No, but we'll go to my place in Florida. Now, tonight, before anyone comes. They'll find the woman here, but not you." He felt lightheaded. He was shivering, drifting. "Jesus, Max, this moment is a gift, an opportunity we'll never have again." Victor shuddered with icy excitement. He'd been baptized by the brutal sea and had emerged a new person. He knew what he was giving up. He could never look back, never come back. He could never contact the people he loved or comfort his grieving family. How strange that it should all end in this place, where he used to design elaborate hideouts in the dense, sucking marshes, or borrow a fisherman's dory and take to the sea for an afternoon's adventure. Few knew the secrets of this geography better than Victor. A boy could disappear for days and never be found. In the terrible cold night, he'd said Sandra's name, but she didn't hear. "I love you," he said, his voice all but drowned by the wind and waves and the oncoming siren. "But I can't do this anymore." He kissed her once on the forehead. It was too dark to see traces of his own blood sinking into her wet coat. And then he made his truly terrible and unforgivable choice. He got into Max's car, and they drove off, leaving Sandra unconscious, to be found by the rescuers. Within a week they arrived in Miami, then headed for the ends of the earth, Key West. Staying in Max's bungalow in Sugar House Row, Victor completely reinvented himself, acquiring a new identity with ridiculous ease via the internet. He chose the name Robert Chance. Almost no one would understand the significance of that. In Max's busy gallery in a historic waterfront ice house, he sold his jewel-colored sun catchers to tourists. It was the life he'd always dreamed of having. He became someone so different from Victor Winslow that sometimes he forgot his former life. But not entirely. Via news links on the internet, he learned of the dark turn the death investigation had taken. Many times he'd been tempted to intervene, but Max always convinced him to wait to see how things turned out. When the accident ruling came down, he believed it was an affirmation that he'd done the right thing. But the latest development, his parents' civil suit, had taken him completely by surprise. He liked to think he would have come forward on his own, but would he? Hollow silence echoed in the wake of his story. He pulled in a deep, unsteady breath, pressed his sweating palms down on the tabletop, and looked at Sandra. He wanted to touch her, but didn't dare. She seemed so different now. She was still beautiful, she always had been, with her dark hair, haunted eyes, and her unique combination of fragility and resilience. But now, subtle changes strengthened her posture, her demeanor. The way she sat so near his parents and refused to flinch was new to him, yet her poise was hard-won. He could see the whiteness of her knuckles as she held her hands in her lap.
"I couldn't have known what would happen," he told her. "I thought that by disappearing, I'd be giving you the shot you deserved. Life insurance fraud seemed the least of my sins, because I convinced myself that person was dead, and you'd be free to start a new life for yourself."
"Don't expect me to swallow that," she stated, in a tone he'd never heard from her before. "You can't just walk away and pretend you did it for me. What do you suppose it was like? Losing you, grieving for you, putting up with the accusations and hatred while you went to Key West with your boyfriend."
"I never could have predicted that everyone would hold you responsible." "Sandra, we're so sorry," his mother said. "If only we'd understood."
"You didn't want to understand," Sandra stated calmly, addressing her directly for the first time since they'd entered the room. His father glanced at Sandra, and then, with a twist of guilt on his face, stared down at his knees. Ronald Winslow's head was not bowed in prayer. Victor knew what prayer looked like. He used to pray on his knees for hours, begging God to make him straight. When his father finally looked up at him, there was agony but no forgiveness in his eyes.
"Why did you come back?" he asked.
Ignoring his wife's gasp of horror, he added,
"Why did you even bother?"
Victor surged to his feet.
"You brought me back, you with your idiotic lawsuit. I left because I couldn't be who you wanted me to be. You'd rather see me dead than have a son who is gay. So I gave you that. I died. You should have left it that way."
Without a word, Sandra went to the door, but he stopped her, blocking the way.
"Wait.
"Just let me go," she said.
"I will. I know I have to."
Voices drifted from the wide hallway outside.
"It's a different world for you, out there," he said.
"Yes." Watching her, he realized she wasn't afraid. This woman who used to quail at the prospect of facing the press. She was no longer the passive bystander he'd married. She was strong, sure of herself. She could walk away from him and his parents because they were part of an old life, old concerns that no longer affected her.
"Please believe that I never meant for you to suffer," he said. "I honestly thought it was the best solution until Mike—"
"Mike?" Shock swept visibly through her, leaching the color from her cheeks.
"Malloy."
Understanding dawned on her face as she studied the fresh bruise on his jaw. His split lips stung as he tried for some semblance of his old grin.
"He brought me back, Sandra. There will be charges against me, and I'll face them. I'm here to pick up the pieces, pay whatever this cost you in legal fees, deal with the insurance company, clean up the mess I made of everything."
"Even my life?"
"Whatever it takes, anything, I swear."
"I only want one thing from you, Victor."
"What's that?"
"A divorce." Chapter 37. Mike lifted the plastic bag of frozen peas from his eye and leaned toward the mirror. The swelling had gone down some, but the bruise was turning dark. He was tempted to tell himself Victor had gotten in a lucky punch, but that wasn't the case. Mike was out of practice. It had been a long time since he'd beaten the crap out of anyone. He checked his paint-spattered watch, certain it was broken because the hands hadn't moved. Briefly, he considered checking the local news on the TV or radio, but dismissed the idea. That would only make him more crazy. Restless, he left the fat chance to pace up and down in the boatyard parking lot, debating whether or not to drive over to the courthouse. Victor had warned of a media circus, and Mike knew his own presence would only add to the confusion and possibly raise even more questions. His lawyer would have a cow. The last thing he needed was for his kids to see him with a black eye on the evening news as part of a story about a gay fugitive. So Vic was probably right in advising him to keep a low profile. but that didn't make the waiting any easier. Hooking his thumbs into the back pockets of his jeans, Mike stared out at the water, glinting with the hardness of late afternoon sunlight. The reunion with Victor had been surreal, almost. When he'd finally arrived in Key West, Mike had been dog-tired, pissed off, and out of patience. He found his way to Henshaw's house, but no one was home. A neighbor directed him to a gallery in the waterfront area. Amid the heat and hustle of Mallory Square, he entered a world of tourists and beach bums, gay couples and honeymooners, starving artists, street entertainers, and serious students, a transient, relaxed population moving through a sea of anonymity. From a cantina painted Pepto-Bismol pink, he watched strangers strolling past, sometimes stopping for a drink beneath the Campari sun umbrellas. In the arts and crafts gallery across the way, tropical sunlight flashed through dozens of handcrafted sun catchers hanging in the display window. People wandered in and out, and then at closing time, a tall man had locked up with an electronic security keypad. Mike hadn't recognized Victor at first. Yellow hair, cutoffs, sandals, a muscle shirt revealing glossy tan shoulders. But that long-legged, easy gait and that confident manner had been instantly familiar. Mike registered only one emotion: rage. He stalked across the street and shoved him up against the seawall, gouged and pitted from centuries of battering storms. "Hey, Victor. Long time no see." The suntan had paled. "Mike? Mike, Jesus, is that you? What do you want with me?" "Oh, I think you know, Vic." Victor's fist exploded outward, catching Mike in the left eye. Seeing stars, he grabbed Victor, spun him around, and drove his fist at his best friend's face. The impact split his knuckles and snapped Victor's head sideways. He staggered back against the wall, sinking slowly. Then he pulled himself up again to flee. Mike's second punch drew blood, and a crowd as well. Onlookers gathered in a murmuring clot. Mike didn't give a shit. "Pack it in now, Victor. Or are you going to make me drag you by the short hairs to the airport?" Victor brought his knee up, forcing Mike to feint to one side. "I'm not going anywhere." "Wrong answer. You're going back to get your wife out of trouble." "She doesn't need me, Mike. Everything is going to be fine. You'll see." He twisted his fist into the blood-stained shirt. "I'll pretend you never said that. You married her knowing you'd never make her happy, and then you disappeared, you fucking coward." "I did it for Sandra," Victor protested, ducking Mike's fist. "She wanted—" Mike threw him to the pavement, hearing the wind rush from his lungs. "She wanted a goddamned husband. She wanted kids, you son of a bitch." Victor Crabbe walked backward. "I never meant to hurt her. I thought she was perfect for me." "She was safe. You used her." Some latent sense of fair play caused Mike to allow him to climb to his feet again. The fascinated tourists fell back, expanding their circle. "Were you perfect for her?" he demanded. "Or did you even bother to think of that?" "I honestly believed I was. She was so innocent, so lonely. She moved me." Mike's next blow had swung wild, missing its mark. "She could move a rock," he said. "She could move a dead man. Didn't you see what you were doing to her? She thought she was the problem. That's why disappearing was the answer. Ever heard of divorce, Vic? Handy thing, and it's completely legal in this country." Mike pushed him up against the wall again, this time with his forearm across Victor's throat. They both reeked of sweat and rage, and the crimson trickle of blood from Victor's lip gleamed grotesquely in the sunlight. "No Winslow's ever been divorced, but plenty of us have died young." He swallowed hard against Mike's pressing arm. His face turned dark, his breath became an air-starved wheeze, and the fight drained out of him. As Mike eased his grip, the adrenaline haze slowly cleared. He felt the curiosity of the onlookers, the heat of the South Florida sun on his back. "We need to talk," he said. Victor warily sidestepped him. "Show's over, folks," he said. The tourists dispersed, shuffling away, casting dubious glances over their shoulders. Victor studied the palms of his hands, scraped and livid.
"I had no idea everything would blow up in her face," he admitted. "I just didn't think, and when I did, I wanted this new life, and didn't know how to give it up."
Now that Mike could relate to. He had a hard time giving things up himself. Victor stood quietly for a long time, studying the glitter of sunlight on the water, oblivious to the drying ribbon of blood down his chin.
"Okay," he said. "Let's go."
During the flight home, Victor told Mike everything. The secret affair, his vow to live straight in order to honor his family and focus on his political goals, the reappearance of Max, the constant terror of discovery, and the opportunity that had been given to Victor the night of the accident.
"I thought a second chance was what she needed," he said.
"Sandy doesn't need a second chance," Mike said. "She needs you." Everything Mike thought he knew about his best friend had been turned on its ear, and yet, for the first time, Victor finally made sense in a way he never had before. Mike couldn't keep from asking the question that had nagged at him ever since he found out.
"When did you know?"
Some of Victor's old humor had glinted in his eyes.
"You mean, did I get turned on at our campouts or sleepovers? Hell, Mike, it wasn't some big epiphany. I guess I sort of always knew, but I trained myself to ignore it, even after Bryce Hall. I never told you what happened there, did I? I figured you didn't want to talk about it. That was a dumb shit growing up, Vic, but even I'd heard about the weird things at all-boy boarding schools. I thought they only happened in English novels. I thought it was a case of adolescent experimentation. Denial's the Winslow way, you know. I really thought I could live straight. God knows I tried. But in my family, when you're torn between duty and desire, you choose duty every time, hands down. I never even knew I had a choice."
"You made a lot of choices," Mike snapped. "Sandy was one of those choices. Christ, you almost destroyed her." Victor had settled into a thoughtful silence. Then he said,
"You love her. That's what this is all about, isn't it? You fucked up any chance I might have had with her."
"Oh no, Mikey." Victor's old aplomb shone through.
"I'm guilty of a lot of things, but not that. I'll shoulder the blame for my screwed-up relationships, but not yours."
The words lingered in his mind even now, as the light deepened with the end of day and an evening chill sharpened the air. Mike turned up the collar of his jacket. By now, Victor would have made his appearance, his public statement. Had Mike done the right thing by forcing the confrontation, or had he blown it? All he could do was wait and hope. He thought about the house and the past they'd never shared, the dreams that hadn't had a chance to come true for them. He'd gone into his relationship with Sandra the way a hiker goes into a pristine forest. He wasn't sure what he was looking for or even if he'd find anything, and he risked getting hopelessly lost. But he went forward anyway. Quietly, maybe without meaning to, Sandra showed him the way back to love. But even though falling for her was the most powerful thing that had ever happened to him, it was fragile. Mike knew he needed to protect his love for Sandra in a way he never felt compelled to do with his wife. He used to think that working hard and getting ahead proved his commitment to Angela. With Sandra, he realized commitment meant risking the deepest part of himself, and damn the consequences. Putting his fingers to his lips, he whistled for Zeke. The dog, still a little too well groomed for his taste, raced across the parking lot and leaped into the truck. Chapter 38. Journal entry, April 9th, Tuesday. 10 things to do with the rest of my life. 1. Think up 10 tortures for Victor Winslow. 2. Take up a career in public speaking. 3. Write a tell-all memoir and go on the talk show circuit. 4. Stop at the pharmacy and buy a home pregnancy test. It took a long time for Sandra to extricate herself from the chaos of the courthouse. Despite all that had happened, some things never changed. Being around Victor was like being a groupie to a rock star. Everyone was eclipsed by his burning, almost manic energy. Even as he bared his soul to the press, he had a way of sucking up all the attention. Except today, the focus had shifted to her. Everyone wanted to talk to her. Victor, his parents, her lawyer, Sparky, the press. She felt half drowned in the attention, battered by questions. She managed to telegraph a look of desperation to her parents. Joyce shoved her into the ladies' room and stood guard at the door. She and Sandra switched hats and coats, then kept their shades on and heads down as they left the building through a rear exit. Her parents traded cars, driving away with Joyce in tow. The news vans followed them, while Sandra took the Grand Marquis and quietly and anonymously made her way back to Blue Moon Beach. She wept as she drove home. Her tears expressed neither grief nor joy, but simply a shattering relief. She felt empty, scoured clean. It was late afternoon by the time she walked into the now beautiful house. Isolated and lovely, it reminded her of a single perfect seashell left on a deserted beach. The phone rang incessantly. Instead of answering, she unplugged all the extensions. In the creaky silence of the old house, she could hear the rhythm of her own heart. Dropping her borrowed coat and hat on the window seat, she looked out the big picture window, unsure of what to do with herself next. Her life had taken a left turn again. She was no longer a murderous wife, but the victim of a troubled man whose worst crime was loving too passionately and being afraid of who he really was. She supposed she would forgive him one day. Not today, though. Today, she simply had to get used to the idea that the nightmare of the past year was finally over. But she was still Sandy Babcock, who wrote controversial books and sometimes stammered when she spoke. Her gaze fell on the fax machine. The thing had disgorged a long, unbroken banner of thermal paper that hung down the side of the desk. Idly, she scanned the first page. Her book had won the Addie Award. Although the honor represented the highest level of achievement in her career, the news echoed hollowly through her. That's what she was. Hollow, with nothing inside that knew how to savor her blessings. She helped herself to a few M&Ms from the bowl on the desk. Perhaps she should call her folks, share the good news with them, but Victor's dramatic resurrection made everything else seem trivial. And the fact that it had been Mike who'd made him come forward, with cuts and bruises that implied a struggle, trumped everything else in the world. The other pages of the fax were unrelated to the award. They were preceded by a scrawled message on Sparky's letterhead. I couldn't get near you today. Join the living and get an answering machine. News! I found you a buyer. Coming out to meet with you at 6 p.m. You're going to love this. Offer to follow. Suggest you accept contingency and all. Sandra checked the clock. Almost 6 p.m. Damn. She didn't want to see anyone. Not now. She tugged on a jacket and hurried outside, crossing the yard and foraging over the dunes. Loose sand poured into her good shoes, but she didn't care. She also didn't care that she was running away again, avoiding her problems rather than facing them. On the beach, she stood at the water's edge, feeling the breeze pass over her and listening to the hush of the waves. A sweep of clouds reflecting the color of sunset crowned the horizon. Everything was happening so fast, yet the unhurried rhythm of the changeless sea calmed her with its never-ceasing heartbeat. Selling the house, moving away, had been her goal, yet achieving it was a bittersweet victory. What now, she wondered? Manhattan, Mendocino, Athens, Hong Kong, Copenhagen. She wondered who would live here after she was gone. A happy couple just starting out, a young family seeking a storybook setting for their kids, a pair of cheerful retirees, perhaps, who would sit on the porch together each morning and watch the sun come up. Now that the offer had actually come in, she felt an overwhelming sadness. It was going to be so hard to let go after all the time she'd spent here, all the energy she'd put into restoring the dilapidated old house, all the arguing she'd done with Mike over light fixtures and door hinges, all the time they'd spent making love in the tall-ceilinged bedroom overlooking the endless sea. Without meaning to, she'd filled the place with memories, and now she didn't want to let go. Her chest hurt with the effort to contain her emotions. This was the plan, she told herself, but deep down, she knew what was wrong. She'd reached a point in her life where she could go anywhere, but the only place she wanted to be was here, right here in paradise. A light evening breeze with the faintest hint of summer born on it sifted through the top layer of sand. Restless memories stirred inside her. She thought of Mary Margaret and Kevin and how they loved to come here even in winter, playing and shouting, running from the waves and throwing sticks for the dog. She remembered how she'd felt the first time Mike took her in his arms, even though it was for a dance lesson. And she thought of the day he built a fire on the beach for her and warmed her hands in his. Maybe then, she thought, maybe that was the day she'd started to love him. He had taken her empty, broken-down wreck and made it into a home. Blue Moon Beach was a part of her, perhaps the best part, but coming to love this place hadn't been in her plan. Falling in love with Mike hadn't been in her plan either. She'd let him into her house, into her life, and he'd found the way into her heart. At the faint sound of an engine, she hunched her shoulders, hoping Sparky and the buyer wouldn't see her out here. Maybe they would just go away. For the time being, she wanted the whole world to go away. A sharp bark sounded above the dunes, startling her. Seconds later, Zeke bounded down the sandy slope, a whitish streak with tongue lolling. Her heart took a sudden leap, but everything inside her froze the moment she saw Mike. Lit from behind by the evening sun, he seemed to emerge from a nimbus of red and gold while she squinted and shaded her eyes. The heat of tears filled her throat. She had missed him. Everything about him. She missed looking across the room to find him watching her with a smile in his eyes, the way he whistled through his teeth as he worked, the smell of his pillow after he left the bed in the morning, the moments of intimacy so deep and true that she found a new person inside her. He had cracked through her wall of ice, and she would never be the same. But she didn't know what to say after all that had happened. She didn't know how to begin again. "Hello, Malloy." Amazing. She'd said her problem word, hello, without hesitation. Or should I say Detective Malloy? Not a bad piece of work for a handyman. A faint tan, a Florida tan, made him look more rugged, a little exotic somehow. She noticed that his left eye was swollen, ringed by a darkening bruise. "You've been busy." "I had to find something to do with myself after you fired me." He shifted his hip to one side, hooked a thumb into the waistband of his jeans. For the first time, she realized he was nervous. "So, did it work out okay?" he asked. "At the courthouse, I mean." Everything works out okay for Victor. Even a public confession. He actually had reporters in tears. He made all sorts of promises. He'll give me a divorce immediately, sort out the mess of our finances, deal with the charges of insurance fraud, cover all the legal fees. When all is said and done, he's still Victor. Still good at taking charge. No surprise there. "So, what are you doing here?" she made herself ask. "I left something behind." "What?" she asked, speculating. Maybe he'd left some tool, a loose wire, his toothbrush in her bathroom, some small part of himself that he needed to go on. He hesitated, took a deep breath. "My heart." She shoved her hands in her pockets and stepped back. "God, Malloy, you always do this." "Do what?" Make me want you more than I want the next breath of air." Blinking fast, she realized she was inches from falling apart. "We have a lot to discuss, but this isn't a good time. Someone is coming." "I know." He took a step toward her. The breeze plucked at his dark hair, and sunlight glinted in his smile. She kept staring at that black eye. It made her feel shaken by wonderment. No one had ever fought for her before. "Sparky is bringing a buyer for the house." Finally, a tear escaped, and she brushed it away with the back of her hand, but another one quickly followed. "I know that, too." With infinite delicacy, he touched his thumb to her cheek, catching the tear. His caress nearly undid her. How?
Sandy.
He held her shoulders, steadying her. She wanted to sink against him, disappear into him somehow, but apprehension held her rigid. What?
The offer is from me.
What?
I'm offering to buy the house.
Malloy? Mike!
I know you planned on leaving Paradise, but everything's different. People around here will forgive Victor, or not. That's up to them. He did exonerate you, and there's no reason for you to leave now.
She listened to the waves running up on shore, the plaintive cry of a curlew high above. Then she took a deep breath and asked, Is there a reason to stay? He held her hand, chilly fingers holding fast. When he smiled down at her, she held her breath.
Did Sparky explain the contract? There's a contingency.
Which is?
Well, I didn't exactly put it in the contract. It's a marriage proposal.
A sudden pounding in her ears drowned out the roar of the waves, the wind, everything. She couldn't hear a sound except the echo of his words, filling her with wonder and magic. After a while, she found her voice. Mike, oh God.
I love you, Sandy. The kids and I, we all love you. Stay here and marry me. Marry us. We'll finish the house together. We'll fight about paint and plaster and cabinet hardware. I've seen the look on your face when you walk through that house with me. It's what you want, Sandy.
It won't work. How can it? When Angela...
Don't worry about her.
He spoke with a brusque decisiveness that startled her. She's the mother of your children. She'll always be a part of your life, Mike, a powerful part. And she doesn't want me anywhere near the kids.
This is not about what she wants. After a while, she'll get used to the idea. I'm not giving her a choice. She just wasn't expecting me to find anyone else.
The wind blew a strand of hair across her cheek, and he brushed it away with his hand.
She never knew I could love like this, and I think it scared her.
His words struck Sandra like velvet blows. She wasn't used to the sort of passion he ignited, fiery comets and unstoppable whirlwinds that left her tender and exhausted and filled with a dangerous, fragile bliss. Loving him consumed and frightened her, and she found herself bracing for loss even before she flung herself fully into the relationship. I'm afraid, too, she blurted out in a burst of honesty. What I feel for you is so big, so out of control. I'd risk anything, Mike, commit any crime. It can't be healthy. Loving this intensely is a destructive thing. It's dark and frightening. Look what it did to Victor.
Lying to himself did that to Vic. You don't have to do crazy things like he did. There are actually legal ways to deal with true love.
He slid his hands down her arms, twined his fingers with hers in her pockets.
He never put you first, and I will. You were convenient for him. That's not how it is with me. I love you, and to be honest, he grinned a little, you don't always make it convenient to do that. But that only makes me love you more, every day.
She remembered the Ferris wheel and how frightened she'd been, but she'd done it anyway. She thought about her parents and realized love was never meant to be perfect. I'm still afraid, she said.
I know, honey, I know. We all are. People really do let the love of their life walk away because they're scared to show how much they want or need. But you're not like that anymore.
She was struck, as she so often was, by his plain-spoken wisdom. She never expected a man like him to have such insights into the human heart, into her heart, but he did. Only a few moments ago, being with him had seemed impossible, but it was really so simple. He mistook her hesitation for doubt and drew her closer.
You can't turn away from life, and I can't protect you from everything bad.
Pulling back, he offered a half smile.
I don't need to, and you don't want me to.
He was so right. Life, as it unfolded day by day, was just too rich. She wanted it all, the gladness and pain and laughter and tears, and she wanted it with him.
"We'll finish the house together," he said. "Maybe we'll make a baby or two."
He wiped her tears with a bandana from his back pocket, and then he kissed her forehead, cheeks, mouth, all the while whispering, "Please, I love you. Please." That was it then. The real deal. The scariest, most exhilarating ride of all. "Say yes," he whispered in her ear. "Whatever you want. I'll give you whatever you want." She discovered that happiness could hurt. It was a piercing joy, the sweetest sensation she'd ever felt, rushing through every part of her, rushing out to meet him. "You already have." Slipping his arms around her, he brought her close against him, sheltering her from the cold sea wind.